Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 King Song Family. Qing County, Uyghur, Donghuangxianzhao. In the northeast corner of Qing County, there is a fairy mountain with clouds and mist, named Funiu. Funiu is nearly 1,000 feet high, and the mountain is full of green grass and trees, like a giant green bowl lying among these mountains. On the top of the mountain stand dozens of pavilions and towers with fairy air, which is the habitat of the Song family, a family of Qi Refining and Immortal cultivation in Qing County. The ancestor of the Song family was originally a foundation-building cultivator in the Xiaoyao sect, the overlord of the Uyghur Immortal cultivation world. After his death, his descendants were excluded by the sect and had no choice but to lead their people to leave the sect and come to the more remote Qing County, occupying the top-grade spiritual vein of Funiu, and have taken root and multiplied for nearly 200 years. On the west side of the mountainside of Funiu, in a hidden cave, a young man in green clothes with a green appearance was sitting in front of a wooden table, looking at a cocky animal skin bag on the table. After a while, the boy picked up the bag in front of him and slowly opened the purple rope tied to the bag. Then there was a ding-dong sound of metal collision, and a pile of faintly shining stones rolled out of the bag. These stones were colorful, with all kinds of colors, each emitting a dazzling light. The boy then took out 2 stones that also emitted a faint red light from his body, placed them in the middle of these stones, and began to count the pile of glowing stones in front of him softly. A total of 75 pieces, plus the 15 points of merit recorded in the family's gold storage pavilion, there are exactly 10 spirit stones left. At the current speed of accumulating spirit stones, it should be possible to exchange for a key gathering pill in half a year at the fastest, so that I can break through the middle stage of Qi Refining. After a quick thought, the boy calmed down and repacked all the spirit stones on the table, and carefully hid the bag in a wall in the cave. The young man in green was named Song Qingming, and he ranks 7th among the 4th generation of Qing cultivators in the Song family. 10 years ago, he was originally immortal, but fortunately, his clan discovered that he had spiritual roots that could be cultivated, and he was able to enter the family's holy land, Funiu Mountain, to practice. This year, he just turned 20 years old, and he has reached the 3rd level of Qi Refining. If an ordinary mortal has spiritual roots like him, he can enter the Qi Refining stage after successfully drawing Qi into the body after practicing, and become a cultivator, also known as a monk. A cultivator in the Qi Refining stage can practice breathing in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to cleanse the body and strengthen the physique. It is also possible to drive the spiritual power refined in the body to use various spells. High-level cultivators can even ride the wind and clouds, move mountains and fill the sea, and turn decay into magic. In this world of cultivating immortals, ordinary mortals can only live to 70 or 80 years old at most, while a cultivator in the Qi Refining stage can normally live for 2 jiazi years, 120 years, which is almost twice that of an ordinary mortal. If one breaks through to a higher level of cultivation, his lifespan will increase exponentially. When he reaches the stage of immortality, he will be able to ascend to the immortal world like the legendary immortals and live as long as the heaven and earth. This is also the longevity path that all cultivators pursue together. The cultivation levels of cultivators in the human world are mainly divided into 5 levels: Qi Refining, Foundation Building, Dan Formation, Unyielding, and Shenhu. It is said that there are higher levels above the Shenhu cultivators, but the spiritual energy in this world is relatively thin and cannot support the cultivators in the world to cultivate to a higher level. After the cultivators reach the late stage of Shenhu, if they break through their cultivation, they will be repelled by the power of the interface and automatically ascend to other upper interfaces. Therefore, the highest cultivation level of cultivators in this world can only be cultivated to the late stage of Shenhu. These glowing stones in Song Qingming's hands are an item in the world of immortal cultivation that can improve the cultivation speed of the cultivators themselves. They are also the mainstream currency used by cultivators in this world to trade various cultivation resources required for cultivation. The key gathering pill he just mentioned is a common pill in the world of immortal cultivation that helps cultivators like him who are in the early stage of Qi Refining to break through to the middle stage of Qi Refining. When a cultivator reaches the peak state of the mana in his body and needs to break through to the next level, he will encounter a bottleneck. Unless you are a genius cultivator with outstanding spiritual roots, you don't have to think too much about this problem. Ordinary cultivators can only rely on slowly practicing to absorb spiritual energy to grind the bottleneck, which is difficult to break through in a short period of time. If you want to break through the bottleneck quickly, you need to swallow some external objects such as pills and spiritual objects to assist. Although the Qi gathering pill is not a rare pill in Qing County, it is also a first-class spiritual pill. One pill in the market normally costs at least 100 spiritual stones. Song Qingming has been saving for a long time, but he still lacks 10 spiritual stones. For low-level cultivators like him, there are not many ways to earn spiritual stones. The spiritual stone salary issued by the family every year, plus the occasional low-level tasks of the family, and following the elders in the family to go out and hunt monsters. After deducting the needs for cultivation, at most only a dozen spiritual stones can be saved in a year. Song Qingming also learned a formation technique from the clan in the past few years. He usually helped other people in the clan to refine some auxiliary formation diagrams and arrange some low-level formations on the instruments and robes, earning some more spirit stones. In addition to the frugality in recent years, now he is finally getting enough. Although his own cultivation speed is average, and he has not been able to break through the middle stage of Qi refining at the age of 20, fortunately he was born in a family of immortal cultivation. He has been protected by the elders of the clan since he was a child, and his cultivation has been stable all the way. Compared with those wandering casual cultivators, at least Song Qingming has a fixed spiritual vein to practice since he started practicing. And the elders of the clan can always teach him about the puzzles in cultivation. In Qing County, there are more cultivators from various casual cultivators. Most of them do not have a fixed spiritual vein to practice, and they have to run around all day for a little cultivation resources. The spiritual vein is the foundation of the cultivator's cultivation. The cultivator who cultivates on the spiritual vein has abundant spiritual energy, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy will be several times faster than the outside world, so the cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. A top-grade spiritual vein like Funiu Mountain can easily provide more than 20 Qi refining cultivators of the Song family with enough spiritual energy for cultivation. If there is no spiritual vein, cultivating in the wild mountains and ridges outside, the supply of spiritual energy from heaven and earth is limited. If cultivators want to improve their cultivation speed, they can only rely on refining spiritual stones to fill it, which requires a lot of cultivation resources. Song Qingming has also tried to force a breakthrough to the middle stage of Qi refining in the past 2 years, but not only did he fail to break through successfully, but the backlash caused by the failure of the breakthrough hurt his meridians, and he took several months to recover completely. This made him gradually give up and realize that he is not a cultivation genius. Now Song Qingming wants to successfully break through his cultivation and slowly practice to polish the bottleneck. For him, it will take 5 to 10 years to break through naturally. But in this way, it will consume too much time for cultivation. Choosing to take pills to assist cultivators to break through quickly is also the method used by most cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. Although Song Qingming has been very hard in cultivation, he is only a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots of gold, wood, fire, and earth, which is just an ordinary low-level spiritual root qualification in the world of immortal cultivation. There are also different types of spiritual roots in the body of a cultivator. Generally, they are divided according to the number of 5 elements of spiritual roots in the body. There are 5 attributes of spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The fewer spiritual roots in the body, the purer the spiritual energy between heaven and earth will be when practicing, and the faster the practice speed will be. On the contrary, the more spiritual roots there are in the body of a cultivator, the more mixed the spiritual energy will be, and the slower the practice speed will be. The 5 elements in the body, such as the mixed spiritual roots of the cultivator, have all 5 elements in the body. The speed of practice is the slowest. Unless there is a large supply of resources, it is difficult for this kind of cultivator to practice to the late stage of Qi refining. 4 spiritual roots like Song Qingming belong to pseudo-spiritual roots, and the speed of practice will be slightly faster. If you work harder to practice, and the family can provide some resources to help, there is a great chance that you can practice to the late stage of Qi refining. More than 80% of the cultivators in the entire cultivation world are ordinary cultivators with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, like him. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for cultivators like them to break through to the next great realm, the foundation building stage. However, In addition to spiritual root aptitude, luck and opportunity are also very important in the path of cultivating immortals. Although Song Qingming's spiritual root aptitude is average, he has been very diligent in the past 10 years since he embarked on the path of cultivation, and has never slacked off in his own practice. Chapter 2 Funiu Mountain. Just as Song Qingming was thinking, the forbidden spell he said at the entrance of the cave suddenly sent out a wave of spiritual energy. Song Qingming calmed down and quickly confirmed the location of the buried spiritual stone. He found nothing wrong and stood up and walked out of the cave. As soon as he walked out of the cave gate, he saw a person who was much taller than him standing not far away. He was wearing a green long gown similar to his and had a square face. Song Qingming was a little happy to see this person and said, "Fourth brother, you came to me so early, what's the good news?" "Seventh brother, how can you be sure it's a good news?" "Don't worry, that third uncle is looking for you to help draw the magic circle again." The person who was talking to Song Qingming was the fourth among the Qing generation cultivators of the Song family. His name was Song Qingru. His cultivation was higher than Song Qingming's, and he had already reached the fourth level of Qi Refining. "Didn't I just go there a few days ago? I don't think I have to go again today," Song Qingming replied a little embarrassedly. The third uncle mentioned by the fourth brother Song Qingru is also the eldest elder of the Song family. Because Song Qingming is learning the art of formation, he usually likes to catch Song Qingming to help draw some small auxiliary spells on the robes he refines. Although Song Qingming has some talent in the art of formation, he has only been a beginner for a short time and his level is barely enough. For this reason, he is often scolded by the irritable third uncle. Song Qingru smiled and said the purpose of his visit without saying anything more. 13th uncle said that we are going to Funiu Mountain to roast snakes today. My eldest brother has already gone there and is waiting for us. Well, fourth brother, wait for me to pack up the magic tools and go down the mountain with you. Located in the northeast corner of Qing County, there is a green mountain that stretches for dozens of miles. It is called Funiu Mountain. The mountain is full of green bamboos, like a sea of bamboo. In the dense forest at the foot of Funiu Mountain, there was an open area that had just been leveled by a magic weapon. 3 monks were nervously hiding in a pile of dense weeds nearby. From time to time, they stretched their necks out and anxiously stared at a path leading to the mountain in front of them. "Brother, do you think Uncle 13 will be okay? Why hasn't he come back for so long? Should we go pick him up?" one of the 3 young men asked the slightly older young man in the middle anxiously. "Don't talk nonsense. Uncle 13 is at least a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi Refining. As long as he doesn't go deep into the territory of those high-level monsters in the interior of Funiu Mountain, how could the monsters at the foot of the mountain hold him? There are relatively few monsters nearby. It is estimated that he has not found a suitable prey for a while. Let's not go out first. If we alarm the monsters, we will be in vain." The slightly older young man scolded the young man in a low voice. The man's name is Song Qingshi. He is the 4th generation cultivator of the Song family in the nearby Funiu Mountain, and has the 5th level of Qi Refining. The 2 young men behind him were Song Qingru and Song Qingming, who followed him down the mountain. The cultivator who went to lure the monster beast mentioned by Song Qingshi was Song Changshan, the 13th of the 3rd generation of the Song family. He had already reached the 6th level of Qi Refining, and had often taken his nephews of the Qing generation out to hunt monsters in recent years. Song Qingshi looked at the empty ground not far away and felt a little worried, but then he thought that he had followed his Uncle 13 for so many years to hunt monsters, and his Uncle 13 had a lot of experience in luring enemies. In addition, he had a strong body with defensive skills and a mid-level defensive magic weapon for self-defense, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Song Qingshi took a breath silently and exhaled slowly, calming down some of the tension in his heart. After a few more quarters of an hour, there was a sudden sound in the bamboo forest at the end of the path, and a burly man suddenly jumped out. It was Song Changshan. But at this moment, he seemed a little embarrassed, with green bamboo leaves all over his body, his clothes torn in several places, and even a section of his right sleeve was missing. Song Changshan jumped onto the path with a few steps to the left and right, and ran straight to the hiding place of the 3 people at the foot of the mountain without looking back. While running, he shouted loudly, "Hurry up and prepare to activate the formation." "Damn, there are a lot of people coming this time." The 3 people hiding in the grass breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Song Changshan was safe and sound. After hearing the voice from Song Changshan, Song Qingshi quickly turned around and told the 2 people behind him, Prepare to activate the formation. This time, there is probably a mid-level monster. Everyone be careful. It was not until Song Changshan ran to the front that the three heard a hissing sound from behind Song Changshan, and 7 or 8 green snakes were chasing him relentlessly. The 2 snakes in the front were a circle larger than the others, and there were circles of thin white stripes on their bodies, which looked quite fierce. There are 2 mid-level green bamboo pythons. This is a bit tricky. You two should be smart. If the formation can't trap the monsters, quickly retreat and run away separately. Don't worry, big brother, we know what to do. The 2 nodded after hearing this. Obviously, this was not the first time they heard Song Qingshi's cautious words. As soon as Song Qingshi finished speaking, Song Changshan had already run to the empty ground several feet in front of the 3 people, and then turned around and stopped immediately, releasing a silver sword and holding it across his body. The 2 leading mid-level green bamboo pythons behind him were also fast. They caught up in front of them in a moment, opened their huge mouths and pounced on Song Changshan. The 2 green bamboo pythons happened to be on the left and the right, and their huge mouths were aimed at Song Changshan's neck and thigh respectively. Seeing this, Song Changshan also responded quickly. He first turned his body to avoid the venom sprayed from the left neck, and at the same time, the magic weapon big ring knife in his hand quickly chopped at the giant python that pounced on the thigh on the other side, forcing the giant python that was about to succeed to change the direction of attack. Unexpectedly, the giant python did not retreat immediately when it saw the big knife coming. The green head just shrank slightly, and opened its mouth to spray out a stream of venom. With a loud bang, although Song Changshan chopped the green bamboo python with all his strength, he did not cause much damage. When he turned around to avoid the venom, another green bamboo python that had just missed turned around and swept his waist with its tail. He retreated dozens of steps to stabilize his body. After several fierce collisions between 1 man and 2 snakes, Song Changshan faced 2 mid-level monsters alone and gradually fell into disadvantage. Several scars appeared on his body. At this time, another 5 or 6 low-level green bamboo pythons had also arrived. 7 or 8 green bamboo pythons surrounded Song Changshan in a blink of an eye. Song Changshan's current state was also somewhat precarious. His outer clothes had long been tattered, and a piece of black soft armor was revealed in the exposed parts. At this moment, 3 red firewalls suddenly jumped up from the empty ground, forming a triangle shape, instantly surrounding Song Changshan and the 7 or 8 green bamboo pythons within the firewall. It was Song Qingming and the other 2 who had been waiting for a long time who activated the formation they had set up here before, the fiery flame formation. Seeing this, Song Changshan was overjoyed and raised his sword and swung it forward with force. After forcing back the low-level green bamboo pythons, he quickly offered a fire avoidance talisman and stuck it on his chest, turned around and passed through the firewall behind him and came outside the firewall. Outside the firewall, 3 red formation flags were inserted into the ground, and a white formation disc was flying above. The 3 firewalls connected by the formation disc were emitting blazing flames. Song Qingshi and the other 2 were sitting cross-legged behind the red formation flags, injecting their own spiritual energy into the formation flags. Green bamboo pythons are afraid of fire by nature, and this fiery flame formation is a sharp weapon to deal with the green bamboo pythons. The erected firewall could easily block even the venom sprayed by the 2 mid-level demon pythons. The 4 had used this formation many times in the past to hunt demon beasts here, and now they were extremely proficient in activating this formation. I will recover my spiritual power first, you guys hold on for a while. After Song Changshan jumped out of the firewall, he said to Song Qingshi and the other 2, walked to the side, took out a few pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he sat cross-legged and slowly used his energy to dissolve the medicine. Seeing this, the 3 just nodded, and did not pay attention to him, but continued to increase the strength to activate the formation. The fire in the sky fire formation suddenly increased. Seeing this, the low-level demon beasts in the firewall were a little panicked and retreated again and again. Seeing this, the 2 mid-level demon beasts let out a few low roars at the low-level beasts behind them, and the low-level green bamboo pythons were so scared that they quickly stopped. Driven by the 2 mid-level monsters, they bounced up and crashed into the firewall, but were strongly bounced back by the firewall, and there were burn marks on their bodies. Although the low-level monsters could not drive spiritual energy, their physical fitness was several times that of ordinary beasts. The constant collision also consumed a lot of spiritual energy of the large formation. Seeing this, Song Qingshi and the other two all used their spiritual energy and drove a small red formation flag in their hands. 3 fire dragons flew out of the firewall and pounced on the monsters that jumped over. For a while, the fire dragons and monsters fought in a group. Although there were many monsters, one of the 3 fire dragons was soon dispersed. However, this fire dragon was formed by absorbing the spiritual energy of the large formation. As long as there was a stable injection of spiritual energy, it could recover quickly. Half an hour passed slowly, and most of the low-level monsters in the sky fire formation had been killed by the fire dragons, and the rest had lost their combat effectiveness. Only the 2 mid-level green bamboo pythons had some injuries on their bodies, but it did not affect their combat effectiveness much, and they were still struggling with the 3 fire dragons. Song Qingshi, who had the highest cultivation level among the 3, had sweat all over his forehead, and the speed of inputting spiritual energy into the formation had slowed down a lot. Song Qingming and Song Qingru, who had lower cultivation levels on the other 2 sides, seemed to have little spiritual energy left in their bodies at the moment, and were already gritting their teeth to hold on. Song Qingming's cultivation level was only the 3rd level of Qi Refining, and the luster of the firewall in front of him had become very dim. Seeing this, the 2 monsters attacked him desperately. Not long after, Song Qingming was attacked by the formation, and a trace of blood suddenly flowed out of his mouth. His face was as pale as paper, and his expression was a little depressed. At this moment, a big, broad hand supported his back, and Song Qingming immediately felt a strong spiritual energy rushing into his body. The crumbling firewall in front of him also quickly restored its original brightness. Song Qingming was pleasantly surprised. Uncle 13, if you don't come, I'm afraid I will fall down first. That won't do. If we let them out, our work will be in vain. After I go in, you will use all your strength to activate the formation to help me kill these 2 beasts. Chapter 3, Key Gathering Pill. As the sun sets, the 4 members of the Song family sit together on the open ground, looking at the corpses of the beasts and monsters lying on the ground in front of them, breathing out long breaths. The 4 of them look at each other's embarrassed appearance and can't help laughing. Haha. We are getting better and better at cooperating now. We can kill 2 mid-level monsters at a time. It seems that life will get better and better in the future, Song Changshan said jokingly while looking at the other 3 people. Uncle 13, have you forgotten that we were almost chased to Funiu Mountain by monsters last time? This time, so many monsters have been attracted again. You really think too highly of us, Song Qingru took over the conversation and complained helplessly. You are really not smart. The second elder always asks me to train you more. I am also doing this with good intentions. Thank you very much for calling this training. Facing this stubborn Uncle 13, Song Qingming and the other 2 could only look helpless. After resting for a while, they gradually recovered some of their magic power. Song Qingshi, who was the least injured among the 4, stood up and said, 4th brother, take care of Qingming. Uncle 13, let's deal with the monster corpse as soon as possible. It will be troublesome if those mid-level monsters with sensitive noses come here later, when they smell the blood. We have to leave here as soon as possible. As the eldest of the Qing generation, Song Qingshi has always been calm and steady. Even Song Changshan, who is more senior than him, has never had any objections to Song Qingshi's arrangements. The monsters in the world of cultivation are all treasures for cultivators. The blood of the green bamboo python can be used to make talismans, the snake gall is an auxiliary spiritual medicine for alchemy, and the snake skin and snake teeth are also good materials for refining tools. Although the value of snake meat is not high, it is also one of the favorite dishes of cultivators. It can sell some spiritual stones in the restaurant in the market. After a skilled dissection, the 4 people quickly left here with their rich spoils on their backs. 3 days later, in a small pavilion called Moon Viewing Pavilion behind Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming was sitting at a stone table in the pavilion, drinking a pot of spiritual wine by himself in the beautiful moonlight and cool breeze. This spiritual wine was the one he exchanged from his 4th uncle in Qinghefang a few months ago. Drinking alone and looking at the moon quietly was one of the few leisurely moments for him besides cultivation. Song Qingming had just drunk a few cups when a big man with broad shoulders and a broad body suddenly jumped into the pavilion and sat on the other side of the table. The man was his 13th uncle Song Changshan, who had hunted monsters with him in Funiu Mountain a few days ago. After seeing the man, Song Qingming hurriedly put down the wine glass in his hand. 13th uncle, I'm so sorry. I forgot to bring a few more wine glasses in a hurry this time. How about we go to another place? Song Changshan didn't respond after hearing this, but smiled slightly, touched his waist with his right hand, and a white jade wine glass appeared out of thin air in his hand, and slowly placed it on the stone table. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming looked at the storage bag on Song Changshan's waist with some envy, and then picked up the wine pot and quickly filled his glass. After drinking a glass of wine, Song Changshan smiled and said to him, "Don't worry, kid. Storage bags are not rare. It's just that you haven't cultivated to the middle stage of Qi Refining yet, so your spiritual power cannot be released and used. When you break through the middle stage of Qi Refining, you will have this thing immediately. Well, no hurry, no hurry. I just feel that it is really convenient for you to have a storage bag on you. You can carry everything with you at any time. I don't know when I can use it like you," Song Qingming said, and smiled. "I came to you today for a good thing, but you have to let me drink to my heart's content first," Song Changshan said, and raised the wine glass in his hand again. "Of course, it's rare that you come to drink with me tonight, Uncle 13. I'm happy even if I can't get up tomorrow." The two drank and chatted one cup after another until the pot of spirit wine was almost empty. Song Changshan then threw a bag to Song Qingming and said, "The materials of the monsters we hunted together last time have been processed in the market. This is your share." Song Qingming took the bag with some doubts. Could this be the great thing that Uncle 13 mentioned? This pot of spirit wine is too worthless. However, when Song Qingming opened the bag, the expression on his face immediately changed again, from the joy when drinking at the beginning, to the calmness after receiving the bag, and then to the confusion after opening the bag now. There were more than 30 bright spirit stones in this small cloth bag, which really made Song Qingming a little confused. The materials of the monsters hunted by the 4 people a few days ago, 2 mid-level green bamboo pythons and 7 low-level ones, were placed in the market. Even if they were all sold, they would only be worth more than 20 spirit stones at most. In addition, there were 2 low-level talismans and a pill for restoring spiritual energy that 13th uncle had used up when luring the enemy. How could he get so much now? There were rules for distributing the proceeds when the family members went out to hunt monsters together. In the past, they would deduct the losses caused by the battle and then distribute them according to the level of cultivation and the size of the merits. This time, Song Qingming had the lowest cultivation among the 4 people, and the 13th uncle Song Changshan contributed the most. Even if the others took care of him, he would not be able to get more than 20% under normal distribution. Seeing Song Qingming staring at him with a puzzled look on his face, Song Changshan explained calmly, "We know you're anxious to cultivate, so the 3 of us discussed it. It's been almost 5 years since you cultivated to the 3rd level of Qi Refining, and your cultivation has long been honed. All the spirit stones from the sale of the monster materials this time will belong to you. I also added a little bit to it, which should be enough for you to break through your cultivation. I hope you can cultivate to the middle stage of Qi Refining as soon as possible, so that you can help more when we go out to hunt monsters next time. Don't think too much about it. Your eldest brother, the 4th brother, and I all received more or less help from the elders and brothers in the clan when we broke through to the middle stage of Qi Refining. This is also an old tradition of our Song family." Looking at the heavy spiritual stones in his hand, Song Qingming couldn't help but feel touched. Although he himself had almost saved enough spiritual stones for a breakthrough, the sudden heavy affection from several elders and brothers still made him feel a little overwhelmed. He didn't know how to say the words of gratitude. He could only nod, put away the spiritual stones, and drank the wine glass on the table. Qingming, Uncle 13's aptitude is average. Now he is not as persistent in cultivation as before. In this life, it may be difficult for him to cultivate to the late stage of Qi Refining, like other brothers. I may have to rely on you to take care of me in the future, Uncle 13, don't be ridiculous. With your current cultivation, it should be a matter of time before you break through the late stage of Qi Refining. We will have to rely on you to take care of us, then I'll borrow your good words." After the two smiled at each other, they drank and talked about some past events when they hunted monsters in the pavilion. It was not until the sun rose again in the east that they left the moon-watching pavilion with a smell of alcohol. After bidding farewell to Song Changshan, Song Qingming returned to the cave, meditated for a while to dissolve the spirit wine in his body, then performed a low-level rain spell to wash himself and change into clean clothes. After smelling and confirming that there was no smell of alcohol on his body, Song Qingming took out the spirit stone he had treasured for many years, walked out of the cave quickly, and went to the top of Funiu Mountain. The east side of the top of Funiu Mountain is a place covered by clouds all year round. It is a relatively mysterious place in the Song family. Song Qingming walked to the center of the clouds and made a gesture with one hand. A white light flew out of his hand and hid an open space in front. After a while, the clouds around him fluctuated and then gradually dissipated, revealing an exquisite 3-story building not far in front of him. Song Qingming walked to the door of the small building and pushed the door directly into it. The space in the small building is not very large. There are several rows of black shelves on the walls of the first floor, on which are simply placed some green jade slips, and there is a long table in the middle. An old man with a ruddy face stood by the table, squinting and smiling at Song Qingming, who pushed the door open. This man was the 4th elder of the Song family, Song Qi, who was guarding the family's gold storage building. "Hello, 4th elder." When Song Qingming saw him, he quickly put his hands forward and saluted. "Oh, it's Qingming. Are you here to take on the family mission, or are you looking for some more skills?" Song Qi touched his beard on his chin and asked with a smile. "Haha, you still understand me the best, but this time I came here to exchange for a key gathering pill. Do you think I have enough spirit stones?" Song Qingming also smiled and answered, then carefully took out a bag from his arms and handed it over. Song Qi slowly took the bag handed over by Song Qingming, opened it and saw that there were nearly 100 spirit stones neatly placed inside. After a while, he half closed his eyes and slowly opened them completely, looking at Song Qingming in front of him with some surprise on his face. "Hey, didn't you say last month that you were short of 20 spirit stones? How did you get all of them now? Tell me the truth, where did you get all these spirit stones?" Song Qi carefully confirmed the number of spirit stones in the bag and asked in doubt. "Uncle 13 and big brother lent me some, so I was able to get all of them," Song Qingming, who was watching him nervously, said frankly. After hearing Song Qingming's answer, Song Qi nodded with satisfaction, motioned Song Qingming to wait on the first floor, and turned around to bring a small yellow quaint box from the second floor. "You still have 15 points of merit in the merit book, plus the 85 spirit stones you brought. It's just right. If you are sure you want to exchange for the key gathering pill, I will cross out your merits on it." "Okay, thank you for your help." Hearing Song Qingming's words of confirmation, Song Qi picked up the pen and made a few marks on the merit book in his hand, and then handed the small box on the table to Song Qingming. Although the Song family is only a small Qi refining family, it still has a strict merit system. Family members can obtain merit points by completing various tasks issued by the family or handing in materials needed by the family. Then use the merit points or equivalent spirit stones to exchange for various exercises, elixirs, instruments, and other items in the golden building. 1 merit point is equivalent to 1 spirit stone. Although the number of items in the Song family's golden building is not as complete as in the market, the commonly used first-level spiritual talismans and elixirs are basically available. Some of these items are made by family members themselves, and some are purchased from King Market. The Song family arranges personnel to go to King Market every month to purchase some cultivation materials needed by family members. Song Qingming took the box and opened it. There was a golden round pill inside, which was the key gathering pill he had dreamed of. He was very excited and bowed to Song Qi to thank him. "Qingming, someone in the family stood up to help you today, because we are from the same bloodline. In the future, we must be more united and support each other when facing the people in the family," Song Qi said to the descendant of the family in front of him with a serious face. "Thank you for the teachings of the 4th elder." Qingming knows, the road to immortal cultivation is not only about talent and diligence, but also about the opportunities in our respective lives. "I have been practicing for my whole life in this small King county. Although I have been cautious and alive, I have never been able to find a chance. I can only waste my whole life in this Qi refining realm. If you have a chance, you must go out of here and look at the vast sky outside. Maybe you can find your opportunity." Song Qingming nodded thoughtfully after listening. When he was young, he often heard this 8th uncle say these words of encouragement to them in the family school. Now it seems that he has heard more, and there is no excitement when he was young. How difficult the way of cultivation is, he has already experienced it deeply. His aptitude was mediocre, and even the bottleneck of the 4th level of Qi refining had left him helpless for the past 2 years. If opportunities in the cultivation world were so easy to obtain, there wouldn't be so many cultivators who would spend their entire lives in the Qi refining stage. The entire Song family has produced 50 or 60 cultivators in the past 200 years, Except for the founder who was a foundation-building cultivator, there are only a few who have successfully cultivated to the 9th level of Qi Refining in the past 200 years. Chapter 4, the 4th level of Qi Refining. After getting the Qi Gathering Pill, Song Qingming returned to his cave without stopping and began to prepare for a breakthrough to the middle stage of Qi training. After preparing everything, in order to avoid being disturbed by others, Song Qingming also arranged a low-level formation at the entrance of the cave. After feeling that everything was safe, Song Qingming walked to the middle of his cave, sat cross-legged on a cushion, pinched his hands and operated a Jinx in heart technique, calming his somewhat nervous breath. He took out a Qingxin Fu and stuck it in his hand. After adjusting to his best state, Song Qingming opened his eyes and looked at the Qi Gathering Pill that he had spent nearly 3 years of savings to exchange. He silently said in his heart that he must succeed in this breakthrough, otherwise he didn't know when he would break through again. Although he had failed once, Song Qingming was still full of confidence in his breakthrough this time. The experience of a failed breakthrough would also increase his success rate of this breakthrough. With a Qi Gathering Pill this time, there should be no big problem in breaking through. Song Qingming touched the Qi Gathering Pill in his hand and put it into his mouth without hesitation and swallowed it. Slowly, a strong spiritual energy came from the body, impacting the meridians and spiritual points in the body. The Qi Gathering Pill is a first-grade spiritual pill. For Song Qingming, a beginner, the spiritual energy it contains is very huge. Such a strong spiritual energy burst out from the Danshan and ran around along the 3 meridians that have been opened in front. This is also a great test for Song Qingming. During the Qi Refining period, every time a spiritual point is opened, one of the meridians in the body that absorbs spiritual energy can be opened, which increases the speed of the body absorbing spiritual energy and also increases the capacity of the Danshan. The number of spiritual points and meridians opened by the cultivator determines the level of cultivation. When all the 9 spiritual points and meridians in the body are opened, the peak of the Qi Refining period can be reached, the 9th level of Qi Refining. The cultivator is divided into 3 levels in the Qi Refining period. The 1st to 3rd levels of Qi Refining are the early stage of Qi Refining, the 4th to 6th levels are the middle stage of Qi Refining, and the 7th to 9th levels are the late stage of Qi Refining. After reaching the 9th level of Qi Refining, if you break through, you can enter the next great realm and become a rare foundation-building cultivator here. However, most of the cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation can only linger in the Qi Refining stage, and less than 1 in 100 can break through the foundation establishment stage. There are nearly 1,000 cultivators in the entire Qing County, but only 6 of them are foundation establishment cultivators. The first 3 spiritual caves of the Qi Refining stage cultivators are the easiest to open, and the capacity of the Danshan will not be increased too much. Starting from the 4th spiritual cave, the difficulty increases exponentially. This is also a commonplace in cultivation. The higher the difficulty, the more naturally you will gain. Breaking through the bottleneck of the middle stage of Qi Refining will also double the capacity of the Danshan. The same is true for the bottleneck of the 7th spiritual cave in the late stage of Qi Refining. Song Qingming knew very well that the reason he did not succeed in breaking through last time was because he could not gather enough spiritual energy in the Danshan, which led to a failure in the final breakthrough of the spiritual cave barrier. With the experience of the last time, he carefully operated the Kunyuan that he had practiced for many years to guide the circulation of spiritual energy, and then gradually led this huge spiritual energy from the Danshan to the meridians of the 4th spiritual cave in the body. This Kunyuan is just a common earth attribute common in the Qi Refining period. It can only be practiced to the peak of Qi Refining. The clan has all the 5 elements of Qi Refining period, but the only one that can be practiced to the foundation establishment period is the Qianju of the fire attribute practiced by the clan leader and several others. Song Qingming has 4 attributes of spiritual roots. Because the earth attribute spiritual roots are better, he chose to practice this earth attribute technique that is more suitable for him. A few days later, the spiritual energy in Song Qingming's Danshan accumulated more and more, and finally formed a powerful torrent, rushing towards the barrier at the meridian. There seemed to be a rumble in his head. Song Qingming felt a roar in his body. After a sound in the meridians, he suddenly felt a very comfortable feeling all over his body, and the spiritual energy in the Danshan doubled. Slowly run the technique again, and after the spiritual energy circulated in the body for a week, it slowly calmed down. This time, taking the pill, it finally broke through the middle stage of Qi Refining and reached the 4th level of Qi Refining. After spending half a day to stabilize his cultivation, Song Qingming opened the stone door and walked out of the cave. From today on, Song Qingming has officially become a cultivator of the middle level of Qi Refining. After cooking 2 bowls of spiritual rice in the cave, Song Qingming relieved the hunger caused by the retreat for the past few days, and felt that the speed of his absorption of spiritual energy had indeed increased by several percent. After refining the rich spiritual energy in the spiritual rice he had just eaten, Song Qingming began to study the various spells he had longed for in the cave. The cultivators in the early stage of Qi Refining were not strong enough to gather enough spiritual energy outside the body, so they could only cast some low-level spells. If they wanted to cast higher-level spells, they could only use props such as spiritual talismans. This was very different from the spells that were naturally cast by relying on their own spiritual energy after their cultivation was improved. When a cultivator reaches the middle stage of Qi Refining, he will have enough spiritual energy to release outside the body, and can easily cast various spells. His combat ability will also increase a lot. Under normal circumstances, the combat ability of a cultivator of the 4th level of Qi Refining is definitely stronger than that of 2 cultivators of the 3rd level of Qi Refining. Entanglement, sound transmission, breath containment, earth spike, fire bomb, soul calming, wind control, object control. The power of these low-level spells depends entirely on the depth of the caster's magic power. If a person with great magical powers were to cast them, it would be possible to turn thousands of miles of fertile fields into deserts and condense the Yangtze River into glaciers. Of course, this is still a fantasy for Song Qingming, who has just entered the middle stage of Qi Refining. Even if the spiritual energy in his body has reached the middle stage of Qi Refining, it is still very limited. He can only barely cast these low-level spells. If he wants to practice more powerful high-level spells, he has to wait until his cultivation is higher and the spiritual energy in his body is sufficient. Song Qingming, who is obsessed with all kinds of new spells, did not walk out of the cave until half a month later. A green light flew out from Song Qingming's hand and instantly shot onto a boulder more than 10 feet away from the cave. After a bang, a cloud of dust and gravel was raised. After a moment, the dust dissipated, and a corner of the boulder had been cut off by the green light. Song Qingming changed the spell in his hand, and the green light quickly returned to the front of him, turning into a dark blue iron sword. I am almost able to use this sword controlling technique at will. In half a month, Song Qingming not only successfully cultivated the Kunyuan to the 4th level, but also learned 7 or 8 low-level spells. Now he can be regarded as a genuine mid-level Qi Refining cultivator. After Song Qingming put away the flying sword in front of him, he went to the family's gold storage pavilion to update his cultivation level and received a storage bag that he had long dreamed of. Storage bags are a must-have for cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, but they can only be used after at least the middle stage of Qi Refining has learned to release spiritual power. After the cultivator has finished the ritual, he only needs to inject some spiritual power into the storage bag, lock the items, and then they can automatically put in and take out. Song Qingming received only a 3-foot-long primary storage bag. Even the lowest level storage bag was not cheap in the market. One bag cost at least 10 spirit stones. However, in order to encourage the younger generations in the clan to practice hard, the Song family would give each member of the clan a primary storage bag for free after breaking through the middle stage of Qi Refining, which was also a reward for them. After releasing a drop of his own blood and merging it into the storage bag, Song Qingming successfully completed the ritual after casting a few spells. Then, after counting all his belongings, he put them all into the storage bag. A low-level black iron sword, a set of low-level 5-element formation flags, a few low-level talismans, 30 kilograms of spirit rice, and a dozen spirit stones. This is all Song Qingming's belongings now. Compared with other mid-stage Qi Refining cultivators, he doesn't even have a mid-level magic weapon on him now. He is really poor. Once he encounters a cultivator of the same level and fights with him, he will definitely suffer a great loss. A mid-grade flying sword in the market costs about 30 spirit stones. If I want to exchange for one, I don't have enough spirit stones on me. Now that I have successfully broken through the middle stage of Qi Refining, the next step is to find a way to earn spirit stones. Pay back the spirit stones borrowed by Uncle 13, and then slowly equip myself. Chapter 5, Moujiao Town. At the foot of Funiu Mountain, there is a small town called Moujiao Town, where nearly 10,000 mortals of the Song family live. Because the town has been garrisoned by the Song family monks all year round, it has been peaceful for 100 years, and has also attracted many mortals of other surnames nearby to settle down. There is a wide street in the center of the town, with pedestrians coming and going in an endless stream. The streets are full of all kinds of shops, and all kinds of shouting are endless, full of prosperity and peace. In the world of immortal cultivation, whether it is a high-ranking sect or a family power that dominates one side, the huge number of mortals is their foundation, and they have been continuously injecting new blood and wisdom into the major forces in the world of immortal cultivation. Among about 10,000 mortals, there will be 2 or 3 monks who are born with spiritual roots and can practice. If they are the descendants of monks, the probability of having spiritual roots is higher than that of ordinary mortals. Ordinary mortals are too weak. In this world of immortal cultivation where monsters are rampant, it is difficult to survive and reproduce without the protection of monks. It is also because of this that the cultivation world pays more and more attention to mortals. Normally, there will be more or less cultivators to protect places where there are large numbers of mortals. In order to strengthen themselves, the major sects in the cultivation world will choose to send their disciples with low talents to various places under their jurisdiction to manage mortals, and breed more disciples with spiritual roots for the sect. Over time, major cultivation families were born. There are dozens of cultivation families like the Song family in Qing County. They are all attached to the Xiaoyao sect, the overlord of the Uyghur. Each family has a large number of mortals. The mortals within the Song family's sphere of influence, including Moujiao town and more than a dozen nearby villages, total more than 20,000 mortals, most of whom live in Moujiao town. The Song family has a relatively small number of mortals among the major Qi refining families in Qing County. Several Qi refining families with a relatively large number of mortals have more than 100,000 mortals. As for the overlord of Qing County, the Wang family, the foundation building family, the number of mortals directly controlled is nearly 500,000. These mortals gave birth to people with spiritual roots, which continuously enriched the major immortal cultivation families. Those with outstanding spiritual root talents would be absorbed by Xiaoyao sect. Most of the mortals in Moujiao town are of the Song family bloodline, and some of them fled from other places. Through marriage with local Song mortals, they gradually integrated into the Song family. The family generally does not care about the surnames of mortals, but as long as they find people with spiritual roots, they will be taken to Funiu Mountain to practice and renamed according to the seniority of the Song family cultivators. Song Qingming was also found to have spiritual roots when his family tested mortals when he was 10 years old. He was then taken to Funiu Mountain by the cultivators in the family to learn and practice until now. Although the place of practice is not far from home, Song Qingming rarely goes home to visit his relatives. This time, he received the family's garrison mission, and he didn't know when he would have the opportunity to come back. He went down the mountain early today so that he could have time to go back to his home. In Immortal residence to the west of Moujiao town, there is an ordinary house. Compared with the surrounding houses, it looks a little newer. The house is surrounded by an earthen wall, forming a simple courtyard. There is a small door in the middle of the wall. Song Qingming stood in front of the half-open wooden door and looked at the familiar courtyard in front of him. On a huge stone platform in the courtyard, a woman in simple clothes was sitting on it with a green bamboo basket. The woman slowly separated the golden bamboo shoots in the bamboo basket in an orderly manner and dried them on the stone platform. As if she heard the sound at the door, the woman paused and turned to look at the door. "You haven't been back for so long. What are you doing standing at the door? Have you become stupid from practicing immortal cultivation?" Song Qingming was stunned after hearing this, and walked into the courtyard with a silly smile. "Mother, is everyone doing well recently? We've built a new house, and your brother and father have moved to the new house at the back. I still can't bear to leave this old stone platform. I dug some new bamboo shoots in the mountains a few days ago and brought them here to dry. When you come back next time, you can also bring some to the mountains to try. You all loved to eat this when you were young." Mother Song arranged the bamboo shoots and came to Song Qingming and said, "Saner, come home and take a look when you have time. Although immortals do not eat mortal things, aren't the immortals in the mountains born from mortals down the mountain? How can the difference be that big?" Song Qingming's original name when he was a child was Song San. He changed his name to Song Qingming after he was taken to Funiu Mountain to practice. But now, except for his mother, no one calls him by this name. The family stipulates that all cultivators are not allowed to return home at will before the age of 20, except for a few days of visiting relatives each year. Let these young people who have just come up the mountain be gradually isolated from the mortals below the mountain, get used to the boredom of practicing in the mountain as soon as possible, and not neglect their practice because of their greed for the warmth of the family in the secular world. Song Qingming rarely returns home after entering the path of cultivating immortals. Now most of his childhood playmates no longer recognize him, and even the attitude of his family towards him has changed a lot. Every time he returns home, even if he eats at the same table, Song Qingming can feel that his father, sister and brother always keep a distance between him and immortals. His father will no longer yell at him for sleeping in, and his second sister with a bad temper dare not call him stinky boy anymore. Even his younger brother who always followed him to play when he was a child now respects him more. Song's father was originally an ordinary household in Mount town. There has been no one with spiritual roots in the family for 3 generations. After living in the town for so many years, except for the early death of his eldest sister, the family has always been ordinary. Later, Song Qingming was found to have spiritual roots, and the clan gave him a sum of gold and silver. His family's life gradually improved, and now he can be considered a wealthy family in Mount town. After the two chatted for a while, they returned to the newly built mansion. After the family of 5 had lunch together, Song Qingming left some silver for his family under his mother's reluctant eyes, and then left here quietly. Song Qingming is now away from home, and he is not as attached to it as before. Now only his mother in the family still treats him as her own child, not an immortal. 50 miles east of Mount town, there is a mountain hundreds of feet high. It was originally an unnamed place. 100 years ago, the Song family cultivated a small spiritual vein here and renamed it Lingyuan Mountain. Lingyuan Mountain is not too far from Funiu Mountain. It is also the second spiritual vein occupied by the Song family, in addition to the top-grade spiritual vein of Funiu Mountain. About 100 years ago, when the senior monks of the Song family were hunting monsters here, they accidentally discovered a black iron vein here. After the second-generation clan leader knew about this, he led the monks and the clan to kill several mid-level monsters entrenched on the mountain and occupied the mountain, and moved some of the mortals in the family to mine the black iron vein. Black iron ore is also a common low-level ore in the world of immortal cultivation. It can be used to make some low-level magic tools. The black iron sword that Song Qingming has used for nearly 10 years is made of this ore. After nearly 100 years of family management, there are now hundreds of mortals living in Lingyuan Mountain. Every year, they can mine black iron ore worth about 80 spiritual stones for the family. This is also one of the important income sources of the family. Therefore, the family also attaches great importance to this place. Not only have they arranged 2 formations to guard it, but there are also 2 monks in the clan station here all year round. Going to Lingyuan Mountain to guard for 3 years is the family task that Song Qingming received in the Tibetan Gold Pavilion yesterday. According to the rules of the Song family, when the family cultivators reach the middle stage of Qi refining, they need to complete some family tasks on time. Of course, these tasks are also rewarded accordingly. If you stay in Lingyuan Mountain for a year, the family will give you an extra 10 points of merit. Although the spiritual veins of Lingyuan Mountain are not as good, they are only middle-grade spiritual veins, but they are enough to support 2 Qi refining cultivators to practice. For Song Qingming, who is now in the middle stage of Qi refining, his practice will not be affected too much. It does not affect his practice and he can earn some spiritual stones. This task is also the most suitable family task for him at present. After taking this task, plus he draws some formations and formation diagrams on weekdays, he can exchange for a middle-grade magic weapon in a year. In the past, Song Qingming also went to Lingyuan Mountain to help transport black iron ore. When most of the cultivators in the family just broke through the middle stage of Qi refining, they would be arranged to go here to guard for a few years. It can also be regarded as taking care of these cultivators who have just broken through the middle stage of Qi refining. It is safer and will not delay the speed of practice too much. This task is mainly to guard and supervise the family mortals here to mine ore. As long as they can hand over enough black iron ore to the family on time every year, it will be fine. Chapter 6 Lingyuan Mountain. After leaving Mount town, he used a light body technique to gallop eastward. He was already in the middle stage of Qi refining, and now he was much faster than in the early stage of Qi refining. He arrived at the foot of Lingyuan Mountain in just half an hour. Lingyuan Mountain was only more than 100 feet high, which was not so conspicuous compared to the 600-foot-high Funiu Mountain. Song Qingming came to a place on the mountain covered with dense fog and handed a token to the formation in the fog. Soon, a spell fluctuation came from the formation, and then the fog in the formation gradually dissipated, and a figure came out. Second sister, the fourth elder arranged for me to come here to guard for you Zioki. I didn't expect it was you who came. Yesterday, Uncle Jiu said you were coming, but I didn't believe it. A woman in white stood in front of her, with her hair tied up and silk coiled. She was Song Qingwen, the second in the Qing generation of the Song family, and she was also a fourth-level Qi refining cultivator. There are now 9 people in the Qing generation of the Song family. Except for the third brother Song Kings, who has outstanding cultivation, the talents of the other 8 are almost the same. They are all 4 or 5 spiritual root cultivators, so the cultivation realms of the Qing generation cultivators are not much different. People with the same spiritual root qualifications generally do not have too big a difference in early cultivation. Only those geniuses with outstanding spiritual roots can quickly open up the gap with ordinary cultivators like them in cultivation. The third brother Song Kings is the one with the highest cultivation talent among the cultivators of Song Qingming's generation. A cultivator with 3 spiritual roots like him is also called a true spiritual root cultivator. This type of cultivator not only cultivates faster, but also breaks through the bottleneck of the Qi refining period more easily. It will be easier for them to cultivate to the late stage of Qi refining than the 4 or 5 spiritual root cultivators like Song Qingming. Among 10 ordinary cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, there can only be 1 or 2 such cultivators with true spiritual roots. As long as these cultivators do not die in the middle, they can basically cultivate to the late stage of Qi refining smoothly. This kind of cultivator is also the backbone of the major sects and families. If there is a supply of resources, there will be hope for foundation building. Among the more than 20 cultivators in the entire Song family, the cultivators with the best spiritual roots are the 3 spiritual roots. As for the dual attribute spiritual roots with better qualifications, they are also called earth spiritual roots. This kind of cultivator has no bottleneck before building a foundation, and the cultivation speed is faster. Basically, they are the foundation building seeds in the major sects and immortal families. There is also a kind of cultivator with different spiritual roots in the world of immortal cultivation. They are the spiritual root attributes of the dual attribute spiritual roots. The cultivation speed is similar to that of the dual attribute spiritual roots. The latter is more powerful than the former in fighting, and is also more rare. The top cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots in the world of immortal cultivation can be said to be 1 in 10,000. They have never appeared in the entire Qing County in the past 1,000 years. It is said that this kind of cultivator with heavenly spiritual roots has no bottleneck in cultivation before forming a pill. As long as this kind of cultivator appears, they are often the object of competition among the top forces in the world of immortal cultivation. After all, as long as you have a cultivator with a natural spiritual root, you have a potential strong man who can at least reach the stage of forming a pill. Although Song Qingwen's cultivation is not high, she has learned the most difficult alchemy skill among the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, and has become a low-grade alchemist. This is also what makes Song Qingming and others envy her the most. In the world of immortal cultivation, all kinds of cultivators will learn several immortal cultivation skills to earn spiritual stone resources, such as alchemy, talisman making, refining, array formation, spiritual plans, beast control, puppet making, etc. These are also called the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. The most honorable among them is the alchemist. Alchemists are not only honorable, but also very rare. The reason for this is that compared with other skills, the cost of cultivating alchemists in the early stage is too high. Each alchemist is basically a pile of spiritual herbs and immortal medicines. Song Qingming is now also a beginner array master. He chose to become an array master because it was more time consuming to learn the array master. Compared with other skills, which are the most economical in terms of spiritual stone investment, the array master is also more useful in hunting monsters. That is why even though his cultivation level is not high, Uncle 13 and his friends like to take him with them every time they go down the mountain to hunt monsters, so that they can help set up arrays to hunt monsters. I didn't expect that Zioki was so diligent in cultivation and caught up with me so quickly. When my second sister was your age, she had not yet cultivated to the 4th level of Qi training. Second sister, you are joking. If you hadn't spent too much time inheriting the family's alchemy, you would not be far from your third brother. The fourth elder said yesterday that you should also go back to retreat and break through your cultivation level this time. We brothers will inevitably rely on you, the alchemist, to take care of us in the future. How can it be as fast as he said? I'm still far from breaking through. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll take you to see Uncle Nine first. The two walked through the fog and walked forward for a while. They came to a village. Qingming saw some family mortals living and working here. Most of them were family members of those who mined the veins. With the protection of the family monks, these people basically had no big worries. Most of them had happy smiles on their faces. When they saw Qingming and the others passing by, they all stopped and saluted. After passing through the village, a crescent-shaped lake appeared in front of them. There was a taller two-story building on one side of the lake. Qingming led Qingming into the building one after another. In the middle of the room, there was a square 8 immortal table. Behind the table sat a middle-aged man who was reading a book. It was Uncle Nine Changsen. Uncle Nine. Qingming is here. Nephew greets Uncle Nine. Changsen put down the book in his hand, raised his head and waved his hand and said, since Qingming is here, King One, you go back and pack up, go back early, so that the clan leader and others don't worry. Qingwen responded after hearing this, nodded to Qingming next to him, and walked out. Go to the mine twice a day for inspection. If you have nothing to do, you can practice in the mountain. You cannot go down the mountain without my permission. Nephew understands. Uncle Nine Changsen is usually a man who doesn't like to talk much. Although he is only a 4 spiritual root like Qingming, he's a well-known hard-working cultivator in the family. He is only in his 60s and has already reached the 7th level of Qi Refining. He is also one of the only 4 late-stage Qi Refining cultivators in the family. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to practice to the peak of Qi Refining. Half a day later, after a simple handover with his second sister Qingwen, Qingming did not choose to live in the house where his second sister moved out, but cleaned up another older yard next to it and lived there, starting his daily life of inspection and practice. Half a year has passed unknowingly. Now Qingming has completely understood the locations of Lingyuan Mountain and has become familiar with the mortals in the family here. In addition to daily inspections of the mines and supervision of mining progress, he occasionally handles some small disputes between mortals here and drives away low-level monsters that mistakenly enter the magic circle outside the mountain. It's a bit busy but also free and easy. After half a year, Qingming felt that his uncle was quite confident in him. After teaching him how to handle daily affairs, he often stayed at home for 10 days or half a month. Basically, all the affairs of Lingyuan Mountain were handed over to Qingming. Only when there were 2 high-level monster attacks, Qingming was a little difficult to deal with alone, so he had to ask Changsen to help. When Qingming first arrived in Funiu Mountain 10 years ago, Changsen happened to be traveling. Qingming didn't have much contact with his uncle. He only knew that he had practiced alone in Zion Mountain near the dangerous Funiu Mountain range for many years, and his cultivation and knowledge far exceeded most of his peers in the family. After Qingming arrived at Lingyuan Mountain, he encountered some problems in his practice at the beginning, and took the initiative to ask him for advice. At first, Qingming was a little reserved, but he didn't expect that this uncle was a cold-faced but warm-hearted person, and was very enthusiastic about discussing the way of practice. In the past 6 months, he patiently pointed out many of Qingming's doubts in cultivation, and even taught Qingming some of his previous knowledge and experience in hunting monsters in Zion Mountain without reservation. It must be said that Changsen still has some unique experience in cultivation, which has benefited Qingming a lot during this period of time. Many of the doubts in cultivation in the past have now become much clearer. On this day, Qingming had just returned from inspecting the mine early in the morning, and saw a martial artist who usually guarded the magic circle from a distance, running towards him in a hurry. It seems that there are monsters coming to invade again. King County has been occupied by human cultivators for thousands of years. After countless clearings by successive generations of cultivators, although there are no second-level monsters in the territory, there are still many first-level monsters, and many remote mountains are still the territory of monsters. Lingyuan Mountain is not as quiet as Funiu Mountain and Mujao Town. Because it is located near Yunwu Mountain where monsters are entrenched, although there are no high-level monsters around, there are still many low and medium-level monsters. Every half a month or so, a monster would accidentally invade and harass this place. This is why the family originally had few cultivators, and 2 cultivators had to be stationed here. After receiving the news reported by the visitor, Song Qingming quickly cast a spell and rushed to the entrance of the village. Soon, he arrived at the control point of the formation at the entrance of the village. Several martial artists guarding the formation were nervously looking at a huge figure in the formation, and they were relieved until they saw Song Qingming rushing here. Song Qingming took a look at the huge figure in the formation and said, "You just need to guard the formation here. This is a mid-level monster. You can't hurt him." These martial artists are some of the mortals in the family who have practiced secular martial arts. This kind of people are also called acquired martial artists. They hold some weapons made of black iron, which can also cause some damage to monsters in the early stage of Qi refining. There are more than a dozen such martial artists in Lingyuan Mountain. They are more than enough to deal with ordinary beasts. They can also fight against low-level monsters in the early stage of Qi refining together. However, they are not enough when facing this mid-level monster. Pig monsters have thick skin and flesh that are as hard as iron. After advancing to the mid-level, some monsters will instinctively awaken some spells. These martial artists are of no help at all when facing a mid-level monster, and they may lose their lives in vain if they are not careful. Chapter 7 Iron-Mouthed Pig. The huge iron-mouthed pig in front of him lost its direction because of the formation. It angrily bumped around in the formation, knocking down some smaller trees in the forest. The fog formation outside Lingyuan Mountain, which has been open for many years, is a mid-level concealment formation. It is mainly used to trap those intruders in a short period of time, giving the monks guarding this place time to react. Another set of defensive formations requires the monks to use spirit stones to assist in driving, and it will only be activated when encountering those high-level monsters. Because the consumption of spirit stones to operate the formation is too high, it is generally not activated unless it is absolutely necessary. Song Qingming has been in Lingyuan Mountain for half a year, and he only saw his 9th uncle Song Changxin activate it once when dealing with a high-level 3-eyed monster wolf that strayed into this place. In the end, although he successfully drove away the monster wolf, he also consumed a full 5 spirit stones. Both uncle and nephew felt a little painful afterwards. This iron-mouthed pig is a mid-level monster, 3 times the size of an ordinary wild boar. It is as hard as iron and has amazing defense. Except for being afraid of fire, it has no obvious weaknesses. However, compared with other mid-level monsters, the iron-mouthed pig has a slightly weaker attack ability. It only has a pair of sharp iron teeth on its mouth, which poses a greater threat to the enemy. Song Qingming thought calmly for a while, and did not rush to notify Song Changxin who was in retreat. He first used a spiritual light technique to carefully observe the monster to see if he could drive it away with a formation. The spiritual light technique is a spell that can enhance the eyesight of cultivators. After Song Qingming used it, although there was fog shrouding 100 feet away, he could see it clearly in his eyes. "Hey, this guy seems to be injured." Song Qingming, who was blessed by the spiritual light technique, saw that the iron-mouthed pig had many scars on his body, and it seemed that he had fought with other monsters not long ago. This really gave him some unexpected surprises. Having been in Lingyuan Mountain for such a long time, because the main task of the garrison here is to protect the family mortals and the black iron veins in the rear, every time encountering the harassment of monsters, Song Qingming basically drives them away. In the past 6 months, he has only killed a low-level civet cat that went too deep. He has always wanted to have a chance to prove the results of his recent cultivation. The injured iron-mouthed pig in front of him is a genuine mid-level monster, which makes him feel a little itchy. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming still doesn't want to miss this rare opportunity. With his cultivation in the middle stage of Qi refining, plus he also has a set of formations on him, even if he can't kill this iron-mouthed pig as he wishes, he still has the confidence to drive him away. Song Qingming got up and quietly touched a flat ground not far away, waved his hand to drop a few formation flags, and patiently hid not far away and stared at the movements of the iron-mouthed pig. Half an hour later, the iron-mouthed pig's reckless charge finally reached the edge of the fog. Just as it was about to break out of the fog, a huge fireball smashed in front of it, hitting the iron-mouthed pig's huge pig head. Then Song Qingming, who had been hiding nearby, shouted and jumped out from in front of the iron-mouthed pig to block its way forward. The iron-mouthed pig, whose face had just been burned black by the fireball, saw Song Qingming, and his eyes gradually turned red. He stared closely at the culprit human monk in front of him, then bent his body backwards to accumulate strength, raised with steel teeth in his mouth and rushed towards the position where Song Qingming was standing. Seeing this, Song Qingming quickly used an earth wall technique to block in front of him, then stood up and jumped onto a big tree to avoid the Iron-Mouthed Pig's angry attack. With a loud rumble, a cloud of dust was raised. The earth wall only slightly slowed down the attack speed of the Iron-Mouthed Pig, and was shattered by it. However, Song Qingming in front of it had disappeared in front of it. The Iron-Mouthed Pig turned around and continued to look for Song Qingming. Song Qingming, who was hiding in the tree, jumped into the air and touched the storage bag on his waist. A black iron sword instantly appeared in his hand. He held the sword with both hands and chopped it towards the top of the Iron-Mouthed Pig in front of him, just hitting the hard steel teeth of the Iron-Mouthed Pig. With a loud bang, Song Qingming staggered and was knocked back several steps, and his hands felt numb. The Iron-Mouthed Pig was also dizzy. Just after recovering from the injury, a large amount of blood flowed out again. This guy is really thick-skinned. If he hadn't been injured, I really couldn't do anything to him in a head-on fight. Seeing this, Song Qingming stopped pestering and raised his legs to run backwards. Seeing that the humanoid wanted to escape, the Iron-Mouthed Pig also chased forward angrily. Song Qingming looked back at the Iron-Mouthed Pig that was chasing him quickly, and quickly took out a speed talisman and stuck it on his feet, speeding up to distance himself. He ran a few hundred steps and rushed into an open area. Song Qingming stopped and looked at the 4 formation flags that had been set up around him. They were standing safely. He took a breath and turned to face the Iron-Mouthed Pig that was galloping. As soon as the Iron-Mouthed Pig entered the formation, Song Qingming immediately used 2 earth wall techniques to clamp it in the wall. When it just broke free from the earth wall, Song Qingming had successfully activated the formation that he had just set up. The 5 formation flags on the ground emitted a burst of yellow glare, and the ground shook violently in an instant. The ground several feet below the Iron-Mouthed Pig quickly sank to form a huge pit several feet in size, which was the Earth Marsh formation. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Iron-Mouthed Pig quickly knocked open the earth wall in front of it and wanted to jump up from the ground, but the mud under it had become as soft as a swamp, so it could not find a leverage point at once, and half of its body was stuck in the mud. Soon, green vines quickly grew on the walls of the 4 corners of the giant pit, entangled towards the Iron-Mouthed Pig in the formation, and instantly imprisoned it. The Iron-Mouthed Pig in trouble kept shaking its body hard to get rid of the things entangled on it, but those green vines were very tough. With a continuous injection of Song Qingming's spiritual power, they continued to grow from all around the formation. It only broke a few vines, and more vines entangled it. Not only did it not break free, but it became tighter and tighter. This Iron-Mouthed Pig was already injured, and it had made a big fuss in the mist formation. It was already running out of physical strength. Now it is estimated that it can't even exert half of its strength before the injury. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the ground formation activated by it alone to trap it so easily. As time went by, the movements of the Iron-Mouthed Pig trapped in the formation became quieter and quieter. It was already seriously injured, and its violent struggle had exhausted all its physical strength. It slowly lowered its fierce head unwillingly, and the air in its mouth could only go out but not in, with a dying look. Seeing this, Song Qingming slowly put away the spiritual power in his hand, and once again offered the black iron sword, jumped high, and cut off the huge head of the Iron-Mouthed Pig with one sword. Looking at the huge corpse of the Iron-Mouthed Pig, Song Qingming showed a satisfied smile. Although this battle was a bit thrilling, it was also quite rewarding. The pair of steel teeth on the mouth of the Iron-Mouthed Pig are good materials for refining weapons, and the hard pig skin can also be used to make robes. After collecting the valuable materials, Song Qingming called the young mortals in the village to carry the remaining pork of the Iron-Mouthed Pig back to the village together. The flesh and blood of monsters are a great tonic for both cultivators and mortals. Song Qingming put part of the pork into the storage bag and distributed the rest to the villagers, which was enough for them to eat for a long time. The mortals in Lingyuan Mountain rarely eat monsters, so they are very grateful for Song Qingming's generosity and respect the young immortal master in front of them even more. After finally getting some valuable monster materials, Song Qingming also began to plan to return to Funiu Mountain to exchange for a mid-level magic weapon in the family's gold storage building. Now that he has collected enough spirit stones in advance, with a mid-level magic weapon in hand, Song Qingming's combat effectiveness when fighting against the enemy can be greatly improved. An ordinary mid-level magic weapon requires about 20 spirit stones. The pair of steel teeth of the iron-mouthed pig can be exchanged for about 7 or 8 spirit stones in the market. With these materials and some spirit stones, it should be no problem to exchange for a mid-level flying sword. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Song Kingayu. After Song Qingming waited for 5 days, his ninth uncle Song Changsen finally ended his retreat. When he heard Song Qingming say that he wanted to return to the family, Song Changsen readily agreed to it and brought a little girl in her teens to him, asking him to take her back to Funiu. Qingming, when you go back this time, you can take Xiaoyu back to Funiu. Song Changsen pointed at the little girl in front of Song Qingming and said to him, "Take her back to the mountain." Song Qingming has been in Lingyuan Mountain for half a year. He often takes out some cakes made from spiritual rice and shares them with the children here. He also often sees this little girl. He knows that she is the daughter of a miner in the village. Why did the sixth uncle take her to Funiu himself? Song Qingming looked at the little girl with a puzzled look on his face. After a moment, he suddenly realized and reacted. "Sixth uncle, has your spiritual root been detected?" Song Changsen nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, when I was testing the children of the right age here last month, I accidentally discovered that she has spiritual roots in her body. This is really a happy event for our Song family. I have been in Lingyuan Mountain for so many years, and this is the first time I have detected a child with spiritual roots. It's just that I don't have a spiritual testing plate here, so I can't know the specific attributes of her spiritual roots. I originally wanted to wait for the family to send someone to deliver the black iron ore next month, and then pick her up by the way. It just so happens that you are going back, so take her back by the way, and test the attributes of her spiritual roots as soon as possible so that she can start practicing as soon as possible." Song Qingming nodded in response after listening. "Uncle 9, don't worry, nephew understands. Be careful on the road, you are all the hope of the family's future. I have a mid-level talisman for you to protect yourself. If you encounter monsters on the road, remember not to be stingy with these external things, use them when necessary, and the safety of the two of you is the first priority." Song Changsen handed Song Qingming a golden talisman and carefully reminded him. Song Qingming took the talisman and took a look at it. It was a relatively useful defensive talisman among the intermediate talismans. Then he carefully put it into the storage bag. With Xiaoyu along, Song Qingming could not travel as fast as he did when he came. He found a big basket in the village, carried the little girl on his back and said goodbye to her family. It took them almost 2 hours to slowly return to Funiu. The little girl had lived in Lingyuan Mountain for many years and had never seen the outside world. The beautiful scenery along the way, the strange peaks and boulders, quickly made her forget the sadness of leaving home. After seeing the majestic Funiu Mountain, Xiaoyu's 2 beautiful eyes blinked non-stop, and she couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Immortal, is the mountain where you immortals live?" Song Qingming couldn't help but smile when he heard Xiaoyu's words. "Yes, after you learn to practice, you will also become an immortal and can live here like us." The little girl was excited to hear that she could become an immortal in the future, just like the young and ignorant Song Qingming when he first arrived at Funiu Mountain, and began to boldly ask various questions about immortals. "Uncle, if you become an immortal, can you turn into anything you want? Of course, can immortals eat meat if they want, every meal?" While talking, Song Qingming and Xiaoyu had already arrived at the meeting hall on the top of the mountain. The second elder Song Changfeng, who was most familiar to Song Qingming, happened to be on duty here today. The Song family has a total of 4 elders, and these 4 are also the 4 most powerful people in the entire family, except for the patriarch. The eldest elder, Song Bei, is in charge of guiding the family's power transmission. He has a hot temper and is usually quite strict with children like Song Qingming. He is also the person Song Qingming fears the most in the entire family. The second elder, Song Changfeng, is the only elder of the Song family's eldest generation. Although he is the youngest among the 4 elders, his cultivation is the highest except for the patriarch. He is also a talented 3 spiritual root cultivator with the 8th level of Qi Refining. He is also very fair in dealing with people in the clan and is deeply loved by the clan members. After becoming an elder, he has been in charge of the family's law enforcement. He is also the elder that Song Qingming is most familiar with. The third elder, Song Yuan, and the fourth elder, Song Guke, are both nearly 100 years old and have relatively gentle personalities. Although their cultivation is not high, only the 6th level of Qi Refining, they have been working hard for the family for 100 years. According to the family rules, those who have not reached the late stage of Qi Refining are not qualified to be elders. However, except for the patriarch, there are only 3 late-stage cultivators in the family. Uncle 9 Song Changxin is only focused on cultivation and does not want to be the family elder anymore. It is difficult for only 2 elders to manage the family, so they made an exception and let these 2 elders who are older and more experienced in managing the family industry serve as elders. The 3rd elder is the only high-level spiritual plant master in the family. He has always been responsible for the family's spiritual fields, medicine gardens and other industries. The 4th elder is in charge of the family's general affairs and is also the steward of the family's financial resources. Report to the elder. Song Qingming briefly explains Io's situation to Song Changfeng. After listening, Song Changfeng also seemed very happy. It was rare for the family to have fresh blood added. The spirit test plate is now in the hands of the patriarch. You two wait a moment. I will ask him to come out and test her spirit roots. After Song Changfeng finished speaking, he immediately sent a sound transmission node to the clan leader. After a while, an old man with white hair and beard and a Taoist look came to the meeting room. It was Song Gushan, the clan leader of the Song family. Song Gushan looked at Xiaoyu meaningfully and slowly said, "Is this the little girl that Changxin mentioned?" Reporting to the clan leader, "It is her." Uncle Jiu said that he is not sure about the specific attributes of her spiritual roots. "Please test it again." Song Gufang took out a magic weapon that looked like a circular array plate. It was the Song family's treasure spirit test plate. After slowly injecting a stream of spiritual energy, the circular array plate emitted a dazzling purple light and slowly flew in front of Xiaoyu. "Quickly put your left hand on the spirit test plate." Song Changfeng on the side quickly reminded Xiaoyu, who was still in a daze. After hearing this, the little girl was still slightly stunned for a moment, and nervously stretched out her left hand towards the spirit test plate. 3 spiritual lights of different colors slowly flew out of the array plate and entangled and rotated in the air. This is actually a 3 spiritual root. God bless my Song family. Another good seedling with 3 spiritual roots has emerged, Song Changfeng shouted excitedly. The clan leader Song Gushan's face was also filled with joy. It is the 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and water. It's a pity that it's not easy to practice the red flame art with me without the fire spiritual root. The water-based exercises are more suitable for female practitioners. Let her practice the family's Zhuang Shugong first. Song Qingming, who had been watching, was a little embarrassed. How come anyone he brought back had good qualifications for 3 spiritual roots, but he himself only had a pseudo-spiritual root? I don't know whether he's lucky or unlucky. What's your name? Song Changfeng lowered his head and asked the little girl again. Song Yu. After hearing this, the clan leader on the side made a decision directly, then call it Song Qingyu from now on. Remember, you will be the 10th cultivator of the Qing generation of the Song family from now on. The Song family currently has only 3 generations, Gu, Cheng, and Qing, and the generation is set up almost every 30 years. There are only 4 people in the Gu generation. The youngest one, the 4th elder Song Guke, is already over 90 years old this year. In another 20 years, he will almost die. The Cheng generation is the backbone of the family. There are 10 people in total. There is also one who joined Xiaoyo sect in his early years. The 2nd elder Song Changfeng has the highest cultivation level. He is almost a default candidate for the next patriarch of the Song family. The Qing generation, where Song Qingming belongs, is considered the new generation of cultivators in the Song family. With Song Qingyu, there are exactly 10 people. Most of them are only around 20 years old. Perhaps because her new name is similar to her original name, the little girl just nodded slightly when she heard her new name, without objecting. Seeing this, the patriarch put away the spirit testing disc, took out a deep red family tree, wrote the 3 big characters Song Qingyu on it, and then asked her to leave a drop of blood on her name. This genealogy records the names of all the cultivators in the 200 years since the Song family was founded. It is arranged in detail according to seniority and age. The names with a faint spiritual light on it represent the living cultivators of the Song family, while those names that are already dark and dim indicate that the cultivator has passed away or fallen. After leaving the meeting room, Song Qingming immediately came to the family's gold storage pavilion. He took out the monster materials he had obtained a few days ago and placed them in front of the fourth elder Song Guke, explaining his purpose of coming to exchange for a mid-level magic weapon. Song Guke carefully looked through the materials on the table and asked in surprise, "Is this the tusk of the mid-level monster Ironmouth Pig? A few days ago, I encountered this monster and it crashed into the formation. I took a closer look and found that it was covered with wounds. It looked like it fled to Funiu Mountain after failing in a fight with other monsters. I was lucky enough to kill it. Qingming, you are lucky this time. You can actually hunt a mid-level monster alone. With these materials and 5 spirit stones, you can exchange for a mid-grade magic weapon. As for this pigskin, I will help you take it to the Great Elder to refine a robe. It depends on your luck what kind of robe you can refine." Song Qingming knew that the fourth elder had always been fair in his work. That was why the family trusted him to take charge of the gold storage building, where the clan members could exchange for merits. Without saying much, he nodded and agreed, took out 5 spirit stones and handed them to Song Guke. After Song Guke put away the materials and spiritual stones, he took Song Qingming to the second floor of the Tibetan Gold Pavilion and took out several existing middle-grade magic tools in the clan and placed them in front of Song Qingming. After a brief introduction, Song Qingming thought for a while and chose one of the red flying swords. This flying sword is called the Liang sword, and it can also release a spiritual fire to attack the enemy. The operation is relatively simple compared to other magic tools. You have just broken through the middle stage of Qi refining, so it is more suitable for you to use this magic tool. Song Guke added a sentence when he saw him choose this sword. The reason for choosing this sword is mainly because Song Qingming is more proficient in using the 2 attributes of earth and fire. There is only one defensive magic tool of earth attribute, which is not what he wants at present. The most suitable one for him is only this fire attribute flying sword. Returning to the cave on Funiu Mountain where he had been away for a long time, Song Qingming took out the Liang sword he had just obtained and injected his own spiritual energy into it to offer sacrifices. It was not until the next morning that he walked out of the cave. At this time, he was able to completely control this flying sword at will. Song Qingming summoned the fiery sun sword outside the cave, and used his spiritual power to control the flying sword to chop at a boulder not far away. After a loud bang, the stone, which was originally the size of a table, was split in half. Seeing such a result, Song Qingming recalled the flying sword with satisfaction. The fiery sun sword, which was shining with spiritual power, shrank to the size of an inch and disappeared into the storage bag on Song Qingming's waist. Now that I have a mid-level magic weapon, I can fight that mid-level monster even without relying on the formation. Chapter 9 Attack. The next morning, Song Qingming packed up his luggage early and set out on the road back to Lingyuan Mountain. Before returning, Song Qingming wanted to say hello to his eldest brother and fourth brother, but he didn't expect that the spiritual rice in the clan happened to be ripe these days. Except for those who were away, all the people of the Qing generation were caught by the third elder to harvest the spiritual rice in the spiritual field. After Song Qingming made up for the gap, he could only go down Funiu Mountain alone. Running quickly all the way, Song Qingming was soon more than 10 miles away from Lingyuan Mountain. At this moment, suddenly there was a sound of fighting between magic weapons in a forest not far from the road ahead. Song Qingming's face changed, and he quickly ran the breath-holding technique and hid on a big tree next to him. He listened carefully to the movement in front, but found that the sound of fighting seemed to be closer to him, and he couldn't help but stamp his feet slightly. If he encountered a fight between local cultivators nearby, he could still rely on the name of the Song family to protect himself, but he was afraid that he would encounter those vicious casual cultivators and robbers. This kind of people would never let go of those who knew about it easily. The sound of fighting was getting closer and closer. Song Qingming, who was hiding in the tree, was also caught in a dilemma. If he showed his head now, he would most likely be discovered by the people fighting in front. He could only hide in the tree first and see if he could get away with it. Not long after, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from a distance. An old man in yellow just ran to the bottom of the big tree where Song Qingming was. Not far behind him, 3 black figures with faster speeds were chasing him. After a few steps, 2 of them blocked the old man. Seeing all this, Song Qingming couldn't help but be speechless. They were indeed robbers. His luck today was really too bad. What made him feel even more terrible was that this old man really knew how to choose the direction and chose to escape to where he was hiding. The old man in yellow was a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining. He was wearing the cheap robes commonly seen in the market. He looked like a casual cultivator. The three cultivators who blocked him looked fierce. They were a group of robbers who specialized in robbing passing cultivators. They were all at the middle stage of Qi refining. Old Taoist, I advise you not to waste time. Hurry up and hand over the storage bag. We brothers can still give you a quick death. The leading black-clothed robber, holding a black dagger about 1 foot long, slowly approached the old man in yellow from the front. The other two men in black also quickly surrounded the old man in yellow from the other two directions. At this time, the old man in yellow suddenly shouted at the big tree on the right side of his head, almost making Song Qingming spit out blood on the spot. Dao on the tree, I accidentally got into trouble today. Please help me out. I will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards. Even the three black-clothed monks who had just surrounded the old man and were about to launch an attack were shocked when they heard the old man's shout and looked up at the tree above the old man's head. Song Qingming, who was hiding in the tree, almost called out the old man's 8 generations of ancestors. There was still some disbelief on his face. He was obviously hiding very well. Even if the old man's cultivation was higher than his, it would not be so easy to find his hiding place accurately. Seeing that the black-clothed man below was approaching the tree and was about to come up to look for him, Song Qingming sighed, gritted his teeth and jumped down. 4th level of Qi refining. The three black-clothed men were stunned when they saw someone coming down, and then slowly showed contempt. The old man in yellow looked at Song Qingming coming down. He had just felt a little relieved, but he became a little panicked again. He secretly complained in his heart. He finally found a helper, but he didn't expect it to be a young man who had just broken through the middle stage of Qi refining. Fellow Daoists, I am a cultivator of the Song family in nearby Funiu Mountain. I am just out on a mission with the elders of the clan today. I happen to be waiting for the elders of the clan here. I have no intention of getting involved in the feud between you. Please don't misunderstand me. Song Qingming estimated in his heart that even if he joined forces with this old man, it would be difficult for the two of them to resist the three black-clothed robbers. He could only try to use the elders of the clan to scare them so that he could get away smoothly. As for the yellow-clothed old man who deliberately dragged him into this muddy water, his cultivation was too low and he really couldn't help. Oh, if that's the case, it's none of your business. We have some personal grievances with this old Taoist. Please leave on your own. The leader of the three black-clothed robbers nodded to the other two, pointed behind him and asked Song Qingming to leave. The old man in yellow seemed not to have heard the conversation between the three black-clad robbers and Song Qingming. He was not surprised to see that Song Qingming did not want to help him. He just stared at the three black-clad robbers surrounding him, looking for an opportunity to break through the siege. Hearing the leading robber asking him to leave, Song Qingming breathed a sigh of relief, but it was still hard for him to believe that he had escaped this unprovoked disaster so smoothly. Just as he carefully walked not far from the black-clad robber, suddenly another black-clad robber shot a strange black light from his hand behind his back and instantly shot at his chest. Song Qingming, who had been on guard for a long time, did not panic. He quickly rolled back and barely avoided the black light. Although he only had the 4th level of Qi training, his character was cautious. In the past 6 months in Lingyuan Mountain, Song Changson also taught him a lot of experience in fighting. Facing the sudden sneak attack of the black-clad robber at this moment, he was also prepared. The black light flew around Song Qingming and flew a few feet behind him, then turned a corner and quickly returned to the black-clothed robber's hand, turning into a black short blade, which looked like a medium blade magic weapon that was good at sneak attacks. The black-clothed robber was also a little surprised to see Song Qingming dodge his attack. Since the three brothers started the business of robbing houses, there are not many cultivators who can dodge this sneak attack within a range of 10 steps. He couldn't help but look up to Song Qingming. Fellow Daoist Song, these three are robbers from Eagle Nest Ridge. They specialize in killing people and stealing treasures. They are all fierce and cruel people. They will not easily leave alive. Don't be too naive. The old man in yellow was also very surprised to see Song Qingming dodge the sneak attack. He quickly approached Song Qingming and said to him loudly, "Haha, well said. It's meat in our mouths. How can we let it go? Boy, I didn't want to attack you, but today you saw something you shouldn't have seen. You can only consider it bad luck." The black-clothed robber who had just attacked Song Qingming laughed viciously, and approached Song Qingming and the others while speaking. Song Qingming, who had escaped the sneak attack, was sweating profusely on his back. If he had been a little closer, he would have been lying on the ground unable to move. Facing these unscrupulous villains, he didn't know how to get away at this moment. The 3 black-clothed robbers in front of him, who had just attacked him, had obviously reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi Refining, and the other 2 had the 5th level of Qi Refining. Song Qingming and the old man in yellow would not be able to hold out for long in a head-on confrontation. Looking at the black-clothed robbers approaching slowly, Song Qingming, who didn't know what to do, heard the old man in yellow whispering in his ear. "Fellow Daoist Song, I still have a top-grade talisman on me. When they get close, I will use it to hold them back for a while. You should seize the opportunity to break out to the north. The talisman can't hold them back for long. If you want to survive, it depends on whether we can run fast enough." Song Qingming was also a little panicked at this time. Hearing that the old man had a top-grade talisman that could help him break out, he nodded in agreement without thinking too much. Sure enough, at the moment when the 3 approached and launched the attack, the old man in yellow quickly threw out several low-level red talismans, and several fireballs rushed towards the 3 black-clothed robbers separately, but this low-level talisman could not cause any damage. The 3 people calmly used defensive magic tools to block in front of them. After a few explosions, several people were unharmed. Taoist Chen took advantage of this gap and held a golden talisman in his hand. He quickly injected spiritual energy into it and activated this trump card that determined the fate of the 2 people at the moment. The 3 black-clothed robbers were also a little surprised when they saw the spiritual power fluctuations of this talisman. They didn't expect that this old man also had a high-grade talisman. After the golden talisman was activated, it instantly turned into several iron chains to tie up the leading robber. It looked like it was just a defensive talisman. No wonder the old man didn't take it out directly at the beginning. If it was an offensive high-grade talisman, it would definitely be able to instantly injure one of the other party, and the chances of the 2 people escaping would also be greatly improved. Song Qingming didn't have time to think too much. This talisman would definitely not be able to trap the other party for long. Taoist Chen had already fled to the south before him. Seeing that the attention of the other party was on Taoist Chen at the moment, Song Qingming quickly performed the light body technique and fled to the west. "Third brother, go chase this guy. He is a cultivator from a nearby family. Be careful to avoid future troubles. Don't worry, big brother. He's just a young man at the 4th level of Qi Refining. Are you afraid that I can't catch him?" The leader of the robbers watched the 2 men escape without thinking too much. He ordered one of the men in black to chase Song Qingming. After he freed himself, he led the other man to chase Chen Liudao in another direction. Chapter 10 Escape. In Lingyuan Mountain, Song Changxin was holding the message talisman he received in the morning, and was pacing quietly in the small building. The clan leader sent a message to Qingming to go down the mountain early in the morning. This kid hasn't returned yet when it's almost dark. Could it be that he sneaked back to Mujiao town again? After running westward for an unknown period of time, Song Qingming was a little exhausted at the moment. Seeing that there seemed to be no one behind him, Song Qingming found a big rock to hide behind and meditate to restore his own spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, not long after he sat down, a red light flew straight towards his forehead. Song Qingming quickly dodged sideways, and the Liang sword in his hand released a beam of fire to attack the enemy, but he didn't expect to be caught by the green shield erected by the opponent. Looking at the black-clad robber not far away, Song Qingming was really a bit of a headache. This guy had been chasing him for several hours, from afternoon to dusk. Every time Song Qingming thought he had gotten rid of him, he would appear behind him again soon. Every time the black-clad robber caught up with him, he was not in a hurry to keep him, as if he was deliberately playing tricks on him. Song Qingming was injured all over his body at this time, and there was not much spiritual power left in his body. Although there was only one black-clad robber chasing him, Song Qingming also understood that he was far inferior to this guy in terms of cultivation and fighting ability. He was caught up and fought several times, and without exception he was completely suppressed by the other party. His cultivation was far inferior to this guy, and it could be said that he had no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. After Song Qingming ran north for a while, he thought more and more that something was wrong. The old man just said that running separately would increase the chances of the 2 of them escaping successfully, but he pointed himself to a dead end. The north is a deserted place. Going further ahead is Funiu Mountain where monsters roam. There is no chance of asking for help if he runs here. He will definitely be caught up. At this time, Song Qingming feels that he has already entered Funiu Mountain. If he runs to the main road in the south, his chance of survival will be greatly increased. He didn't think much about it for a while, and he was still tricked by the old man. The old man wanted him to help attract the other side to split up the troops, so as to increase his chance of escaping successfully. After another hard battle, the exhausted Song Qingming fled to the edge of a cliff. There was a bottomless cliff in front of him, and the black-clad robbers were chasing him from behind. In his current state, if he rashly jumped off this unknown cliff, he would probably die faster. Looking at the danger slowly approaching behind him, just when Song Qingming was somewhat desperate, he saw a dark cave covered by vines not far away from the cliff. It looked like a cave abandoned by a large bird. Now he was desperate and didn't think much. He jumped along the steep cliff and hid in the cave. Boy, you can't run anymore after running for so long. Do you think I can't find you if you hide here? Don't worry, I will give you a quick death. Only a moment after Song Qingming entered the cave, the arrogant voice of the black-clothed robber came into the cave. The black-clothed robber was named Zhu Wu. He was originally an ordinary casual cultivator in Wuling County. Since he was chased by his enemies and fled to Yingchao Ridge more than 10 years ago, he simply joined this notorious casual cultivator organization entrenched in the northeast of Uyghur and started this murder and robbery business. After tasting the sweetness of hunting other casual cultivators to easily obtain spiritual stones, Zhu Wu couldn't stop from then on. Relying on the cultivation resources obtained by this life-threatening business, he also successfully cultivated his 5 spiritual roots to the peak of the 5th level of Qi Refining. Zhu Wu slowly walked into the cave, released a small lighting fireball with his left hand, and carefully opened a 5-element shield with his right hand to protect his whole body. The cave was not big, and he had reached the end of the cave after only a dozen steps. Zhu Wu looked around and felt a little strange. He had turned around several times but still couldn't see the place where the prey was hiding. Is this kid hiding in? Just when Zhu Wu was about to look up at the top of the cave, a green-black iron sword chopped down from his head with an angry shout. It was Song Qingming who was hiding in the cave. Facing the full-force attack of Song Qingming holding the sword with both hands, Zhu Wu did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out an iron shield magic weapon and held it above his head. After the 2 magic weapons clashed, there was a loud noise and sparks flew. It was not until a cloud of dust fell on the mountain walls on both sides that the 2 took a few steps back to stabilize their bodies. Zhu Wu still firmly guarded the entrance of the cave, looking at Song Qingming in the cave with a sneer of contempt. This is a good place to bury yourself. It is quiet and remote. I think it will not be easy for your people to find it. Facing Zhu Wu's verbal provocation, Song Qingming did not answer, but just released the spiritual power with both hands to wrap around the black iron in his hand. The black iron sword hummed softly, broke through the air and flew towards Zhu Wu. This kid started to try desperately. With his current cultivation, the spiritual power was released to control the magic weapon. Isn't this giving his own magic weapon to the opponent? Seeing the black iron sword flying in front of him, Zhu Wu took a few steps back and easily subdued it with the flying sword in his hand. Just when he wanted to put Song Qingming's black iron sword into his pocket, he suddenly found a yellowish-brown light coming from under his feet. What is this? Damn, where did the earth prison talisman come from? Zhu Wu turned around and looked at Song Qingming with some anger. He saw Song Qingming put his hands on the ground, and the spiritual power in his body instantly stimulated the earth prison talisman buried under his feet. The earth prison talisman is a medium-grade defensive spiritual talisman that can instantly wrap the nearby soil blocks with spiritual power to trap the target for a moment. Zhu Wu was soon wrapped into a ball by the surrounding soil blocks. At this time, Song Qingming, who had been waiting for a long time, used up the little spiritual power left, and pushed the huge ball out of the cave with both hands and kicked it down the 100-foot cliff outside the cave. Seeing the huge earth ball that was slowly disappearing in his eyes, Song Qingming sat down at the entrance of the cave and breathed a sigh of relief. This talisman was originally given by Song Changxin because he was afraid that the 2 of them would encounter monsters in Funiu Mountain. Unexpectedly, it was used when Song Qingming came back alone. Song Qingming had fought several times before, but he had no chance to use it to escape. It was not until he saw this cave that he had an idea and used the only trump card he had to make this trap. After about an incense stick of time, a somewhat embarrassed figure turned over and jumped into the cave from the bottom of the cliff. At this time, the cave was already empty. After a battle, the collapsed mountain's oil had even blocked half of the cave entrance. This person was Zhu Wu, who was attacked by Song Qingming and fell off the cliff before. However, at this moment, he no longer had the confidence and arrogance he had before. The black robe on his body was also damaged a lot. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his furious eyes were full of viciousness. "You are so careless, damn kid. When I catch you, I will make you live a life worse than death." Zhu Wu jumped onto the cliff, released a spiritual power induction, uttered a few harsh words, and quickly chased after him in the depths of Funiu Mountain. Not long after Zhu Wu left, there was a sound of soil cracking in the cave that was originally silent on the edge of the cliff. A thin figure slowly broke out of the soil in the deepest part of the cave. It was Song Qingming, who pretended to escape to the depths of Funiu Mountain not long ago. Song Qingming knew that he was now covered in wounds and had little spiritual power left in his body. The Earth Prison Talisman would definitely not be able to trap the other party for long. If he ran away directly in his current state, he would most likely be caught up by the other party. Previously, the other party had been able to accurately grasp the direction of his escape, and he must have a unique tracking skill. In his current state, he no longer had any trump cards. Once he was caught up by him again, he would be like fish on the chopping board. Faced with such a crisis, Song Qingming, who had calmed down, chose to gamble on his luck. He first ran toward Funiu Mountain and ran over several hills, leaving some traces of escape along the way. Then he turned back to the cave where he had been hiding halfway, lurking in a pile of mud that collapsed when the two fought fiercely. Fortunately, he was lucky this time and really deceived Zhu Wu, who was anxiously chasing him. After removing the dirt on his body, Song Qingming walked out of the cave carefully. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, he quickly left in the direction he came from. One day later, in the morning, Song Qingming, who had escaped from the dead, appeared outside Lingyuan Mountain. Looking at the extremely familiar mountain protection formation in front of him, his heart, which had been hanging for the past 2 days, finally settled down. Although he suffered huge losses this time, he lost a black iron sword that had been with him for almost 10 years, and even used up the Earth Prison Talisman that Uncle Jiu gave him, but fortunately he finally returned safely. After passing through the formation, he found a small path to go back to his small bamboo house and deal with his injuries first. He really didn't want to let the mortals of his family, who relied on the protection of these immortal masters, see him in such a miserable state. Just as he was getting closer and closer to his hut, he unexpectedly found a tall figure standing in the yard outside his house. Uncle Jiu, seeing that Song Qingming was covered with scars, Song Changxin raised his hand to interrupt Song Qingming's words and told him to go back to the house to heal first. Half an hour later, under Song Changxin's careful care, Song Qingming's face had turned rosy after taking a few blood recovery pills, and the external injuries on his body were all fine after Song Changxin's careful treatment. The external injuries caused by his magic weapon were not serious and would recover soon, but the continuous fighting overdrafts overdrew the spiritual power in his body and damaged his vitality. It would take at least 1 or 2 months of patient recovery to recover. After a careful examination, after confirming that Song Qingming had no other serious injuries, Song Changxin finally let go of the heart that had been hanging for the past 2 days. While Song Qingming was healing, he slowly told Song Changxin word for word about the life and death crisis he encountered yesterday. These bandits from Eagle Nest Ridge are becoming more and more lawless. They dared to come to our King County to kill and rob. It seems that the occasional disappearance of cultivators in the past 1 or 2 years is probably related to them. I have to inform the clan leader of this news as soon as possible. Fortunately, you remain calm and return safely this time. There are crises everywhere in the world of immortal cultivation. You must grow up quickly to have more ability to survive. After listening to Song Changxin's teachings, Song Qingming nodded thoughtfully. In the final analysis, he was so embarrassed this time because his cultivation was too low. If he had the cultivation of the late stage of Qi Refining at that time, it should be the other party who should run away, and there would be no such crisis. The road to immortal cultivation is the law of the jungle. The weaker you are, the more crises you will face. Chapter 11, Remaining Picture. 5 or 6 days passed in a flash. The Song family searched for the robbers several times in the vicinity, but found nothing. They could only report the matter to the nearby Wang family, a major foundation-building family. Unexpectedly, the Wang family did not care about the matter and only verbally appeased the people of the Song family. Unexpectedly, half a month later, another major event occurred in King County. A Qi refining cultivator of the Wang family was attacked and killed by robbers from Eagle Nest Ridge outside Qinghofang. This really touched a hornet's nest. The Wang family is an old foundation building family in Qing County. There are still 3 foundation building cultivators in the family. It has been the largest family of immortal cultivation in Qing County for 100 years. In the following days, several major foundation building families in Qing County, led by the Wang family, gathered dozens of law enforcement cultivators with great momentum and began to conduct a large-scale investigation of foreign and unfamiliar cultivators within Qing County. Seeing that the matter was exposed, the bandits of Eagle Nest chose to flee. Outside forces killed people and robbed treasures outside Qinghofang, which would seriously affect the reputation of Qinghofang. Qinghofang is the foundation of many immortal cultivation forces in Qing County. All the large and small immortal cultivation families in Qing County have some industries in Qinghofang. The major immortal cultivation families showed extraordinary unity in the face of common interests. This operation not only captured and killed more than a dozen well-known bandits, but also accidentally discovered that a store in Qinghofang had been colluding with the Eagle Nest Ridge bandits for many years. This store was originally run by several old-fashioned casual cultivators in Qing County. Driven by interests, it has been selling customer information to the Eagle Nest Ridge bandits for a year. This angered several major foundation building families, and they once again joined forces with his Iao sect monks stationed there to check all the major stores in the market. Qinghofang was in chaos for half a month before it slowly returned to its former prosperity. In Lingyuan Mountain, Qingming, who had fully recovered, didn't know what was happening outside. He had been recuperating at home for more than 10 days, and he didn't have to go out to inspect the mines, which made him free. At this moment, he was in the small room where he usually practiced, staring thoughtfully at a piece of gray ancient animal skin in his hand. Not far away was a beautiful green jade box. The animal skin was only 4 or 5 inches in size. There were some mountain and river patterns painted on the front, but they were very incomplete and there was no clue at all. There were a few fairy clouds painted on the back, and a few nameless spells were engraved, which were also incomplete. Speaking of the origin of this incomplete picture, we have to go back to the cave where Qingming almost died a few days ago. On that day, Qingming hid in the wasteland in the cave to deceive Zhu Wu. His body just happened to be pressed on this jade box. After Zhu Wu left, Qingming climbed out of the mound and dug out this little thing that had annoyed him for a long time. Seeing that the jade box was very exquisite, he put it in the storage bag and took it back. It was not until more than 10 days later that Qingming, who was too bored, remembered that he thought there might be a treasure in the jade box. Unexpectedly, it was a broken picture that he could not understand at all, which made him a little disappointed. This jade box is quite beautiful. I can use it to exchange a few Qi refining powder with my second sister, or keep it to decorate something. As for this broken picture, Qingming raised his hand and threw the picture into the air, and released a fireball with his left hand. After a burst of flames, what he didn't expect was that the animal skin broken picture was intact, without any changes. Could it be that this map is not an ordinary object, but a spiritual object? Even if it is a spiritual object, it would not be unchanged in the flames. Could it be a high-level magic weapon? Forget it, I'll ask Uncle Jiu tomorrow. Qingming, with a surprised look on his face, carefully put away the remaining map and put it back into the jade box. The next morning, after inspecting the mine cave, Qingming came to Song Changxin's small building. Song Changxin looked at the gray fragment and thought for a while before speaking. It looks like this should be a broken piece of magic weapon. I have seen similar things in the nearby market when I was training in Funiu Mountain. Magic weapon is a powerful magic weapon that can only be refined by giant and cultivators. Even a broken piece is much tougher than ordinary magic weapons. This kind of broken thing can be exchanged for a few spirit stones, which can be used as high-level materials to refine new magic weapons. I think these patterns must have been deliberately drawn by someone to disguise it as the treasure hiding place of senior cultivators. People in the market often use this thing to deceive you young people who have just entered the world. Qingming, who left Song Changxin's residence, was still calm in his heart. This thing was picked up by himself by accident. Although it was not a high-level magic weapon, it was already very good to be worth a few spirit stones. He didn't plan to sell it in the market. After experiencing life and death, Qingming urgently needed to equip himself. Although this fragment of the map has no other use, it is very tough. Find a robe and sew it on the vital part. Maybe it can save your life at the critical moment. In this day and age, the most important thing for cultivating immortals is to save your life. Song Qingming returned to his residence, dug out the somewhat worn-out robes he had worn before, sewed the fragment of the map on his chest, and wore it inside his robes as an inner shirt. At night, it was another boring day of cultivation. Song Qingming sat cross-legged as usual and began to practice Kunyuanju. It has been more than half a year since Song Qingming broke through the 4th level of Qi Refining. With his 4 spiritual roots, it is still a long way to go for normal cultivation to the 5th level of Qi Refining. He wants to take pills to save time for cultivation. Now he has only a dozen spirit stones on his body, and he still owes Uncle 13 and the others more than 20 spirit stones, which is even more impossible. Just when he was halfway through his cultivation, he felt a sense of overflowing spiritual energy in his body, which made him feel extremely confused. On weekdays, I need to meditate and practice for 3 or 4 hours to fully recover my spiritual energy. Today, it's only been 1 hour, but the spiritual energy in my danshan is about to overflow. Feeling the same, Song Qingming hurriedly entered into a state of meditation and used his spiritual sense to check the abnormalities in his body. I haven't made any breakthroughs in my cultivation, so why is my spiritual energy absorption speed so much faster? What's going on? Could it be? Song Qingming took off his outer robes and started to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy by practicing Kunyuanju. Suddenly, a faint white light emanated from his chest, and the flow of spiritual energy in his body was several times faster than usual. After repeated tossing and turning, Song Qingming finally confirmed the reason for his abnormal cultivation, which was the incomplete map he sewed on his chest today. This incomplete map can actually affect the speed of my spiritual energy absorption. This is a bit too amazing. It seems that this thing is not the fragment of the magic weapon that Uncle Jiu said, and no one knows what it is. A month later, Song Qingming, who was staying in his room, was looking at the 2 complete sets of low-grade formations in his hands with satisfaction. The speed of recovering spiritual energy was inexplicably accelerated, and his injury, which should have taken a month to recover, was basically healed in less than half a month. This was also beyond Song Qingming's expectations. In particular, he had suffered a trauma to his spiritual consciousness due to excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Previously, he would feel pain in his brain from time to time. Song Changson said that it would take half a year to slowly recover. In the past few days, he felt that his spiritual consciousness had recovered by more than half. He tried to use spells that consumed more spiritual energy several times, and there was no previous tingling sensation. At this time, Song Qingming slowly felt a little terrified. This incomplete map might be a treasure. In addition to several kinds of elixirs that help to restore spiritual energy, Song Qingming has not heard of any spiritual objects that can speed up the recovery of spiritual energy. If other cultivators discover its use, the Song family will definitely not be able to protect themselves. I am afraid that those higher-ranking foundation-building cultivators will be jealous of this thing. Although Song Qingming stayed in the room all day, he did not dare to use the incomplete map too much to practice. Fortunately, when this incomplete map is used, it will not cause much noise, and it will only emit a light white light that can be emitted by ordinary magic tools. Sewed on the inner shirt, when practicing, wearing the robes outside will not show anything unusual, and it is unlikely to attract the attention of ordinary people. The speed of restoring spiritual energy several times faster allows Song Qingming to complete a set of array formations in 1 month instead of 3 months in the past. If he can get enough materials, at this rate, he can pay back the spiritual stones of his Uncle 13 this year. After more than a month of thinking, Song Qingming gradually saw a business opportunity. Although the incomplete map on his body did not improve his usual practice speed much, it could help him save a lot of time for practice and meditation. And he had several times more time to concentrate on making array formations. Normal cultivators need to spend 4 or 5 hours a day meditating and practicing to restore spiritual energy, but he can now complete it in almost 1 hour. The spiritual power consumed in making array formations can be restored several times faster than usual. The key point is that he now has no materials on hand. The 7 or 8 spirit stones left are barely enough for his daily practice. Apart from the mid-grade flying sword purchased last time, these 2 sets of formations are the only things in his storage bag that are worth some money. He has to find a way to go to the market again and use these 2 sets of formations to exchange for spirit stones to buy new materials for talisman making. Song Qingming understood that the biggest disadvantage of a formation master was that it took too much time to make a formation. To make a low-level formation without delaying cultivation time, it usually takes about 3 months to complete. Excluding the cost of materials, a low-level formation can only earn 4 or 5 spirit stones. Fortunately, making a formation generally does not waste materials. Compared with the higher-risk talisman making, alchemy, and Qi refining, the income is relatively stable. However, after the last attack, the elders of the clan told Song Qingming that he could not go out alone within a year, which also made his plan to make money a big difficulty. The materials used for this formation in Song Qingming's hands were purchased by Song Changxin when he went to the market. The last time he was injured, the elders of the clan were also worried that his spiritual injuries had not yet fully recovered, and there might be accidents if he went out alone. For a weak immortal cultivation family like the Song family, every cultivator is very important to the family, and low-level cultivators cannot be allowed to take too many risks. Only by ensuring that the young cultivators in the clan grow up as much as possible can they make more contributions to the family. But they didn't know that Song Qingming's consciousness had almost recovered. Song Qingming didn't dare to reveal the special ability of the incomplete map, nor did he dare to explain his injuries to them. He could only wait patiently for another opportunity to go to the market. Chapter 12 Assembly. Just when Song Qingming was still thinking hard about how to go to the market to exchange for materials for refining array formations, he did not expect that Song Changxin would take the initiative to find him early the next morning, giving him an unexpected opportunity to collect materials. After half an hour of rushing, Song Qingming followed Song Changxin to a sacred mountain called Funiu Mountain, which was dozens of miles away from Lingyuan Mountain. This sacred mountain was not too far from the Song family. Although Song Qingming had never been here before, he had heard of it. This mountain is also a top-grade spiritual vein. It was originally the site of a small Qi refining sect a few decades ago. There was an internal strife in the sect after a fight. This small sect, which had a weak foundation, suffered heavy losses and then slowly declined. Most of the small and medium-sized sects in the world of cultivation are difficult to survive for a long time. Sects do not have blood connections like families. It is difficult for cultivators who join halfway to have a deep sense of identity with the sect in a short period of time. Once the former head of the sect passed away, the new successor could not control the old monks and the sect. It was easy for everyone to fight for the power of the sect or the cultivation resources. The sect then declined and finally disappeared silently in the long river of history of the immortal world. Today, Funiu Mountain has long been occupied by several late-stage Qi refining cultivators nearby, and it is much more prosperous than before. This place is close to Funiu Mountain, and it is also the only way for many cultivators to go to the depths of Funiu Mountain to hunt monsters. Many cultivators will come to this mountain to rest for a while when passing by. These cultivators decided to open an inn here, which is specially for the monks to meditate and rest. Every half a month, a small trade fair will be held here to attract nearby monks to exchange items, which also earned them a lot of spiritual stones. Arriving outside a dense forest on the south side of Funiu Mountain, Song Changxin threw out a low-level sound transmission talisman from his hand. Not long after, a circular formation gap appeared in the dense forest in front of him, revealing the original face hidden in the formation. A lively voice came from the originally silent mountain. After the two entered the formation, a large inn appeared not far ahead, with many pavilions on both sides. There were several people talking loudly under the vermilion door in front of the inn. "Alice, it's Brother Song. I didn't expect you to come this time. Are you okay after not seeing you for several months?" Song Qingming realized after approaching that these people were all at the late stage of Qi refining or above. One of them saw Song Changxin and smiled and raised the dust in his hand to greet him. It was obvious that he was an old acquaintance of Uncle Jiu. "Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Wu. I have been busy practicing at home for a while. This time, I took some time out of my busy schedule to bring my nephew here to see the world. I hope you will take care of me in the future." After saying that, he motioned to Song Qingming behind him to come forward and say hello. Junior Song Qingming greets the seniors. Song Qingming calmly stepped forward and bowed to the few people. "Hey, we are all fellow practitioners. There is no need to be so polite. The trade fair is about to start. If we miss the things we need, it will be more trouble than gain. Let's go in and talk first." Among the people at the door, a cultivator named Zhang was a little anxious. He couldn't stand the people at the door being polite all the time, so he urged everyone to go in and talk. Naturally, everyone would not forget the main purpose of coming here. After smiling and nodding, they walked into the yard together. At this time, the yard was already full of dozens of cultivators, and each of them had a lot of items in front of them. Song Changxin took Song Qingming to find a seat in the yard. Qingming, these intermediate talismans are priced at 5 spiritual stones. If someone wants all of them, you can sell them for 2 spiritual stones. If someone likes this black water stone, don't worry. It will cost at least 10 spiritual stones. Also, help me collect some materials for making talismans. The more the better. In the afternoon, seeing that Song Qingming had gradually become familiar with some of the rules of this place, Song Changxin explained it and left Song Qingming alone to return to Lingyuan Mountain in a hurry. With so many cultivators here, it should not be difficult to make a formation. It would be even better if some usable materials could be purchased. In order to save some spiritual stones, the casual cultivators will choose some stable and safe places to exchange some resources and items. This can save a lot of spiritual stones compared to going to the market. After all, people in the market have to make money whether they buy or sell. There are casual cultivator gatherings like this in many places in Qing County. Song Qingming has participated in them several times with his elders in the past, so he is not unfamiliar with them. This morning, he wanted to ask Uncle Jiu to let him go to the market again to sell the formations he had made. Unexpectedly, Song Changxin said that he would take him to a closer place to do business. This saved Song Qingming a lot of trouble. Of course, Uncle Jiu also found someone who could help him collect materials for making talismans in the future. The gathering place in front of him was organized by the 3 late-stage Qi refining monks who were entrenched here. It was held every half a month, and 50 to 60 monks could be gathered at a time. Most of the things traded were just some materials, talismans, and low-level elixirs. If you want to buy good things, you have to go to King Hefang. Most of the monks who set up stalls here are old faces, and there are 3 elders of Kaolu as guarantors. The market atmosphere is not bad, and there are very few scams. Not long after Song Qingming set up the stall, several monks came up and asked how to sell his formations. Low-grade 5-element array, 15 spiritual stones or spiritual rice of equal value. Several people wanted to take out a few extra low-grade spiritual objects in their hands to exchange, but they were all rejected by Song Qingming. Although these things were of equal value, they were not what he needed. What he needed most was spiritual stones. Seeing that Song Qingming was sitting there with no intention of giving in, several people had to give up and turned away. After the people surrounding his stall dispersed, Song Qingming took a break and looked around the stalls next to him. He gradually found that there were many people selling things at this exchange meeting, but there were not many people who brought out useful things like him. Most of the things they sold were initial materials, ores, some less popular spiritual talismans, and obsolete low-level magic tools. There were also some cunning people who took out some useless things that had been accumulated in their hands for many years, but they were reluctant to sell them at a low price in the market, so they wanted to try their luck at this exchange meeting to see if they could meet a buyer who happened to need this thing. Just as Song Qingming was looking around curiously, a crisp voice interrupted him. "How many spirit stones does your formation cost?" Song Qingming turned around and saw that the person asking the question was a woman in yellow, about 20 years old. 15 spirit stones, 10 spirit stones plus a bottle of Qi refining powder. Will you sell it? After hearing the gentle voice of the person again, Song Qingming was slightly stunned, and then quickly agreed. Okay, although the effect of pills such as Qi refining powder that can increase cultivation is average, it is also considered hard currency. Whether it is exchanged with other people in the clan, or directly go to the family's gold storage building, you can exchange it for spirit stones at any time. After taking the pills and spirit stones handed over by the other party, Song Qingming confirmed that they were correct, and then handed the formation in his hand to the other party. After successfully completing the transaction, Song Qingming was in a good mood. He finally opened his business. At the end of the day, his luck was good. Not only did he sell his 2 arrays smoothly, but he also sold all of Uncle Jiu's talismans. The only thing he was most worried about was the black stone. He didn't know what it was. After a day of display, few people took a look at it. Not only did he sell these items, but Song Qingming also collected a lot of materials for making talismans and refining arrays. The casual cultivators here often went to Funiu Mountain to hunt monsters. With a lot of these low-level materials in hand, as long as the purchase price was not lower than the market price, Song Qingming easily collected a lot of the materials he wanted. When he left Funiu Mountain, it was almost dusk. Song Qingming quickened his pace and returned to Lingyuan Mountain just before the sun set. Before leaving, Song Qingming also went to meet several owners of Funiu Mountain. These 3 people were old casual cultivators in Qing County and liked to make friends with nearby cultivators. After Song Qingming explained his purpose, he soon got a token of passage like Uncle Jiu. He will definitely come to this place often in the future. Chapter 13 Talisman Making. Just when Song Qingming felt that he had found a way to make a fortune, it didn't take long for him to find that he had thought too simply. Except for the first 2 times when his formations were successfully sold, he only sold 1 set of formations in the following gatherings, and no one was interested. It's not that there's anything wrong with the formations he made, but there are only 50 or 60 people in a gathering at Funiu Mountain, and most of them are regular customers who come here frequently. Formations are usually enough for cultivators. This thing can be used for a long time without being damaged, just like magic tools. Besides, not everyone needs this. With the remaining few sets of formations in his hands, he had no choice but to ask his family to help him get them to King Hufeng for disposal. The cunning 4th elder saw a pile of formations and was very suspicious that they were not made by him, so he had to find several excuses to get away with it. The profit of low-level formations is already low, and making too many at a time is likely to arouse people's suspicion of the source. Besides, the market in Funiu Mountain is too small and it is too far to go to King Hufeng. This won't work. If he wants to earn spirit stones, he must change a method. If he wanted to stop worrying about sales in the short term, he could only buy common and highly consumed items in the market. After much thought, he realized that only elixirs and talismans were suitable for him. Compared with alchemy, the way of talismans was more suitable for him now. Talismans were common consumables, which could be used in fighting, hunting monsters, and practicing. Low-level talismans were basically disposable consumables, and the market demand was huge. No matter which market, the emergence of a few low-level talisman makers would not affect the market. Alchemists were more concerned with talent, and a lot of investment was needed to be effective. Each family would only choose to train people with talent. In contrast, the requirements for talisman makers were not so high. In the early stage of talisman making, talent was not too important. As long as you were willing to spend time, it was not difficult to get started. Talisman makers were also the most chosen skill among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. Generally, cultivators would learn this skill in the later stage of Qi refining. The Song family also had a good inheritance of the way of talismans. There were 2 top-grade talisman makers in the family. As soon as he said it, Song Qingming took out the talisman-making materials he had prepared long ago, a family-inherited talisman-making secret book, a silver low-grade talisman pen, a can of cinnabar made from the blood of monster essence, and dozens of blank talisman papers. These were all exchanged by Song Qingming in the Kangjin building a few days ago. The family's inheritance management of the way of talismans is not so strict. No matter how talented you are in making talismans, you can easily obtain them as long as you spend 5 points of merit in the Kangjin pavilion. When Song Qingming exchanged the talisman inheritance, the 4th elder only reminded him a few words, not to indulge in the skills of cultivating immortals and neglect cultivation. Putting the talisman paper and cinnabar on the table respectively, Song Qingming picked up the silver talisman pen and began to invest in the production of the first Qingxin talisman. Most of the first-level low-grade spiritual talismans are auxiliary spiritual talismans, and the Qingxin talisman is also the most common one among them. After using it, it can make people calm their minds in a short period of time, and allow people to quickly concentrate their spiritual consciousness when practicing the exercises. Whether it is a breakthrough in cultivation, or when refining pills or tools, it will have some effect. Generally, cultivators will have several of them. This talisman is also the most common low-level spiritual talisman on the market. According to the talisman-making method in the talisman-making secret book, after the tip of the pen is stained with red cinnabar, Song Qingming used the spiritual power in his body to slowly inject it into the pen in his hand, and began to draw the talisman on a blank talisman paper. Thinking back to when Song Qingming was learning the way of formation in the family, the elders of the family personally taught him carefully for a year before he was able to get started. If it were replaced by a casual cultivator without anyone to teach him, I am afraid he might not be able to reach the entry level in 3 years. Although talisman making is a relatively simple one among all kinds of immortal arts, it is not a matter of a beginner to draw a complete and qualified spiritual talisman. In one day, Song Qingming drew 8 spiritual talismans in a row, but none of them reached the qualified level. Excluding the one that failed halfway through, only 2 were successfully drawn. Unfortunately, although these 2 talismans were shining silver on the surface, the spiritual power contained in them was very thin. Song Qingming put the talisman in his hand and observed it carefully for a while. Then he pinched his fingers and chanted a spell. The talisman in his hand suddenly glowed silver, and a cool aura quickly came from the palm of his hand. However, not long after, the spiritual power on the talisman suddenly became chaotic and violent. The talisman suddenly appeared with fire and turned into a ball of fire, which burned up in an instant. Looking at the only ashes left in his hand, Song Qingming showed a bitter smile helplessly. It turned out to be far from enough. In addition to his daily inspections of Lingyuan Mountain, Song Qingming spent all his time learning to make talismans. He often asked Song Changsan for guidance. During this period, he also went to Mujiao town and consulted Aunt Song Changling, the most talented talisman maker in the clan. With the incomplete map to speed up the recovery of spiritual power, the talisman making materials that should have taken a month to consume were consumed by him in less than 10 days. After a lot of hard work, Song Qingming finally reaped the rewards. The 4 Qingming talismans in his hand were also the 4 most perfect ones among the hundreds of times he had made them in the past 10 days. After carefully trying one again, he felt the spiritual power contained in the talisman and the effect after using it, and smiled with satisfaction. Song Qingming stood up with a happy look on his face, stretched his aching waist, and looked at the 3 silver glittering talismans in his hand. The materials worth more than 10 spirit stones were exchanged for 3 Qingming talismans. Although he had expected it, the initial investment of spirit stones still made him feel a little distressed. After learning to make talismans for more than 10 days, only 4 of the more than 100 spirit talisman materials could be successfully made. According to the price in the market, at least 20 spirit talismans must be made from 100 materials to make a profit. It takes an average of 2 years for an average talisman maker to reach this level, and the initial investment is at least hundreds of spirit stones. That is to say, it takes at least 3 or 4 years for an ordinary talisman maker to earn spiritual stones by relying on this skill. This is the easiest talisman maker to learn. For talismans that require more investment, such as alchemy, it is not necessary. Without a decade or 2 of hard work, there is no return. Song Qingming, who got 3 Qingming talismans, was not in a hurry to make this kind of spiritual talisman again. Instead, he opened the family talisman making secret book and began to make another kind of spiritual talisman, the fireball talisman. According to the elders of the clan, the way to make talismans is to try more other types of talismans to make it easier for oneself to control the spiritual power when using the pen. It was not until 2 months later that Song Qingming finally touched the threshold of a low-grade talisman maker and increased his success rate of making talismans to nearly 20%. On Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming, dressed in a green shirt, arrived at the gathering point early, chose a place closer to the center, skillfully set up a wooden sign, took out a bunch of spiritual objects and placed them on the stool, and picked up a talisman notebook that he bought nearby last time and studied it carefully. It has to be said that Funiu Mountain is somewhat famous in the northeast of Qing County. In the past few months, Song Qingming has seen many monks from nearby major families. Even the Song family, which is more than 100 miles away, has several elders who have come here to buy spiritual objects. Now he is very familiar with the process here. If he comes earlier, he can occupy a better stall. However, he dare not occupy the best positions in the middle even though there are still vacancies. He has come here 7 or 8 times. Although no one has specifically told him, it is not difficult for him to find that the positions in the middle have always been reserved for several late-stage Qi refining monks who often come here. Song Qingming naturally does not dare to greedily occupy these vacancies and offend those with higher cultivation. Half an hour later, dozens of monks arrived at the top of the mountain one after another. This time, there seemed to be more people attending the gathering than usual. Song Qingming was somewhat happy that he came here early to occupy a good position. In less than half an hour, he had sold more than a dozen spiritual talismans of various types. After more than 2 months of study, he has now learned to make 5 or 6 kinds of talismans, and can be considered a real talisman maker. The way to make talismans is relatively simple to get started, but to become a qualified low-grade talisman maker, one must be able to make at least 8 kinds of talismans and maintain a 20% success rate to be considered a low-grade talisman maker. Dao, do you want to buy some elixirs? As long as the elixir can improve your cultivation, it can be exchanged for the spiritual objects on the stall at the same price. After saying that, Song Qingming put down the note in his hand and looked up at the person who came. Unexpectedly, this person is one of his old customers, so he hurriedly smiled. This person's name is Qingzhen. He is a casual cultivator who goes to Funiu Mountain to hunt monsters all year round. He also has several people under him and often organizes people to go deep into Funiu Mountain. In the past few months when Song Qingming set up a stall in Funiu Mountain, whenever Qingzhen came, he would purchase a lot of talismans, especially liking his Qingxin talisman. Chapter 14 Go Yuiao. Seeing that Song Qingming seemed to have recognized him, Qingzhen looked at the wooden sign in front of the stall and continued, I see that your sign says you need elixirs. I happen to know a good friend who often sells elixirs, but he doesn't want anything else, just spiritual stones. I wonder if you are interested, fellow Taoist kin. I am here to help my clan collect elixirs to improve their cultivation. If someone can provide them for a long time, that would be great, and it would save my family from having to go to the market to buy them often. It turned out that he was a cultivator from a nearby family. No wonder he was so young, but he could always take out dozens of talismans to sell at every gathering. It turned out that most of these talismans were made by the elders of his clan. Elixirs, a scarce cultivation resource, are basically controlled by major cultivation families in Qing County. Most of them have a complete inheritance of elixir recipes based on the accumulation of several generations, and it is easier for them to cultivate alchemists than casual cultivators. Even if there are few talented people among the independent cultivators, who rely on their own opportunities to obtain some alchemy inheritance and become alchemists, if they want to obtain more elixir recipes to improve their alchemy level, they can only choose to join them and become the worshippers of these immortal cultivation families, helping them to make elixirs for a lifetime. Qinghufang, the only market in Qing County, was jointly established by the large and small immortal cultivation families in Qing County. The elixirs made by independent cultivators in Qinghufang cannot compete with these immortal cultivation families. Of course, there are still some alchemists who are unwilling to collude with these immortal cultivation families and choose other ways of survival, but the elixirs they make can generally only appear in these small gatherings. The elixirs sold here are generally cheaper than those sold in the market. It is common for nearby mortal cultivation families to come here to purchase elixirs for the benefit of a few spirit stones. Qingzhen listened to Song Qingming's words and said with some relief, I said that you are so young, why do you need so many elixirs? It turns out that you are purchasing for your family. If you can introduce a way, you can buy talismans from me in the future at a 10% discount on the market price, is that okay? After saying that, Song Qingming took out a few of this person's favorite Qingxin talismans from the pile of talismans in front of him and stuffed them into Qingzhen's hands. It's okay, it's okay. After the meeting, please wait for me here for a while. Seeing that Song Qingming was so sensible, Qingzhen happily agreed. A casual cultivator like him often hangs out in various gatherings. In addition to going out for adventures to hunt monsters, he can only rely on buying and selling some information in the market to exchange for some cultivation resources. Not long after seeing Qingzhen off, a beautiful woman with a veil on her head came to Song Qingming's stall. This woman had delicate eyebrows and eyes, white teeth and red lips. She was wearing a light pink palace dress, with an exquisite figure. The corners of her skirt were embroidered with light blue butterflies that spread their wings and were about to fly. She was covered with a layer of white gauze. Her cultivation was a little higher than Song Qingming's, and she had reached the 5th level of Qi Refining. This was the first time that Song Qingming had seen such a stunning female cultivator in the past few months in Funiu Mountain, and he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. After stopping in front of Song Qingming's stall, she carefully looked at the sign on the table of the stall. After thinking for a while, she said, "Will you accept the mid-grade silverleaf grass?" Song Qingming only felt a voice, which was clear and pleasant to the ear like a wind chime. After he came back to his senses, he quickly replied, "I don't accept middle-grade ones, but lower-grade ones are fine. Silverleaf grass is also one of the spiritual herbs needed to make blank talismans, but Song Qingming is only a lower-grade talisman maker now, and it is a bit of a waste to use middle-grade materials." He doesn't have many spirit stones in his hands, so naturally he won't waste them to buy this. When the pink-clothed woman saw Song Qingming's refusal, she showed some unhappiness on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I still have some lower-grade elixirs that can improve cultivation. Can I exchange them for all the kinks and talismans on your table, pills that improve cultivation? Show me what kind it is first. Song Qingming was a little surprised to hear that the woman wanted to exchange pills for his talismans. He didn't know what strange wind blew today. In the past, there were few people in this market who took out pills to exchange for talismans. How come he met two people who could exchange for pills today? After hearing what Song Qingming said, the pink-clothed woman did not answer. She took out a small bottle and put it on the table. He took the purple bottle handed over by the other party, opened the jade bottle, poured out a pill, lowered his head and smelled the medicinal properties carefully. This is the Qi nourishing pill. Song Qingming took out a small bottle of his own and put 3 pills in it. He put the remaining pills in the bottle and a dozen kinks and talismans on the table in front of the other party. Your Qi nourishing pill is about 3 spirit stones on the market. My dozen talismans are only worth 3 pills of yours. If you agree, we will exchange. The pink-clothed woman nodded without hesitation, quickly put away the pills and talismans, looked at Song Qingming, turned around and left. After finishing this business, Song Qingming's good luck seemed to have come to an end, and he never encountered such a good opportunity to exchange pills again. On the contrary, the sales of the talismans he displayed have been very stable. He sold most of them in a day, and also received some materials for making talismans. Only the black stone that Uncle Jiu left with him remained untouched, and no one was interested in it. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west. On the west side of Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming looked at the person who sold pills introduced by Qingzhen and smiled bitterly. The familiar figure in front of him was the pink-clothed woman who exchanged pills for talismans with him today, but he didn't think that the woman would sell the remaining pills at that time. It's a pity for those kinks and talismans that he made with great effort. The pink-dressed woman was still wearing a white veil. Although Song Qingming had not seen the woman's face clearly, he quickly confirmed from her clothes that she was the stunning woman who had traded with him half a day ago. The pink-dressed woman was a little surprised to see Song Qingming and asked Qingzhen, fellow Taoist Qin, is this the person you said you wanted to buy elixirs from? Fairy Gao, this is fellow Taoist Song, also a cultivator from a nearby family, with a good reputation in Funiu Mountain. This time he came to purchase some elixirs for his family elders. Qingzhen seemed to be a little respectful to the woman, and his tone was a little afraid that she was not satisfied with Song Qingming as a trading partner. After hearing Qingzhen's introduction, the pink-dressed woman asked Song Qingming again, are you from the Song family of Funiu Mountain? Funiu Mountain, Song family, Song Qingming. Seeing that the woman knew his origin at once, Song Qingming thought that she must be someone who has been practicing nearby for many years, so he did not hide it anymore and said his name generously. After hearing Song Qingming's answer, the pink-clothed woman thought for a long time, and finally seemed to have made up her mind, and threw a yellow cloth bag to Qingzhen. After Qingzhen took the cloth bag, he opened it and took a look. He nodded happily at the two of them, and left quickly. It was not until Qingzhen walked out of their sight that the white-clothed woman slowly spoke. I wonder what kind of elixir do you need, Brother Song? I want elixirs like the Qi nourishing pill, which can increase magic power. The more the better. I only want spirit stones, nothing else, of course. After saying this, the pink-clothed woman took out several similar purple jade bottles and placed them in Song Qingming's hands. Song Qingming took them and looked at them. There were 3 bottles full of the Qi nourishing pills he had always dreamed of. He was shocked and couldn't help but have more guesses about this pink-clothed woman. To be able to take out so many Qi nourishing pills at once, this woman's alchemy skills must be very superb. She is not comparable to the junior alchemist like the second sister. She is at least a mid-level alchemist, and there are not many such people in Qing County. My pills are of excellent quality. If you want a whole bottle, I can give you 2 less spirit stones. Song Qingming nodded in agreement. After accepting a bottle of pills, he took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to the woman. I came out in a hurry this time and didn't bring many spirit stones with me. I only need 1 bottle today. For the rest, you can find me at the place where we had the last gathering next month. I will set up a stall here every month. As long as the quality is guaranteed, I can purchase them for a long time. As long as you have spirit stones, the quality of the pills I refine is guaranteed. However, If you want long-term cooperation, I have another request. Fairy, please speak. You cannot tell your clansmen about our transaction. This should not be difficult for you, right? Song Qingming was a little puzzled by the pink-clothed woman's strange request, but after thinking carefully, perhaps her alchemy inheritance came from King Hefang, so she did not want them, the family cultivators, to know her identity. Okay, compared to her, Song Qingming did not want his clansmen to know the secret of how he was earning spirit stones. For him, the most important thing now was to be able to exchange for pills to improve his cultivation. At most, he dared to take a little of these pills to the family's gold storage pavilion to exchange for talisman materials. If he took all of them, how could he explain clearly when the fourth elder asked him where he got the spirit stones to purchase the pills? In the eyes of other members of the Song family, he had no more than 20 or 30 spirit stones on him. The pink-clothed woman nodded the spirit stones, put them into the storage bag with satisfaction, and was about to leave. May I ask the fairy's name? Go-Yu-I-A-O. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Qingming returns. Go-Yu-I-A-O? Watching a wisp of pink smoke drifting away with the wind, Song Qingming couldn't help but mutter the name he just heard. Song Qingming finally got a bottle of elixir that could increase his cultivation. After hurriedly returning to Lingyuan Mountain, he hurried back home to try the effect of the elixir. The Yankee pill is a mid-grade elixir. The spiritual energy contained is almost equal to the spiritual energy that a normal mid-stage Qi refining cultivator refines in a month. After Song Qingming refined a pill of Yankee pill, he clearly felt that the spiritual energy in his body increased a little, which made him secretly happy. The effect of this Yankee pill did not disappoint him. The bottle of elixir in his hand could save him almost a year of hard cultivation time. It's a pity that such an elixir can only be taken one pill a month at most. Pills are made of plant essences, spiritual water and spiritual objects. Ordinary pills have a trace of elixir poison and cannot be used indiscriminately. For low-level elixir like Yankee pill, the elixir poison takes about a month to be completely discharged from the cultivator's body. If you take pills without restraint for a long time, the pill poison will accumulate in the body, which will bring great risks to the cultivator's subsequent cultivation. This bottle of nourishing pills is enough for him to practice for a year, and the extra pills can be taken to the Golden Pavilion to earn a few spiritual stones. With the cultivation pills provided by Go-Yu-I-A-O for a long time, Song Qingming finally found a way to improve his cultivation speed. Whether it was the previous refining array or the later learning to make talismans, Song Qingming's purpose of earning spiritual stones was always for his own cultivation. If you can't build a foundation, the lifespan of a cultivator in the Qi refining stage is limited, and after 100 years, it will eventually turn into a pile of yellow earth. The lifespan of a cultivator in the Qi refining stage is only about 120 years, and after building a foundation, the lifespan can be increased by 2 generations. In addition, you can also take some second-level life-extending elixirs and generally live to about 250 years old. If a cultivator wants to build a foundation, it is best to cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining before the age of 60. After the age of 60, the energy and blood in the body of a Qi refining cultivator will slowly deplete, and the difficulty of building a foundation will become greater and greater. Although the foundation building is still too far away for him, if he practices normally, it is a question whether Song Qingming can practice to the late stage of Qi refining by the age of 60. He must speed up his practice. After practicing all night, the next morning, Song Qingming was about to go to the mine cave for inspection. Just as he walked to the edge of Crescent Lake, he suddenly felt a slight fluctuation in the mountain protection formation. A white communication talisman slowly passed through the formation and entered Lingyuan Mountain. The 4 martial artists guarding the formation at the entrance of the village saw the communication talisman flying in from outside the formation. They were about to report to Song Qingming, but they saw him coming from afar. Song Qingming took the talisman and took a closer look. A smile appeared on his face. He hurriedly ordered the martial artists guarding the formation to open the mountain protection formation. Outside the formation, there were more than a dozen figures standing, and the first 2 had already arrived in front of Song Qingming. The leader was a beautiful woman in white clothes, who looked to be about 30 years old, and there was a little girl in her teens beside her. The beautiful lady is a cultivator of the first generation of the Song family. Song Changling has the 6th level of Qi Refining, and is also the only top-grade talisman maker in the Song family. Song Changling's cultivation talent is average. She is only a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, but she is quite talented in making talismans. Song Qingming had previously learned the art of making talismans, and had specially gone to ask her for advice. The little girl has made good progress in her cultivation recently, but she is a little homesick. The elder allowed her to go home for a day and asked me to bring her here and collect the black iron ore for the past 6 months, Song Changling said as he pointed to the little girl behind him. The little girl next to Song Changling was Song Qingming, who Song Qingming sent to Funiu Mountain a few months ago. At this moment, she has already drawn Qi into her body and has become a cultivator of the 1st level of Qi Refining. The cultivator with 3 spiritual roots is indeed extraordinary. It took Song Qingming half a year to successfully enter the Dao after drawing Qi into his body. This little girl has reached this level in just 3 or 4 months. This cultivation speed is not a little bit fast. Looking at Song Qingming behind him, with an impatient look in his eyes, Song Changling nodded slightly at her. The little girl smiled and said hello to Song Qingming, then ran towards her home in 2 steps. 5th and, why are you the only one here this time? Song Qingming was also a little surprised when he saw the 2 of them. Transporting black iron ore worth 40 spiritual stones was enough to arouse the greed of late-stage Qi Refining cultivators. In the past, when the Song family came to transport ore, they would at least appoint 3 mid-stage Qi Refining cultivators or above, so that even if they encountered ordinary late-stage Qi Refining cultivators, they could hold on until the family came to help even if they were defeated. This time, only Song Changling came, and he had to take care of Song Qingming, who had just embarked on the road of cultivation. If he encountered the gang of bandits last time, it would definitely be dangerous. Seeing Song Qingming a little worried, Song Changling smiled and explained, last time, the Gao family took the lead in making a fuss. Recently, Qing County has been much more peaceful. This time, the 2nd elder is here too, waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. How can the family dare to let me come alone for such an important matter as escorting the black iron ore? Song Qingming took Song Changling and others to the warehouse where the ore was stored and collected the black iron ore mined in the past 6 months. The dozen or so family martial artists brought from Funiu Mountain this time have been transporting ore to Lingyuan Mountain many times and are very familiar with this place. Song Qingming called dozens of miners to help. They spent half a day moving the supplies from several carriages and then loading the black iron ore collected during this period onto the carriages. Lingyuan Mountain is located in a valley, and it is all rugged mountains, unlike Moujiao Town, which is flat around and can cultivate a large amount of farmland. The family mortals here have always been short of food, and they need to receive some subsidies from Moujiao Town every year. Every time the family came to collect the ore, they would deliver some daily necessities that the mortals in the mountains could not get here to meet the needs of the mortals here. At this time, every family in Lingyuan Mountain would happily carry large and small sacks and bamboo baskets to the village's threshing ground, waiting to receive these daily necessities. It was so lively. Song Qingming had practiced in Funiu Mountain for several months. There were not many children of the same age in the mountains. She faced sparring study and practice all day long. Returning to Lingyuan Mountain could be regarded as liberating her child's nature. Not long after returning home to see her parents, Song Qingming ran out to find her former playmates in the village. While talking about what she saw and heard in the mountains, she showed her extraordinary abilities after practice, which stunned the eyes of the children of the same age in the village. The strength of the cultivators in the Qi Refining stage alone is several times that of ordinary mortals. The little girl ran around the village with these children, showing off the few small spells she had just learned. The flames and rain came from his hands, and the villagers around him were frightened and quickly took their children back home, fearing that this ignorant little fairy would accidentally hurt their children. The little girl looked at herself for the last time and found that she was the only one left by her side. She felt a little bored and could only return home alone with some sadness. After Song Qingming came to Lingyuan Mountain, the operation of the black iron ore vein has been relatively smooth. This year's output is 0.5% more than last year. Song Changling looked at the black iron ore quantity account book handed over by a martial artist and nodded to Song Qingming with satisfaction. The black iron ore in Lingyuan Mountain can produce hundreds of pieces of ore every year. The Song family generally does not take these black iron ores directly to the market for sale, but will first transport them to Funiu, and then the family refiners will make various magic tools, and then sell them in the family store in Qingming, so that the original black iron ore value can be doubled. Just after noon, everyone had a meal and prepared to return. The little girl also left her parents reluctantly. Song Changling led everyone and slowly walked down Lingyuan Mountain. Chapter 16 Family Recruitment. Spring went and autumn came. In a blink of an eye, Song Qingming had been in Lingyuan Mountain for 2 years. Relying on the special function of the incomplete map, Song Qingming's ability to make talismans has rapidly improved. Now the success rate of making talismans has reached 50% to 60%. By selling talismans, he has saved hundreds of spiritual stones and has already paid back the spiritual stones borrowed by Uncle 13 and others. With the spiritual stones, Song Qingming naturally wanted to start upgrading his weapons and arm himself. Not only did he exchange some medium-grade talismans in the family's treasure pavilion, he also exchanged for a medium-grade defensive magic weapon in Funiu Mountain. Now he is no longer the poor boy who was embarrassed 2 years ago. Guo didn't come to Funiu Mountain often. Sometimes he would come once every few months. Fortunately, the several transactions of elixirs between them were very smooth. Relying on the elixirs exchanged from Guo, Song Qingming's cultivation has now been raised to the peak of the 4th level of Qi Refining. It won't be long before he is confident that he will break through to the 5th level of Qi Refining. In the past 2 years, a major event has also occurred in Qing County. The head of the Jin family, Jin Guangyao, successfully built his foundation half a year ago and became the 6th foundation building cultivator in Qing County. As a result, the Jin family rose to prominence overnight and was promoted to a foundation building family. After a cultivator builds his foundation, his lifespan will also be greatly improved. After Jin Guangyao built his foundation, the Jin family had at least 200 years of glory. There were originally only 3 foundation building families in Qing County. Now that Jin Guangyao has successfully built his foundation, the Jin family has also successfully grown into the 4th foundation building family in Qing County and has the opportunity to directly offer tribute to the Xiaoyao sect. Other dozens of Qi Refining families, large and small, such as the Song family, are vassal families of the 4 major foundation building families on the surface. They also need to hand over a large amount of spiritual rice every year in exchange for the protection of these foundation building families. The Song family, where Song Qingming is located, is a vassal Qi Refining family under the Wang family, a foundation building family. Among the 4 major foundation building families, the Wang family is the strongest, with 3 foundation building cultivators. The patriarch Wang Shengxin has a 7th level foundation building cultivation level and is the only late-stage foundation building cultivator in the entire Qing County. The Wang family is also a long-established foundation building family in Qing County. There has been a continuous number of foundation building cultivators in the family for nearly 1,000 years, and it is considered the undisputed overlord of Qing County. The Gao family was originally about the same strength as the Wang family, but more than 20 years ago, the former patriarch of the Gao family, who is in the late-stage foundation building cultivation level, was invited to visit an ancient cave dwelling and died unexpectedly, causing a great loss of strength in the Gao family. Now there is only one mid-stage foundation building cultivator left in the family. The Lu family is in a similar situation to the Jin family, who has just established their foundation. Both are foundation building families that have only been promoted in the past few decades. In terms of family background, they are quite different from the Wang and Gao families. There are a total of 6 foundation building cultivators in the 4 major foundation building families, plus a foundation building cultivator assigned by Xiaoyao sect to garrison and manage Qingming, so there are a total of 7 foundation building cultivators living in Qing County. When Song Qingming heard that Jin Guangyao had successfully built his foundation, his heart was also throbbing. Becoming a foundation building cultivator not only has the ability to fly and hide, but also can enjoy twice the lifespan. This is what many cultivators dream of, including him now. In the past 2 years, the Song family has also added a cultivator, the 11th in the Qing generation, Song Qingwen, with 5 spiritual roots, from a small village under Mujiao town. With the addition of 2 cultivators in 2 years, the Song family can be regarded as a series of happy events. The 4th elder who manages the family's affairs has also specially distributed some supplies, allowing the 2 villages to celebrate. For this reason, the Lingyuan mountain mine was also suspended for 2 days. Hundreds of miners living here took turns to celebrate around Xiao's parents. Today, Song Qingyu's family is just like Song Qingming's family back then. One person's success brings prosperity to the whole family. Xiaoyu's father became a miner leader in the mine last year, responsible for managing dozens of miners. He no longer needs to go to the mine himself. The family has already lived in a large house given by the clan. One morning, Song Qingming, who was in seclusion for cultivation, suddenly received a message from the second elder of the clan, asking him to return to Funiu today. Song Qingming did not dare to neglect it. After saying hello to his ninth uncle Song Changxin, he returned to Funiu alone. Not long after going up the mountain, he happened to meet his 13th uncle Song Changxin, who was also going to the family meeting room. "Qingming, why are you back? Are you going to the meeting room too?" Seeing Song Qingming, Song Changxin asked with some surprise. "It was the second elder who called me back to the mountain. I don't know what it is yet," Song Qingming answered truthfully. "Sixth brother called you back. Could it be that you are also on this mission?" Song Changxin looked strange. "Mission? Nephew, I don't know. The second elder didn't mention it in the letter. Does Uncle 13 know what the mission is?" "Oh, the clan leader accepted a job assignment from the Liu family yesterday. Maybe you have to participate. The sixth brother may also make other arrangements with you. You will know when you get to the meeting room." Seeing Song Qingming's puzzled face, Song Changxin did not say anything more, but urged him to go to the meeting room together. On the top of Funiu Mountain, in the Song family meeting hall, more than a dozen Song family cultivators, including Song Qingming, were in the middle, discussing the job assignment from the Liu family. In addition to Song Qingming, there was another person from the Qing generation, the third brother Song Qing's. When he came to Funiu Mountain half a year ago, the third brother was only at the 5th level of Qi Refining. I didn't expect that he had broken through to the 6th level of Qi Refining after half a year. He is indeed the most talented cultivator of the next generation of the Song family. Like the clan leader, Song Kings practiced the family's only foundation building technique, red flame art. The foundation building technique was much more powerful than the common Qi refining techniques they practiced. Now Song Kings' fighting skills were no less powerful than those of the elders present. It was not surprising that he appeared here. However, Song Kings was a little surprised to see Song Qingming coming here, and greeted Song Qingming with some doubts. The clan leader Song Gushan, who was standing in front of the crowd, saw that everyone had arrived, waved his hand to calm the discussion, looked at everyone in the hall, and loudly stated the purpose of this gathering. It turned out that another Qi refining family in Qing County, the Jingyuan Liu family, had issued a hiring task in Qinghefang a few days ago, secretly inviting several nearby Qi refining families to go to the floating cloud mountains to hunt a second-level inferior monster. The Liu family, like the Song family, is a vassal family of the Wang family, which is a foundation-building family. It is considered to be a relatively old family of immortal cultivation in Qing County, and has been passed down for nearly 400 years. There are more than 40 cultivators in the family, and their strength is much stronger than that of the Song family, which has only been passed down for 200 years. It is for this reason that they have the confidence to fight against the second-level monster beast. The classification of monster beast levels is the same as that of human cultivators. The second-level low-grade monster beast is equivalent to the initial foundation-building cultivator among humans, but the monster beast obviously opens its spiritual intelligence slower than humans. The first-level monster beast basically relies on its nature to fight, and the second-level monster beast is equivalent to the spiritual intelligence of a 10-year-old human child. When fighting against human cultivators, it is often easy to be suppressed by various skills, traps, and formations. The cultivators in the Qi refining stage can also defeat the second-level monster beasts in the foundation-building stage by relying on the number of people to activate the second-level formation. On the other hand, when a third-level demon beast reaches the Jinden stage, its intelligence is greatly developed and it can speak human language. Its intelligence is basically the same as that of ordinary people. It will no longer be easily besieged by low-level human cultivators using formations. Relying on its own powerful body, it has an advantage over human cultivators of the same level. Hiring cultivators from other nearby Qi refining families to hunt demon beasts together, although such hiring tasks are relatively rare, is not a strange thing. For employers, compared with wandering cultivators, Family cultivators with families and businesses are definitely more trustworthy. Many key refining families and forces in Qing County have issued such tasks. Because the Liu family offered a high price for this task, the clan leader and several elders discussed it and decided to take on this hiring task. Originally, such a difficult task was also very risky. Song Qingming's cultivation was not high, so the family should not let him participate. It was only because the Liu family required the families participating in this mission to send at least 3 formation masters, and the Song family only had a few formation masters, so they summoned Song Qingming, who was at the 4th level of Qi Refining, to make up the number. In the meeting hall, after a discussion, the final candidates for this mission were quickly decided. The clan leader stayed in Funiu Mountain, and the first and second elders led the team to participate in this mission. In addition to the first elder Song Gubei and the second elder Song Changfeng, there were 4 long-generation cultivators including the 13th uncle Song Changshan, as well as Song Kings and Song Qingming of the Qing generation. Half of the Song family's elite were dispatched for this mission, which was the largest action of the Song family in the past 10 years. Half a day later, the 8 people of the Song family, led by the first elder Song Gushan, quietly left Funiu Mountain and went to Qinghefang in the west. Chapter 17 Liu Family's Employment. In a dense forest several dozen miles west of Qinghefang, more than 20 monks gathered, led by an old monk in his 90s, wearing a black and white Taoist robe, with a weathered face and snow-white eyebrows and beard. This old man is the current patriarch of the Liu family in Qingming Mountain, Qing County, Liu Xianlong, who has reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi Refining. In his early years, he was also a well-known genius monk in Qing County. He cultivated to the 9th level of Qi Refining before he was 50 years old. Unfortunately, when he cultivated to the 9th level of Qi Refining, his family had already begun to decline and he failed to successfully build a foundation. The best age for Qi Refining monks to build a foundation is before the age of 60, when their Qi and blood decline. After the age of 80, they have basically lost the hope of building a foundation. At Liu Xianlong's age, unless there is a chance against the sky, there is no chance to successfully build a foundation. For veteran monks like Liu Xianlong who have broken through the late stage of Qi Refining for many years, their fighting ability is still beyond doubt. In Qing County, except for those monks who have built a foundation, these people are absolutely the top fighting force. As long as he doesn't get hurt badly, Liu Xianlong can still maintain his peak combat power for at least a dozen years. After he reaches the age of 110, his body will gradually lose its Qi and blood and lose the ability to absorb spiritual energy. At that time, he can no longer attack at will. If he forces himself to attack and consumes too much spiritual energy, he will drop his original cultivation realm at the least, and in serious cases, it will affect the last 10 years of his life and he will die early. Patriarch, there is news from the Song family. They have arrived. A middle-aged man next to Liu Xianlong was reporting to him the news he had just received. Liu Xianlong stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "Notify the Wu and Du family cultivators to prepare to set off." The Liu family also had a foundation-building cultivator in their ancestor. 100 years ago, they were also a foundation-building family in Qing County. However, the Liu family was unlucky. In the Monster Rebellion 100 years ago, they lost the only foundation-building cultivator in the family. Although Xiaoyao sect compensated them with a foundation-building pale after the war, it was a pity that the person selected by the Liu family to build a foundation did not succeed in building a foundation. The Liu family has since become a Qi Refining family, and can only give up part of the family's industry in exchange for the protection of other foundation-building families, and has become a vassal family of the Wang family. The Liu family has been planning this trip to the Floating Cloud Mountains for many years. As long as it goes smoothly, they will get a chance to go to Xiaoyao sect to exchange for foundation-building pills. As long as someone in the Liu family succeeds in building a foundation, the glory of the foundation-building family will be restored in his hands. At that time, everything in the family will change. Thinking of this, Liu Xianlong was also very excited. Following the 2 elders, they flew west for hundreds of miles in one breath. The 8 people of the Song family came to this dense forest. At this time, dozens of cultivators have gathered in this dense forest. And there are 7 or 8 cultivators in the late stage of Qi Refining. I didn't expect that the Liu family would attach so much importance to this trip to the Floating Cloud Mountains. After meeting Liu Xianlong, The second elder Song Changfang greeted him and led the people of the Song family to join the team of cultivators headed by the Liu family. After everyone gathered, they left Qing County and went north. This time, the Liu family invited 3 nearby families to participate. In addition to the Song family, there are also the Longtan Mountain Wu family and the Baoshi Peak Du family. The Wu family and the Song family are about the same in strength, led by the head of the Wu family, Wu Ziyan. The Du family is slightly stronger, with more than 30 cultivators in the family. This time, the team is led by the second elder of the Du family, Du Shaokang. Pingyan County is adjacent to Qing County in the north. This is the largest county among the 4 counties in Jiangling County. There are 7 foundation-building families in the county alone, and the territory and number of cultivators controlled are more than twice that of Qing County. 100 miles north of Pingyan County is the Floating Cloud Mountains that stretch for thousands of miles. Monsters are rampant in the Floating Cloud Mountains, which is not suitable for ordinary mortals to live here, but this is the gathering place for many casual cultivators in Uyghur. Many casual cultivators in the 4 counties of Jiangling County like to come to the Floating Cloud Mountains to hunt monsters. There are also many foundation-building casual cultivators who occupy the spiritual veins and open caves here. The Wulong River in the north of Pingyan County is also the junction between humans and the monster forces in the northern border. The huge Floating Cloud Mountains attract many cultivators to hunt monsters every year. It is also a buffer zone for monsters in the northern border every time they riot. Therefore, Xia Oyo sect attaches great importance to this place. Not only did they build several markets near the Floating Cloud Mountains to collect various resources and earn spiritual stones from the hands of casual cultivators, but they also appointed the elders of the Jindan stage to guard this place all year round. After walking north for a few days, they entered the territory of Pingyan County. It took them nearly 10 days to pass through Pingyan County and enter the Floating Cloud Mountains. This was also the first time that Song Qingming left Qing County to carry out a mission. The cultivators he saw along the way, whether they were traveling in groups like them or acting alone in groups of 3 or 2, all had the same destination, the Floating Cloud Mountains, which were full of dangers and opportunities. When Song Qingming was in Lingyuan Mountain, he often heard his uncle Song Changxin talk about the various strange things he encountered when he was practicing in Funiu Mountain in the Floating Cloud Mountains. He was also very curious about this place, but this time he had been rushing on the road with everyone since he set out, and he had no chance to pay attention to the various scenery along the way. Half a month after entering the Floating Cloud Mountains, everyone came to a dense forest in a mountain bay. Liu Xianlong announced that everyone would rest on the spot for one night. The target of this hunting was in a pool not far ahead. It was a second-level low-grade silver-armored crab monster. According to the Liu family monks, this silver-armored crab advanced to the second-level monster beast for only a few decades, and it was not difficult to deal with it with magical powers. They drove all the way at lightning speed. It was rare for everyone to rest for a night. At night, everyone lit a bonfire and formed several circles, laughing and talking. The excitement did not slowly stop until midnight. The next morning, under the leadership of the Liu family, everyone came to the edge of a pool. The pool was only a few dozen feet in radius. Near the center, there was a huge black reef protruding above the water surface. On it, there were several low-level monsters lying, leisurely basking in the sun that had just risen. Under the command of several elders of the Liu family, everyone began to arrange the golden net demon subduing formation in a grassland beside the pool. This second-level low-grade formation was purchased by the Liu family from the market in Jiangling County many years ago. As long as 16 Qi refining cultivators work together to activate it, it can trap ordinary second-level low-grade monsters in a short period of time. This is also the biggest confidence of the Liu family to dare to attack the second-level monsters this time. The second-level formation is relatively complicated, and the Liu family is also very well prepared for this operation. The Liu family alone came with 2 high-grade formation masters, plus 2 other high-grade formation masters from the Wu and Song families. The 4 led Song Qingming and more than a dozen low and medium-level formation masters to set up this second-level formation for nearly an hour. It was also the first time for Song Qingming to participate in the arrangement of the second-level formation. Originally, his formation level as a low-grade formation master was only at the entry level. This time, following the 4 high-grade formation masters to jointly arrange the formation, he benefited a lot. Although he was just helping out in this formation operation, He now has a lot of insights into the way of formation and inspired a lot of inspiration. There were more than 40 cultivators participating in this mission, including 9 cultivators in the late stage of Qi refining, and the others were all cultivators in the middle stage of Qi refining. There was not only the second-level silver armored crab monster in the pool, but also many first-level monsters. According to the Liu family's on-site distribution, some of the formation masters brought were responsible for activating the formation at any time, and the other cultivators, led by several late-stage Qi refining cultivators, first strangled the first-level monsters in the pool. Before the battle, everyone must first try to kill the first-level monsters, otherwise when the second-level monsters come out, too many first-level monsters will hold back the formation, and it will be difficult to fully trap the second-level monsters when the formation is deployed. Qingming and Changyan will stay to help us activate the formation, and the others will follow Changfeng. Seeing that the Liu family cultivators had already organized people to attack the pool, the elder Song Gubei quickly made proper arrangements. The 12th Ant Song Changyan was also a low-grade formation master like Song Qingming. Although she had the 6th level Qi refining cultivation, she practiced wood-attributed skills, and her fighting skills were average, and she rarely participated in such dangerous tasks. The elder Song Gubei was the only top-grade formation master in the family, so he naturally had to stay to help activate the formation. The other 5 people had rich experience in hunting monsters and enemies, and under the leadership of Song Changfeng, they quickly gathered at the edge of the pond. Kill! At Liu Xianlong's command, everyone quickly rushed to the edge of the pond. A black-clothed monk took the lead in attacking a low-level fish monster that was resting at the edge of the pond. This person was a veteran late-stage Qi refining monk of the Du family, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining. He took a few quick steps and carefully touched the back of the squinting fish monster. Taking advantage of the fish monster's unpreparedness, he quickly offered a black ring magic weapon in his hand and put it on the fish monster's neck. The black ring suddenly became several times larger in the air and stuck on the fish monster's neck. The fish monster felt the abnormality on its neck and was about to get up, but suddenly it was motionless the next moment. A burst of blood rain floated out, and the huge fish head fell from its neck. Song Qingming was shocked after reading it. What a powerful method. Chapter 18 Level 2 Monster. Not far away, at a corner of the pond, another late-stage Qi refining cultivator from the Liu family skillfully controlled a huge flying sword and blocked 2 low-level monster crabs that wanted to escape into the water from this direction. In less than a quarter of an hour, they were all easily killed by his sword. For a moment, there was a deafening sound around the pond, and dozens of various magic weapons were flying all over the sky. Looking at the cultivators in front of him gorgeously using magic weapons to kill the enemy, Song Qingming couldn't help but reveal a trace of shame on his face. Compared with these veteran Qi refining cultivators, his cultivation and fighting skills are indeed far behind. If he wants to be like them, and be able to use various spells and magic weapons so skillfully to kill the enemy, he needs to practice harder. Soon, more than a dozen low-level monsters by the pond were all destroyed on the shore. Everyone was about to block the entire pond, but at this time, there was a loud bang and a huge white splash of water exploded in the middle of the pond. A silver armored crab monster with a head of more than 10 feet suddenly appeared in the center of the pool. This silver armored crab monster was silver-white, and a pair of huge white iron pincers in front of it kept waving. It looked very ferocious and terrifying. It exuded a terrifying spiritual pressure, which made Song Qingming, who was 100 feet away, feel uncomfortable. Looking at the degree of spiritual pressure, everyone immediately felt that this should be the second-level monster. The silver-armored crab monster looked at the human monks who broke into its territory and killed them. It waved its pincers angrily and released waves of harsh sound waves from its mouth. The monks on the shore who were closest to it instantly felt dizzy and tinnitus, and they all held their heads with their hands and almost fell down. Hurry up and use the spiritual barrier to block this sound wave attack, Liu Xianlong roared, and took the lead in quickly releasing a spiritual power to form a semicircular barrier, protecting himself and several mid-level Qi refining monks beside him behind the barrier. This is also a powerful spell that can only be performed by late-stage Qi refining monks. When Song Changfeng heard Liu Xianlong's voice transmission, he quickly released the spiritual power in his body to form a shield to protect the Song family members behind him. Seeing this, Several other late-stage Qi refining cultivators also released their own spiritual power barriers, which helped the mid-stage Qi refining cultivators who were almost injured to recover. Seeing that his sound waves could not deal with these hateful human cultivators in front of him, the silver-armored crab monster stretched out 8 long iron legs and rushed towards the dozen cultivators led by Liu Xianlong on the shore. The speed of the second-level monster was amazing, and it caught up with the shore in just a moment. Used talismans and long-range spells to hold him back, Liu Xianlong saw the silver-armored crab monster rushing towards him, and while retreating, he directed others to use spells and talismans to delay the silver-armored crab's steps. It was a pity that everyone's attack was only some first-level talismans and spells, which caused very limited damage to the silver-armored crab and did not affect its speed at all. Just when the silver-armored crab monster caught up to not far behind Liu Xianlong, who had been retreating, suddenly turned around and released a second-level talisman that he had prepared long ago. This was a second-level low-grade explosive fire talisman, which could emit an explosive attack equivalent to the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. A second-level low-grade talisman on the market would cost at least more than 200 spiritual stones. In order to ensure that this operation would be foolproof, Liu Xianlong also brought the only 2 second-level talismans left in the Liu family. A flash of fire and a few loud booms sounded, and the silver-armored crab monster was accidentally attacked by Liu Xianlong. At this time, the silver-white crab body had several broken places, several red blood lines, and bleeding continued. Even the long leg in the front was blown away by the second-level talisman just now. Taking advantage of this buffer opportunity, the people who were about to be caught up quickly distanced themselves from the silver-armored crab monster and ran straight to the large formation not far away. Soon, everyone returned to the formation smoothly. Only one unlucky monk from the Liu family, who was only at the 5th level of Qi refining, accidentally fell behind. Just when he was a few steps away from the formation, a huge iron clamp suddenly lifted him into the air. He only heard a scream. After falling from the sky, he was cut in half by the other sharp giant clamp of the angry silver-armored crab monster, and a bloody rain fell from the sky. Everyone in the formation changed their faces when they saw such a scene. This is the power of the foundation building monster. If they are not careful, they may follow the footsteps of this Taoist friend. It was the first time that Song Qingming saw such a bloody scene. He couldn't help but tremble. The formation flag in his hand almost slipped to the ground. This monk from the Liu family who was still chatting and laughing with everyone last night had died tragically in the hands of the ferocious monster in the blink of an eye. In front of this huge second-level monster, these monks who usually looked like immortals in front of mortals were as vulnerable as ants. It was not until the great elder Song Gubei felt something was wrong with him and patted him on the shoulder that he came back to his senses and quickly held the formation flag and stood in his position again. Meng Lin, don't panic, everyone, withdraw, and quickly activate the formation. Seeing that the silver-armored crab monster had entered the formation, Liu Xianlong, with red eyes, ignored the sadness of losing his clan members, and quickly commanded everyone to activate the formation to trap the silver-armored crab monster. Song Qingming and others, who had been waiting in the formation for a long time, quickly threw a half-foot-long golden disc into the air under the guidance of 4 top-grade formation masters. More than a dozen golden rays of light shot out from the formation flags in their hands and connected to the formation disc, instantly forming a huge golden iron net, covering the head of the silver-armored crab monster in the formation. The silver-armored crab monster was caught off guard by the golden net. In a panic, it raised a pair of iron pincers to hold up the golden net on its body. The dozen or so formation masters responsible for activating the formation made quick gestures with their hands and desperately injected spiritual power into their respective formation flags, causing the golden net to shine brightly and confront the silver-armored crab monster. This golden net binding formation is a formation that traps monsters. Once it is completely covered by the golden net, the silver-armored crab monster basically loses its ability to move, and can only be slowly strangled by these low-level monks. Seeing that the silver-armored crab monster's 2 pincers held up the golden net, the formation could not completely cover the silver-armored crab monster at once. Liu Xianlong, who was besieging it from the side, sent 6 more monks to strengthen and activate the formation. With more monks joining, the golden light of the formation slowly pressed over the iron pincers held up by the silver-armored crab monster, making it unable to escape at once. Seeing this, everyone was also refreshed. Liu Xianlong, Song Changfang and other late-stage Qi Refining monks began to offer high-grade magic weapons to besiege the weak points under the shell of the monster crab. Facing the second-level monster, only the high-grade magic weapon and talisman can cause certain damage. Among the crowd, except for the 9 late-stage Qi Refining monks who held high-grade magic weapons, the remaining mid-stage Qi Refining monks had only 4 or 5 high-grade magic weapons. The damage caused by the middle-grade magic weapons in the hands of the rest of the people to the silver-armored crab monster was very limited. Facing the suppression of the formation, the silver-armored crab monster gradually fell into disadvantage. Under the fierce siege of everyone, it was already somewhat unable to block the golden giant net above its head. Just when everyone was happy and thought that they could easily kill this second-level monster, suddenly the silver-armored crab monster let out a strange roar. Soon, bubbles appeared on the water surface in the distance. More than 20 first-level monsters sensed the call of the silver-armored crab monster and floated to the surface of the water, rushing towards the people who were besieging the silver-armored crab monster and killed them. Fellow Daoists, deal with these first-level monsters first, don't let them interfere with the formation. This silver-armored crab is already at the end of its strength. Don't hide your secrets, fight quickly. This second-level monster has been trapped by the formation. As long as you quickly get rid of this wave of monsters, this mission will be more than half completed successfully. After Liu Xianlong finished speaking, he summoned a high-level black-striped leopard from the spirit beast bag, and took the lead to meet the 2 high-level monsters in front. The rest of the people also withdrew from the siege of the silver-armored crab monster and turned to the first-level monsters that rushed over. Only a few mid-level Qi Refining monks continued to besiege the second-level silver-armored crab. This wave of monsters is not as diverse as the various low-level monsters on the shore before. Most of them are direct descendants of the silver-armored crab monster living in the depths of the pool. More than a dozen mid-level silver-armored crabs and 5 high-level silver-armored crabs are desperately rushing to rescue under the call of the second-level silver-armored crab monster. There is a strong bloodline level suppression among the monsters. A powerful second-level monster can command the first-level monsters of the same race at will. However, it was too late for the silver-armored crab monster to call for help. There are 6 late-stage Qi Refining monks and more than a dozen mid-stage Qi Refining monks among the human cultivators here. The number is already greater than that of the monsters, not to mention that there is a 9th-level Qi Refining monk like Liu Xianlong who can block the top combat power of 2 high-level monsters. However, these first-level monsters acted extremely crazy under the summons of the second-level monsters. Although they were at a disadvantage from the beginning, they still made everyone pay a heavy price. Chapter 19, Golden Net subdues the demon. On the Song family side, the 14th uncle Song Changlian was also seriously injured. In order to create an opportunity for the second elder Song Changfang to kill a high-level monster, he used a mid-level defensive magic weapon to track the high-level monster's attack. In the end, he was hit by the monster and spit out blood on the spot. Even the defensive magic weapon in front of him was broken. Now Song Changlian can only withdraw from the battle and hide in the distance to borrow elixirs to heal his wounds. He has temporarily lost the ability to continue fighting. I am afraid that he will need at least 2 or 3 years of recuperation to fully recover after returning. The rest of the people are fine. They only suffered some minor injuries, which did not affect their combat effectiveness much. However, the third brother Song King's performance attracted attention. He actually killed a mid-level monster crab alone without injury. Several elders praised his performance after the battle. However, the second elder Song Changfang made the greatest contribution in this battle. With the assistance of Song Changlian, he not only killed a high-level monster, but also killed 2 low-level monsters alone. Half an hour later, as the last high-level silver-armored crab fell, the shore was already full of monster corpses, and most of the monks who participated in the battle were injured. 2 monks were seriously injured and lost the ability to continue fighting. Another Du family cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training was accidentally cut into 2 by a high-level silver-armored crab and died on the spot, which made Du Xiaokeng, the leader of the Du family, look depressed. After the battle, everyone had no time to sit down and rest. Before they could recover their own spiritual energy, they had already started the final siege of the second-level silver-armored crab monster trapped in the formation. Faced with the fact that support had not arrived for a long time, the second-level silver-armored crab kept making calls for summons while struggling violently, trying to break free from the shackles of the golden net above. However, This second-level golden net monster binding formation, driven by Song Qingming and other 16 formation masters, has been firmly covered above its head without any shaking. The mana of more than a dozen key training monks gathered together, greatly exceeding this second-level monster that had just advanced. After the people who had surrounded and suppressed the first-level monster returned, Liu Xianlong commanded several Liu family monks to help run the formation, and increased the suppression power of the formation. The rest of the people formed several circles and began to continue to besiege the silver-armored crab monster that was still struggling. Soon, another steel claw of the silver-armored crab monster was cut off by the top-grade flying sword in Liu Xianlong's hand. Unable to bear the heavy blow, the silver-armored crab could only put down the two pincers that supported the golden net and beat back several monks around it. However, just as it was about to show its power, the golden net on its head fell on its huge body because there was no obstruction, and it was completely pressed on the ground and difficult to move. However, although the silver-armored crab monster was suppressed on the ground by the formation and could not move its body at will, its pair of iron pincers were not affected and could still move freely. The silver-armored crab monster kept waving its two pincers and iron claws, which put a lot of pressure on the attacking monks. Not long after, two more cultivators in the middle stage of Qi Refining were swept by the huge white iron pincers and left the stage injured. Seeing that this situation was difficult to deal with, Liu Xianlong, who was standing by, shouted change the formation to the two late-stage Qi Refining elders of the Liu family who were leading the formation in the back. After hearing this, the two elders quickly changed the formation flags in their hands. Under the constant waving of the two elders of the Liu family, the golden nets that originally covered the silver-armored crabs respectively separated two golden lights, and respectively imprisoned the two iron pincers with the greatest attack power of the silver-armored crabs. This is also the power of this second-level golden net monster binding formation. Not only can it trap monsters, but it can also use the powerful spiritual power gathered in the golden giant net to imprison the monster's hands and feet, making the monsters lose most of their attack capabilities from their strong bodies. The foundation-building ancestor of the Liu family more than 100 years ago was a rare second-level formation master, and it was also with the help of the second-level mountain protection formation laid by this ancestor that the mountain gate was protected. The Liu family was able to preserve part of the family industry and the second-level sacred mountain in the family after losing the foundation-building monk. After this ancestor passed away, he left the Liu family with a profound array inheritance. This is also the reason why the Liu family array masters on the scene are far more than the other three families. Although the silver-armored crab monster can still move at this moment, its movements are as slow as if it is lifting a heavy burden. It keeps swinging its claws, but it is like slow motion and has no effect on the monks who are besieging it. It has completely lost its ability to attack. Only a few iron claws with slightly weaker attack power can still cause some damage. Facing the successive attacks of many monks, the remaining few iron claws were slowly cut off by the monks one by one. The silver-armored crab, which has completely lost its ability to resist, can only let out a wailing sound under the siege of everyone. It fell down unwillingly and completely lost its breath. Seeing that the silver-armored crab monster finally fell, Liu Xianlong quickly stepped forward to confirm that this second-level monster was completely dead, and then called on everyone who was still setting up the array to dismantle the array. Looking at the riverbank full of blood and corpses, Liu Xianlong summoned the heads of the three families and said in a deep voice, according to the prior agreement, this second-level monster belongs to my Liu family. The other first-level monsters will be distributed by the three families. My Liu family will not participate. As for this pond, my family will also give priority to searching for spiritual objects. You families are not allowed to enter the pond within 2 hours. Do you have any objections? The leaders of the three families looked at each other and nodded without saying anything. Seeing that no one objected, Liu Xianlong's nervousness relaxed. But his face was expressionless. He began to command the Liu family to collect the corpses of the second-level monsters in front of him. The remaining first-level monster corpses were generously left to the other three families, but he only ordered several Liu family monks to keep an eye on the monks of the three families by the pond to prevent them from sneaking into the pond. After Song Gubei, Wu Ziyan and Du Xiaoqing discussed on the spot, the three of them quickly distributed the monsters obtained by each family. According to the principle of equal distribution, the Song family received 2 high-level monsters and 7 low and medium-level monsters. Under Song Gushan's arrangement, The Song family quickly began to collect materials from the corpses of these first-level monsters. The Song family was very happy when they saw the corpses of the monsters in front of them. A mid-level monster was worth about 20 spirit stones, and a high-level monster could be sold for 50 to 60 spirit stones. For the Song family, these monster materials alone could almost equal the family's income for nearly half a year. After returning from this mission, the family would definitely reward those who had made contributions this time. However, compared to the second-level silver-armored crab that the Liu family got, the first-level monsters that the three families got were nothing. Even if all these first-level monster materials were added together, the total value was still far less than that of the second-level silver-armored crab monster. A second-level low-grade monster could be sold for at least 1,500 spirit stones on the market. Although the Liu family also lost a cultivator in this battle, overall, their family was the one that made the most money, not to mention the spiritual objects that might appear at the bottom of the pond. The outer area of floating Cloud Mountain Range has been searched countless times by those crazy casual cultivators, and the chance of finding some spiritual objects is not high. However, this pond, a second-level monster, has been entrenched here for decades, and some first-level spiritual objects must have been born. The probability of finding some spiritual objects near the spiritual vein nest where the second-level monster is entrenched is generally higher. The Liu family will give priority to searching the pond this time, and they will definitely gain something. In general, this time of hunting monsters was very smooth. The four families all got a lot of spoils, and the cultivators of each family at the scene were all smiling. Liu Xianlong watched from afar that the other three families were already concentrating on collecting the corpses of monsters on the shore. His careless face changed slightly, and then he secretly sent a secret message to several Liu family elders beside him. After a cup of tea, on the Liu family side, there was only one Liu family elder left at the scene to command the cleaning of the battlefield. Liu Xianlong and the other two Liu family elders disappeared without a trace without everyone noticing. Even the nearby Liu family cultivators did not notice that their own patriarch had left here at some point. In a cave with rich spiritual energy at the bottom of the pond, the three Liu family members were staring at a bottomless cave in front of them. The ground was full of the corpses of first-level monsters and a rotting silver-armored crab. These high-level monsters are really cruel. They even use their own kind as food. An old man at the 8th level of Qi Refining said solemnly to Liu Xianlong in front of him. Liu Xianlong glanced at the corpses of monsters on the ground, thought for a while, and said nothing. Patriarch, the spiritual energy here is so rich. I guess the place ahead is the place where the Shuling fruit tree is recorded in the Ancestors' Handbook. Another elder of the Liu family pointed to the front and said excitedly. After taking out a red handbook, opening the handbook and carefully checking it again, Liu Xianlong nodded and continued to walk forward. After walking a few dozen feet forward, a blue light suddenly lit up in the originally dim cave. The three of them were delighted to see the blue light and hurried forward quickly. Chapter 20 Foundation Building Pill. It's right here. The notes left by the ancestor are indeed correct. There is really a water spirit fruit tree here. It has been more than 100 years, and the water spirit fruit should have matured. The two Liu elders behind Liu Xianlong seemed a little excited. The Liu family did not hesitate to mobilize most of the family's combat power this time, and also spent a lot of money to hire 3 nearby Qi Refining family monks, not just to kill the second-level silver-armored crab monster just now. The real purpose of the Liu family's trip was to destroy the second-level monster that occupied the pool, and then successfully sneak into the bottom of the pool to find a second-level water spirit fruit tree recorded in Liu Xianlong's notes. The notes on Liu Xianlong's body were left by a foundation-building ancestor of the Liu family more than 100 years ago. It was recorded that this Liu family ancestor had accidentally discovered a second-level water spirit fruit tree here when he was hunting monsters in the floating Cloud Mountains. It was also relying on a ripe water spirit fruit on the tree at that time that the Liu family ancestor exchanged a foundation-building pill from Xiaoyao sect and then successfully built his foundation. After the Liu family ancestor established his foundation, he wanted to transplant the water spirit fruit tree to the Liu family's spiritual mountain. Unfortunately, there has been no second-level spiritual plant master in the family, and he dared not trust outsiders, so he had to give up temporarily. The Liu family ancestor kept this matter a secret in the family, and only recorded it in his own notes. Unexpectedly, he died unexpectedly outside, and other members of the family did not know about it. It was not until decades later that the successor to the clan leader accidentally discovered this note and sent people to the floating cloud mountains to find the pool recorded in the note. Finally, after the Liu family patiently hibernated for nearly 100 years, when the water spirit fruit matured again, Liu Xianlong came here. Since the Liu family lost the only foundation-building cultivator in the family due to the riot of monsters in the northern border 100 years ago, all the Liu family cultivators have been thinking about how to restore the glory of being a foundation-building family for more than 100 years. To achieve this goal, the Liu family had to find a way to train another foundation-building cultivator. Now they were very close to this goal. After years of training, the Liu family had already hidden a seed that could build a foundation. Now they only needed a foundation-building pill. Except for the rare cultivators with natural spiritual roots, ordinary cultivators would encounter a big bottleneck when breaking through the foundation. Less than half of the cultivators could successfully break through by force. Once the breakthrough failed, the violent spiritual power in the meridians of the cultivator's body would instantly backfire on the fragile meridians, causing injuries that were difficult to recover. In this way, the cultivators who failed to break through would need at least 20 years to fully recover from their injuries, and basically missed the opportunity to build a foundation again, and the road of cultivation would come to an end. In serious cases, they would explode and die on the spot after the failure, and their cultivation would disappear. And their death would be extremely painful. This also made many talented cultivators like Liu Xianlong in the world of immortal cultivation dare not easily take such a huge risk to build a foundation by force, even if they could cultivate to the 9th level of Qi Refining before the age of 60. In order to increase the success rate of more cultivators breaking through the realm, the world of immortal cultivation has gradually developed various kinds of elixirs and spiritual objects to assist cultivators in breaking through the realm after the research and accumulation of many top cultivators. Among them, the best and most recognized one is the Foundation Building Pill. The Foundation Building Pill is a second-level pill developed by a powerful cultivator in the God-transforming stage in ancient times to assist cultivators in building their foundation. After being carefully improved and tested by countless generations of high-level alchemists, it has now become an indispensable item for cultivators to build their foundation. When cultivators build their foundation, they need to inhale a large amount of spiritual energy to liquefy the spiritual power in their bodies. Taking the foundation building pill can reconcile the large amount of spiritual power that is rioting in their bodies when the cultivators break through the foundation. The foundation building pill can not only greatly increase the success rate of ordinary cultivators in building their foundation, but also protect the cultivators' meridians from too much backlash when they fail to break through. In this way, even if the cultivators fail to break through, they will not be too seriously injured. They can recover after 3 to 5 years of recuperation and have the opportunity to build their foundation again. Although the foundation building pill is only a second-level top-grade pill, it is very rare in the world of immortality cultivation in Uyghur. Apart from the overlord's Iao sect, it is only occasionally found in the black market near the floating cloud mountains. Its value is far higher than other second-level pills, and even higher than some third-level pills. The refining of the foundation building pill is very complicated. The main medicine requires 2 jade marrow golden branches and 5 element spiritual fruits that are more than 800 years old, and there are more than a dozen auxiliary spiritual medicines that take 1 or 200 years to mature. These mature spiritual medicines are difficult to find in the wild. In the entire Uyghur, only the spiritual medicine garden of Xiao sect can supply all kinds of spiritual medicines needed for refining foundation building pills for a long time. Xiao sect only refines a few furnaces of foundation building pills every 10 years, and the maximum number of pills is only 20 to 30. Most of them are divided up within the sect, and only a small part will be sold to the major immortality cultivation families under its banner. Even the foundation building families find it difficult to get this opportunity, let alone the lower-level Qi refining families. Even if there is an opportunity to buy the foundation building pill, the price of the foundation building pill is still high. Under normal circumstances, one foundation building pill needs 10,000 spirit stones to buy. Compared with the price of the foundation building pill auctioned on the black market, it is already very affordable. After deducting expenses, the Song family where Song Qingming is located can only save a few dozen spirit stones a year. In times of disaster, they need to take out some to supplement. There are only 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones accumulated in the treasury for 100 years. For a low-level Qi refining family like the Song family, even if there are cultivators with excellent spiritual roots and talents, they can only send them to the Xiaoyao sect to have the opportunity to build a foundation. It is precisely because the Xiaoyao sect firmly controls the supply channels of the Uyiguo Foundation building pill that it can absorb a large number of talented cultivators from the major immortal cultivation families under its jurisdiction and continuously enrich the blood of the sect. The water spirit fruit that Liu Xianlong is looking for on this trip is the 5-element spirit fruit, one of the 2 main ingredients needed to refine the foundation building pill, and it is extremely valuable. Xiaoyao sect also purchases various spiritual medicines for refining foundation building pills for a long time. Anyone who can produce the main medicine of the foundation building pill with a sufficient age can directly exchange it for a foundation building pill in Xiaoyao sect. The Liu family's foundation building ancestor built his foundation in this way 100 years ago. After the 3 Liu family members walked a few dozen steps towards the blue light, they passed through a low cave entrance and the passage suddenly became wider. The blue light was emitted by a small green tree in the cave. Liu Xianlong walked closer and saw that the small tree was 5 feet in size, about the same height as him, and exuded a rich spiritual energy. There were 5 or 6 blue fruits on the tree. The fruits were crystal clear and all emitted bursts of blue light, which was very tempting. The light that the 3 people saw outside just now was emitted by the fruit on the tree. Haha, this should be the water spirit fruit. The time remembered by the ancestor is indeed correct. If we had come a few years earlier, the fruit would probably not have been ripe yet. Looking at one of the fruits that was completely transparent, an elder of the Liu family laughed and said, "Everyone, be careful and try not to damage this fruit tree. We only need to pick the ripe fruit. When our Liu family has trained our own 2nd-level spiritual plant master, we will find a way to transplant this water spirit fruit tree." The water spirit fruit tree is a 2nd-level spiritual wood. Without a 2nd-level spiritual plant master or above, it is easy to cause the spiritual energy of the spiritual wood to be greatly damaged, lose its vitality and slowly die, and the unripe spiritual fruit on it will also be lost. If this water spirit fruit tree can be secretly transplanted to the Liu family's spiritual mountain in the future, the Liu family can exchange it for a foundation building pill every 100 years, and the family can prosper for a long time. This is also the greatest opportunity for all the cultivators of the Liu family to change their fate. Liu Xianlong tried to pick the ripe water spirit fruit with his hand, but found that the 2nd-level spiritual fruit was very tough at the connection with the fruit tree, and it was difficult to pick it. He could only release a high-quality flying sword and cut the fruit with one sword. The elder of the Liu family hurriedly packed the water spirit fruit carefully in a jade box that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Liu Xianlong. Looking at this water spirit fruit that carries the hope of the family's revival, Liu Xianlong can't help but feel a little excited. The road to the revival of the Liu family has finally taken the first step in his hands. The 3 of them had just picked a ripe water spirit fruit and were about to turn around and leave this place, but suddenly they felt a terrifying spiritual pressure from the darkness on one side of the cave. A pair of huge red eyeballs suddenly opened in the darkness and stared at the 3 tiny humans in front of them. This is... How could there be another level 2 monster here? No, run, patriarch, run, we will help you back. Looking at the huge black shadow in front of them, Liu Xianlong and the other 2 couldn't help but tremble. The spiritual pressure emitted by this level 2 monster was much stronger than the previous silver-armored crab. They had been in the cave for so long but didn't notice it at all. After the Liu family found this pool of water 20 years ago, they had sent cultivators to explore this pool many times. Except for the silver-armored crab that had just advanced not long ago, they had never seen other level 2 monsters. How could Liu Xianlong have thought that there were 2 level 2 monsters hidden in this small pool? At this moment, Liu Xianlong suddenly understood that the monster skeletons they saw in the caves along the way were not eaten by the 2nd-level silver-armored crab, but by another 2nd-level monster in front of them that exuded an aura more powerful than the silver-armored crab. Chapter 21 Black Feather Python. The Song family monks beside the pond, except for the few people who were responsible for setting up the formation, all the others were more or less injured. At this moment, they each chose a place by the pond and used healing pills to slowly recover from their injuries. Song Qingming, the great elder Song Gubei, and the 12th Aunt Song Changyan were not injured. At this moment, the 3 of them were collecting the remaining monster materials by the pond. In this battle, the Liu family also lost a monk. An elderly monk collected the body of this clan member and was about to ask the clan leader how to deal with it, but found that he had not seen the figure of his clan leader for a long time. The Funiu family monks who knew about it hurriedly pulled the old man aside. The Wu family, like the Song family, was lucky. No monks were killed. Only one clan member was seriously injured, and the others were only slightly injured. Taking on this mission was also a big profit. The clan leader Wu Ziyan was smiling and urging the Wu family members to collect monster materials quickly. Du Xiaokeng, the leader of the Du family, was not as relaxed as Wu Ziyan. Although the cultivator who died in the Du family was not very skilled, he was a close junior of the Du family leader. He did not want to die here accidentally. Although so many clan members saw it and could testify for him, the clan leader was a protective person. This time, he, the leader of the team, would inevitably be blamed. When he thought of this, he could not relax his frown. The reward for this mission was not cheap. Each family had 200 spirit stones. In addition to the first-level monster materials shared by the three families, each family also received an additional monster material worth about 150 spirit stones. If no clan members died, this trip would be worth the family's annual income. Higher returns also mean high risks. Except for young cultivators like Song Qingming who went out for the first time, everyone else had already gotten used to such a bloody battlefield. Just when everyone was about to collect the remaining monster materials, several bubbles suddenly appeared in the center of the pool. Liu Xianlong, with a pale face, jumped out of the pool and shouted at the Liu family cultivators beside the pool. "Run, there is a level 2 monster below." The pool was calm just now. After Liu Xianlong jumped out, a huge black vortex suddenly appeared. Several people with lower cultivation at the pool were instantly sucked into the vortex. Song Bei saw that something was wrong and quickly pulled Song Changyan, who was closest to him, to the shore. Everyone fled the pool and looked back. The black vortex was getting bigger and bigger. After a while, it suddenly disappeared in the pool. Not long after, a huge black head slowly emerged from the water in the middle of the pool, opened a pair of blood-red eyes and stared at the people on the shore. "This is the black-feathered python? Everyone run!" When Wu Ziyan saw the huge head, he immediately recognized the origin of the monster and quickly led the Wu family members to escape without looking back. This black-feathered python came from the depths of the floating cloud mountains. It was a second-level medium-grade demon beast. It came to this pond 2 years ago and occupied the cave that was originally the home of the silver-armored crab. It also ate many of its fellows. The silver-armored crab could not beat this demon python, so it could only swallow its anger and change its cave in the pond. The Liu family would send people to investigate this pond every 6 months, but they did not dare to go deep into the pond, and never noticed the changes at the bottom of the pond. The black-feathered python practiced on the water veins at the bottom of the pond all day, and wanted to eat the water spirit fruit on the water spirit fruit tree to help itself advance when it advanced to the late stage of foundation building. Unexpectedly, Liu Xianlong and the other two intervened and picked the water spirit fruit in advance. At this moment, it finally rushed out of the pond in anger, showing its sharp fangs to the monks on the shore. The cultivators on the shore were also surprised when they heard the name of the black-winged python. Seeing that the monster was already in the middle stage of foundation building, they no longer had the courage to fight. Soon, under the leadership of the Wu family cultivator, they scattered like frightened birds and ran in all directions. The black-winged python roared angrily, flew out of the pool, and danced its huge body, chasing the Liu family cultivator in front. Song Qingming only felt that he and the corpse of the monster under him were instantly sucked into the center of the vortex by a huge force, and instantly sank to the bottom of the pool with the water flow. After a while, Song Qingming felt as if he had fallen into a cave at the bottom of a pool. He took out a fist-sized night shining pearl from the storage bag. With the faint light of the night shining pearl, Song Qingming found himself sitting in an underwater cave. The night pearl is just a mortal object. Although such a large night pearl is a priceless treasure in a secular town, it is just a fun item in the hands of a cultivator. When Song Qingming was setting up a stall in Funiu Mountain, he only used a low-grade spiritual talisman to exchange this item from an elderly cultivator in the middle level of Qi Refining. With the light emitted by the night pearl, Song Qingming used a water avoidance spell to separate the clear water on his body. When he was about to get up, he found that his abdomen was in pain. It seemed that several bones were broken. He checked his other parts and found that he had some injuries all over his body. He quickly poured out a few hemostatic pills and took them. Looking at the dark cave in front of him and the piles of monster bones beside him, Song Qingming couldn't help but feel a little scared. It seemed that he was sucked into the cave by some monster. Before being sucked into the whirlpool, he also clearly heard Liu Shai and Long's shouting. It seemed that there was still a monster under the water. The cave in front of the cave might be the cave of the monster. I have to leave here quickly and find a place to heal my wounds and restore my spiritual power, otherwise I am afraid that my life will be in danger when the monster comes back. After walking more than 10 feet to the cave exit, Song Qingming quickly walked out of the cave and came to the bottom of the pool. Fortunately, the monsters in the pool had been basically killed by everyone before, otherwise even if a mid-level monster came in this water, Song Qingming would be afraid that there would be no way to go up to the sky and into the earth. Carefully checking the surroundings and seeing that there was no danger, Song Qingming left the cave and swam above the pool. Just after swimming a few feet away, his eyes were attracted by a few spiritual herbs on the reef not far away. Song Qingming swam over and saw that these seemed to be a few first-level Zuanyao flowers, which seemed to be about 50 or 60 years old. These spiritual herbs could be exchanged for at least 7 or 8 spiritual stones in the market. After looking around and seeing that there was no movement, he happily stepped on these herbs and put them into the storage bag. Just as he was about to leave, he found a beautiful red bag hanging on the other side of the reef. This seems to be a storage bag. Song Qingming picked up the red bag and looked at it carefully. It was indeed a storage bag of a cultivator. However, most cultivators' storage bags were restricted. He couldn't open the bag now. He didn't know who dropped it here, but he was sure that this storage bag was definitely not from the Song family, because all the storage bags used by the Song family cultivators, including himself, were uniformly green and yellow. It should be a cultivator who was unlucky like me, who just got sucked into the pond and dropped it here. Song Qingming looked at the style of the storage bag. It seemed to be of higher quality than the low-level storage bag he used. The storage bag Song Qingming used was the one he received from the family's gold storage pavilion when he broke through the middle stage of Qi Refining. This low-level storage bag had limited space, and the inside was only 3 feet in diameter. The storage bag he had in his hand now should be a high-quality storage bag, and the space inside was several times larger, with a radius of 6 feet. After he went up, if someone came to question him, he would definitely hand it over voluntarily. If that person had died in the pool, he would naturally deny it. The pool was full of dangers, and there were unknown monsters. It was normal for the storage bag to be swallowed up. They might not dare to go down to look for it. Such a storage bag could be sold for at least hundreds of spirit stones in the market. Even if the storage bag was empty, it was worth taking the risk. He had worked hard for 2 years to sell talismans, but only saved more than 100 spirit stones. The value of this storage bag was equal to what he had earned from making talismans day and night for 2 years. Song Qingming looked around carefully to make sure there was no one around, quietly put away the storage bag, and swam quickly to the top of the pool. When he jumped out of the pool, he saw that the shore was in a mess, but there was no one in sight. There was only a pile of monster materials that they had not yet collected, and the bodies of 2 Liu family monks not far away. Song Qingming was shocked. He must have encountered a powerful monster. He didn't even care about the monster materials that were priceless to him and ran away in a hurry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. Fighting. In the dark cave, a Wu family cultivator was limping and walking slowly forward. After walking dozens of feet, he passed a cave paved with monster bones. Suddenly, a faint blue light came from the front. He thought he had found the exit and hurried forward to speed up his pace. This is the water spirit fruit. Haha, I didn't expect there is a water spirit fruit tree in this place. This time I'm going to make a fortune. Wu Ziyu looked at the water spirit fruit tree in front of him, which was emitting dazzling blue light. He was excited and didn't notice that a figure was slowly approaching him not far away in the darkness. Who is it, fellow Taoist Wu? It's me, I'm Du Yuchen from the Du family. Keep your voice down. It seems that this is a monster's lair. A figure slowly appeared in the darkness, with a panic on his face. It was a Du family cultivator. It's Brother Du. You scared me. Wu Ziyu saw that Du Yuchen's injuries were not much better than his. He was also in a mess, with a large piece of mud on his face, which looked a little funny. He had also seen this man in the woods yesterday. He was about the same age as him, about 30 years old. He was also considered a young cultivator of this generation. His cultivation level was only the 5th level of Qi Refining. He was not taken seriously by the Du family cultivators, and his status was far inferior to his. In Wu Ziyun's eyes, Diyuchen was just an ordinary person, and his cultivation level was not as good as his. He slowly let down his guard and put away the flying sword in his hand. To be honest, these two people and Song Qingming were indeed unlucky. When the three of them were collecting monster materials by the pool, they were close to the center of the pool and were not able to react in time. They were all sucked into its cave by the whirlpool created by the black-feathered python. Among the three, Song Qingming landed closer to the cave entrance and found the exit quickly. However, the two fell too far from the cave entrance and stumbled in the wrong direction. They came to the black-feathered python's nest and saw the water spirit fruit tree by chance. Fellow Taoist Wu, this really looks like a water spirit fruit tree, but it's a pity that the water spirit fruits on the tree will take at least 100 years to mature. We can't sell a piece of spirit stone if we pick them now. It's useless to us. It's a pity, Diyuchen sighed with some regret after he finished speaking. After listening to this, Wu Ziyun rolled his eyes and said, Brother Du, what you said is wrong. Although this water spirit fruit is useless to us now, this fruit tree is a second-level spirit fruit tree and is very valuable. As long as we can go back alive and report this to the family, we will definitely get a lot of rewards, don't you think? After Wu Ziyun finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face, as if his mind appeared the scene of him having made another contribution and being rewarded by the family like last time. After he goes out, as long as he tells the family this news, the clan leader will definitely look up to him again, and he will also be able to obtain more cultivation resources within the clan. After listening to this, Diyuchen opened his mouth, thought for a while, and as if he suddenly realized something, he patted his head gently and nodded. Brother Wu is right. Why didn't I think of it just now? Brother Wu is smart, seeing that Diyuchen did not object. Wu Ziyun continued, it's just that this place is extremely dangerous. I don't know what kind of monster it is that just dragged us in here. It must have great powers. We should find a way to get out first. After I was dragged in, I have been nearby. There are caves everywhere in this cave, and I can't find a way out. Brother Du, you have a smart mind. Where do you think we should go? Diyuchen said with a simple face. Wu Ziyun thought for a while and said, when I was sucked into the whirlpool, I seemed to see someone being sucked in with us. Brother Du, have you seen this person? Diyuchen lowered his head and thought for a while, and suddenly said loudly, by the way, Brother Wu, I just found a body in a cave in front. It seems to be a member of your family. I don't know if he was sucked into the cave with us. Do you know which one of my family it is? Take me to see it, Wu Ziyun asked nervously. Just now I was frightened by the body there, and I didn't go close to take a closer look. I just saw that he was dressed similarly to Brother Wu. He should be a member of your family. Don't worry, the body is in a cave not far ahead. I will take you there now. Diyuchen led Wu Ziyun to the depths of the cave and walked a few dozen steps around to a cave. Sure enough, a body appeared not far ahead. Diyuchen ran forward to take a look and shouted loudly, Brother Wu, this person seems to be the head of your family. Head. How could this happen? Wu Ziyun heard it and ran over in a panic. Wu Ziyun ran to Diyuchen's side and saw that there was only the upper half of a body lying on the ground. He took a step forward and took a closer look, only to find that something was wrong. The man was wearing the silver robes that were unique to the Liu family monks. He was about to turn around and question Diyuchen, but he didn't expect that a bright green dagger had already pierced through his chest from the back. Diyuchen, why are you doing this? Diyuchen changed his simple and honest demeanor and showed a sinister smile. HMPH, you actually thought of telling the family about this water spirit fruit tree. What can the Wu family give you? Do you think they can just throw you a few dozen spirit stones and send you away like a dog? Do you, a fool, know the true value of this water spirit fruit tree? If I had directly informed Zioao sect of the news about this water spirit fruit tree, I would definitely have no problem joining Zioao sect in the future. Maybe I could even exchange it for a foundation building pill right away. How can you, a short-sighted person like you, share this with me? Dao do, don't kill me. I am willing to swear a blood oath that after I get out, I will never reveal what happened today. I will pretend that I have never been here, Wu Ziyun begged with a horrified face. Brother Wu, don't you understand? As long as you are alive, you are a threat to me. I never like being threatened, Du Pingtao sneered. A hint of ruthlessness appeared on his face, and he kicked Wu Ziyun to the ground again. Diyuchen, are you really so vicious? If you kill me, aren't you afraid that my Wu family will know about this in the future? Vicious, haha, isn't it always like this in the world of cultivating immortals? Even if your last name is Du, I will still do it today. As long as I can build a foundation, I can trample the Wu family or the Du family under my feet. Ho ha ho ha. Wu Ziyun struggled on the ground in despair, as if he wanted to stand up. Just when he was about to stand up, a cold light flashed across his throat, and Wu Ziyun's body fell down unwillingly again, without any movement. A fool like you can practice faster than me. God is really unfair. After Diyuchen was dragged into the cave, he happened to fall here and found the body of the Liu family elder at once. After secretly taking the storage bag from the Liu family elder, he accidentally got to the Shuling fruit tree before Wu Ziyun. After seeing the water spirit fruit tree, he was shocked. He secretly planned to leave here and go directly to Xiaoyao sect to exchange the water spirit fruit tree for what he wanted. Just when he wanted to leave here first, he heard the footsteps of Wu Ziyun coming here, so he could only hide in the dark depths of the cave. Seeing that only Wu Ziyun came, he happened to find the water spirit fruit tree, so Diyuchen wanted to kill him. He wanted to take advantage of the dim light in the cave to slowly approach and attack Wu Ziyun, but he didn't expect Wu Ziyun's cultivation to be higher than him, and he discovered him in advance when he was about to approach. Diyuchen's injuries were not serious. Some of the embarrassed look just now was deliberately pretended. Although Wu Ziyun's injuries were more serious than his at the time, he did not act rashly and directly, but chose to be feigned with him. His cultivation was not high, only the 5th level of Qi Refining. Facing Wu Ziyun, who was at the 6th level of Qi Refining, even if he attacked first, it was indeed difficult to have the confidence of winning. After lowering Wu Ziyun's guard, he came up with this method to kill him here. When he just walked into the cave, Diyuchen pretended to lead the way and walked in front. He used the body of the Liu family elder to make Wu Ziyun mistakenly think that the head of his family was distracted. Then Diyuchen sneaked a knife from behind and killed him. Diyuchen looked at the corpse on the ground, sneered a few times, confirmed that Wu Ziyun was no longer alive, grabbed the storage bag on his body, turned around and disappeared in the dark cave. After an instant of time, a black python about 4 or 5 feet long flew back from a distance towards the pool. After circling the pool for several circles, the python roared at a pile of monster bones on the shore, and then plunged into the water, splashing a burst of water. Fortunately, the black-winged python had always been concerned about the water spirit fruit tree in the cave, and did not chase everyone all the time. It only chased for more than 10 miles and then turned back to the pool. Most people, including Liu Xianlong, escaped, and only a few unlucky Liu family monks were swallowed by the black-winged python. The Liu family suffered heavy losses in this battle. The clan leader Liu Xianlong was seriously injured. 2 late-stage Qi training elders also died in the monster's cave to cover Liu Xianlong's escape. After the black-winged python came ashore, it ignored the other monks and kept chasing after the Liu family. Along the way, the Liu family lost several mid-stage Qi training monks. The losses of the other 3 families were not too bad, but 1 monk from each family was dragged into the pool and his life or death was unknown. Chapter 23 Rich Storage Bag. 5 days later, in a forest of deep yellow maple leaves, Song Qingming was on a dead tree, with a faint spiritual light emanating from his body. After Song Qingming escaped from the pond that day, he found a nearly clean open space not far away and took a few blood-replenishing pills and recovery pills to recover from his injuries. Then he chased after the traces of the escape of the crowd. Unexpectedly, before he walked a few miles, he saw the black-feathered python in the sky returning to the pond from afar. He was so scared that he quickly lay down in the weeds on the spot and did not dare to show his head until after dark. In order to catch up with the crowd in a hurry, Song Qingming could only choose to continue his journey at night. Who would have thought that in the dark, he could not see the way back for a while, and actually went in the wrong direction and lost the trace of the crowd. This was Song Qingming's first time to the floating cloud mountains. He was very unfamiliar with the mountains and rivers here. He happened to have no map with him. He searched for a long time but could not find the way back. He was lost among the mountains all of a sudden. Fortunately, He knew that to the north was the paradise of monsters deep in the floating cloud mountains, and to the south was the territory of humans. He roughly knew that as long as he went south, he would eventually get out of the floating cloud mountains. Whether he went south to Pingayang County where he came from, or to the surrounding market, as long as he got there, he would naturally have a way to return to Qing County. Song Qingming had been walking south for several days. He wanted to find someone to ask for directions, but unfortunately he didn't see a single person along the way. The floating cloud mountains were a place where monsters were rampant and dangerous. 2 days ago, when he passed by a grassland, he happened to encounter a ferocious high-level giant crocodile. He was chased by the beast for a long time before escaping from danger, which made him a little panicked. Half an hour later, Song Qingming, who had been meditating for a long time, felt that his spiritual power had almost recovered 70% to 80%. He used his physical strength and mana with both hands, and a green light instantly fell on a small red bag beside him, slowly wrapping it in his spiritual power. In the past 5 days, Song Qingming had also tried to open the red storage bag he picked up at the bottom of the pond to see if there was any treasure. Unfortunately, the restrictions set by this top-grade storage bag were indeed a bit troublesome. Song Qingming cast spells continuously for several days before he erased most of the restrictions on the storage bag. Normal monk storage bags would have secret restrictions that only they knew. If outsiders wanted to forcefully open it, they would have to use mana to erase the restrictions on it. Generally speaking, the restrictions set by monks with higher cultivation would be more advanced. If monks with lower cultivation wanted to erase the mana restrictions set by monks with higher cultivation, they would have to rely on time to slowly grind. The length of time required depended entirely on the difference in mana between the two and a little luck. The difference in mana between monks of the same level would not be too great, and the restrictions could be successfully erased in at most 10 days or half a month. If a cultivator of the Qi refining stage wanted to break the restrictions set by a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, it would be hard to say, and it might take several years. 3 hours later, there was a sudden sound. The red storage bag was seen to have a fluctuation of spiritual power, and a purple light was lit. Song Qingming finally opened the storage bag today. He had to thank Kanta for helping him to speed up the recovery of spiritual power, otherwise he would have to spend a few more days. Song Qingming poured out all the things in the storage bag. He didn't expect that just a cursory look would shock his eyes. There were nearly 200 spiritual stones in the storage bag, and there were also a bunch of magic tools, talismans, elixirs and other items. Whose storage bag was this? It was so rich. Song Qingming skipped over many monks who participated in the Battle of the Water Pool that day, but still couldn't determine the owner of the storage bag. He could only look for the answer from the items in these storage bags. 1 top-grade magic tool, 2 mid-grade magic tools, 5 top-grade talismans, more than a dozen mid-grade and low-grade talismans, and 3 bottles of elixirs that he couldn't recognize for a while. There were also several jade slips of cultivation techniques, a black token, an ancient jade box, and several pieces of clothing. Song Qingming picked up the black token and took a look, and then he knew who the owner of the storage bag was. The black token clearly had the 2 small characters Patriarch printed on it. Combined with the fact that the clothes in the storage bag were the black and white colors of the Liu family cultivators, Song Qingming could roughly guess that the owner of the storage bag was Liu Xianlong, the head of the Liu family. He really didn't expect that the storage bag he picked up at the bottom of the pond would be a hot item. Song Qingming couldn't help but take a deep breath. The storage bag of the head of the Liu family, it seems that he has to be more careful in the future. If these cultivation techniques, magic tools, and items are recognized by people in the future, the Liu family will soon suspect him. Song Qingming threw the token and clothes in the storage bag directly into a stream not far away. He didn't dare to keep the 3 magic tools and use them. He planned to put them in the storage bag first, and wait for a while to go to farther market, and then find a way to deal with them together with this top-grade storage bag. Several jade slips were ordinary Qi refining techniques inherited from the Liu family. They were not valuable, so Song Qingming chose to discard them all. Only 1 volume of array classics inherited from the foundation building ancestor of the Liu family was of some use to Song Qingming, so he kept it. The classics not only recorded more than a dozen first-level arrays, but also 2 second-level arrays, which he could use when he wanted to improve his array in the future. The other spirit stones and spirit talismans were common items on the market. He was not afraid of others recognizing them, so he put them into his own storage bag with confidence. He could not recognize several bottles of elixirs now, so he did not dare to take them. He needed to take them to the market to find an alchemist to identify them. If they were useful to him, he would keep them, and if they were useless, he would sell them directly. When Song Qingming opened the last jade box, he was really shocked again. This is the water spirit fruit. How could there be such a spiritual object in Liu Xianlong's storage bag? What's going on? Song Qingming recognized the items in the jade box as soon as he saw them. Water spirit fruit, 1 inch and 3 fen in diameter, transparent throughout, and emitting blue flashes when ripe. He was indeed not mistaken. The thing in the box was a ripe water spirit fruit, a second-level spiritual object. When Song Qingming had just started practicing, the great elder in the family school had repeatedly explained to him the various spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines in the world of cultivation. This object was also recorded in the family spiritual medicine book that was distributed to each of them. Although it was the first time that Song Qingming had actually seen the real thing, the memory of a cultivator was several times that of an ordinary mortal, and he was already very familiar with most of the spiritual medicines recorded in the spiritual medicine book. Taking out the spiritual medicine book from the storage bag, Song Qingming confirmed it again, and then he was completely sure of this object. This water spirit fruit was a spiritual object that was as valuable as the foundation building pill. How could the Liu family have such a spiritual object? It seemed that this water spirit fruit was picked not long ago. Could it be that this was a spiritual object that Liu Xianlong had just found in the pond? The Liu family was too lucky to find such a priceless spiritual object in any pond. Song Qingming thought about it. Although these were just his personal guesses, it was the only way to explain the origin of the water spirit fruit in Liu Xianlong's storage bag. If the things found in Liu Xianlong's storage bag before made Song Qingming rich, then this water spirit fruit gave him the hope of building a foundation in this life. This kind of spiritual object can definitely be easily exchanged for a foundation building pill in the future. When he takes it to Xiaoyao Sec, Song Qingming looked at the water spirit fruit and was shocked for a long time before he came back to his senses. He carefully packed it in a jade box and put it in the storage bag. He didn't need it now. Fortunately, this water spirit fruit was placed in this jade box and could be preserved for at least 20 years. There was no need to worry about the damage of this spiritual object for the time being. Liu Xianlong was unlucky that day. He finally picked the water spirit fruit, but a second-level black-feathered python suddenly appeared in the cave. Although he escaped with the desperate protection of the 2 Liu family elders, he was still blown away by the black-feathered python and scraped his abdomen when he escaped from the cave. Not only did he injure his dantian, but his storage bag on his waist also accidentally fell to the bottom of the pool. He wanted to go back to find it, but the black-feathered python had already chased him out, so he could only run for his life. After Liu Xianlong and the Liu family monks escaped from the pursuit of the black-feathered python, although he was unwilling, he did not dare to go back and take the risk to find his lost storage bag. The second-level black-feathered python in the pool was not something they were capable of dealing with now, so they could only take the remaining monks of the family and embark on the return journey. After returning to Qing County, Liu Xianlong vomited a mouthful of blood due to his serious injuries not long after returning home, and lay on the sickbed. The old patriarch who had guarded the Liu family for many years looked pale and listless. He seemed to have aged several years compared to when he left Qing County 2 months ago. The Liu family suffered heavy losses during this trip to Funiu Mountain. Only more than half of the 20 or so family backbones who participated in this mission returned, and 2 elders were killed. This time, the Liu family was seriously injured, and it would take at least 20 to 30 years to recover. Even Liu Xianlong, a top Qi refining cultivator who had been in Qing County for decades, was injured in his dantian this time. Even if he could recover from his injuries in the future, it would be difficult for him to fight easily with others. Chapter 24, Breakthrough. After dealing with the items in Liu Xianlong's storage bag, Song Qingming continued to walk south for a few more days and entered a somewhat desolate hill. Seeing the sun setting in the west and the sky gradually getting dark, Song Qingming stopped. After observing the surroundings, he found a mountain wall and released the Liang sword to hit the mountain wall for a while. After spending some time, he finally dug out a small cave. Then he arranged a simple 5-element maze formation outside the cave, put a spiritual stone on it to activate the formation, and then walked into the cave with satisfaction. Since the last time he encountered a high-level demon crocodile chasing him, He would rather choose to take more detours these days, try to walk on the barren mountains and flat land, avoid the deep mountain swamps where the demon beasts appear, and find a cave at night. He can only go to sleep after arranging the formation outside. After lighting a bonfire, Song Qingming took some spiritual rice from the storage bag to cook. Qi refining cultivators cannot fast yet, and they need to eat every few days. Fortunately, he still brought a lot of spiritual rice with him, so he didn't have to worry about food for the time being. After dinner, Song Qingming rested for a while, then took out a Qi nourishing pill and swallowed it. Then he started to slowly dissolve the power of the elixir by practicing Kunyuanju. It had been almost a month since he came out. In this deep mountain, there had been no spiritual veins for cultivation, so he could only rely on the spiritual rice he brought with him to absorb a little spiritual energy. His cultivation had not improved much. Fortunately, today was finally the time when he could take the elixir on a monthly basis. After practicing for half a week, Song Qingming suddenly felt that the bottleneck of his Qi refining level 5 seemed to have loosened a little, thinking that this might be his cultivation, and it was time for a breakthrough. Originally, according to the normal cultivation speed, Song Qingming would need at least 2 or 3 years to break through the Qi refining level 5. However, since he got the incomplete map, he had saved a lot of spiritual stones by making talismans in the past 2 years, and had exchanged 5 or 6 bottles of elixirs for improving his cultivation from Goyu Iao. Except for taking 2 bottles of Qi nourishing pills to the family's gold pavilion to exchange for some talisman-making materials, most of the elixirs were left in his own hands. In the past 2 years, by constantly taking elixirs, his cultivation had been raised to the peak of the Qi refining level 4. After taking out a Qingxin talisman and sticking it on himself, Song Qingming then crushed a dozen little-level spiritual stones in his hands, and a large amount of spiritual power instantly filled the narrow cave. When a cultivator breaks through his cultivation, he needs to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. The best place to break through is in a spiritual vein with abundant spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Song Qingming couldn't find a spiritual vein in this barren mountain and wilderness, so he could only use the spiritual stones in his hand to provide spiritual energy. Although he now has a lot of spiritual stones in his hands, such a luxurious behavior still made him frown. With a spiritual power, Song Qingming increased the speed of the internal exercises, and only felt that the 5th spiritual cave in his body gradually began to vibrate non-stop. Seeing this, Song Qingming was secretly happy, and patiently continued to absorb spiritual energy into Danshan. Finally, after an hour, the spiritual energy in the meridians in his body was like a bend of clear water flowing into a river, and successfully opened the 5th spiritual cave. His cultivation was raised to the 5th level of Qi refining, and the mana in his Danshan also increased a lot. Unexpectedly, he broke through the 5th level of Qi refining so smoothly this time. Song Qingming was delighted. After practicing for 12 years, he was now 22 years old, and his cultivation had finally caught up with most of the cultivators in the clan. For Song Qingming, who had been practicing for more than 10 years, nothing could make him happier than a breakthrough in cultivation. He was always clear in his heart that he did not have a strong enough cultivation, and no matter how many precious spirit stones he had, he would not be able to protect them. Instead, he would be making wedding clothes for others. At the age of 22, he cultivated to the 5th level of Qi refining, which was considered a cultivator with a fast cultivation speed in Qing County. If the items in Liu Xianlong's storage bag could be successfully exchanged for cultivation resources, Song Qingming already had a glimmer of confidence that he could cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining before the age of 60. With a water spirit fruit in the storage bag, he could then take it to Xiaoaosek to exchange for a foundation building pill. His path now suddenly became very bright. After his breakthrough, Song Qingming was not in a hurry to come out of retreat. He slowly circulated his spiritual energy dozens of times again, nurturing the newly opened spiritual cave. It was not until 5 days later that he completely stabilized his cultivation that Song Qingming walked out of the cave. After putting away the magic circle, Song Qingming continued on his way, using the light body technique, and felt that his magic power was much stronger than before. After Song Qingming climbed over a high mountain, he suddenly found several figures in the valley below the mountain in the distance, and from time to time there were roars of monsters, and a surprised smile instantly appeared on his face. Since Song Qingming was dragged into the pool by the black-feathered python, he has been walking alone in this dangerous mountain range for nearly 10 days. Finally, he saw someone appear in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited, and quickly went down the mountain. After getting closer, I found that several monks were besieging a giant bear. The leader was a burly man with a high level of cultivation. He was already in the late stage of Qi refining, and had always been the main force on the battlefield. The other three who assisted in the attack were all mid-stage Qi refining monks. There was also a woman who was only in the third level of Qi refining, and did not participate in the battle. She stood not far away and watched the battlefield. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not show up immediately. He stopped on a tree nearby and watched from a distance. It was not until the high-level giant bear was knocked down by these people that he jumped off the tree trunk and walked towards them. "Stop, who are you?" Song Qingming had just walked to a distance of more than 10 feet when the burly man with the highest cultivation level first spotted him and shouted loudly, with some unkindness in his tone. Several people on the side were still collecting materials from the giant bear. When they heard that someone was coming, they quickly released their magic weapons to warn the surroundings, fearing that Song Qingming had bad intentions and had other accomplices. Seeing that these people were very wary of him, Song Qingming stopped and spread his hands to explain, "Don't misunderstand, fellow Taoists. I am a casual cultivator from Qing County. I am also here to hunt monsters. A few days ago, we had bad luck. Our monster hunting team encountered a level 2 monster. When we were escaping, we accidentally got separated from our teammates. I didn't bring a map with me. I walked in this mountain for several days without finding my companions. I just happened to meet you today. May I ask which direction Pingyang County is in and how far it is from here?" It turned out to be a fellow casual cultivator. I was shocked. "Don't blame me, fellow Taoists. I thought you were the bastards from the Firewolf gang." The leading man saw that Song Qingming was the only one around, so he let down his guard and asked his companions to put away their magic weapons. This burly man was a straightforward person at first glance. Song Qingming had been in Funiu Mountain for 2 years and liked to deal with this type of people. This place is quite far from Pingyang County. It will take about 5 or 6 days to walk southeast. If you don't have a map, it will be difficult to walk. I think you might as well wait for us at the mountain pass behind for a day. We will also return to Jianfang tomorrow, so we can take you along the way." The speaker was a middle-aged Confucian scholar. He was wearing a fluttering Confucian robe and holding a green sword in his hand. He was at the 5th level of Qi refining, with a bookish look on his face. He spoke slowly and at first glance, he was a man with a lot of knowledge. "Okay, I would like to thank all the fellow Taoists first," Song Qingming nodded. As long as he could get out of the dangerous Funiu Mountains faster, it would not hurt for him to wait one more day. The other people, including the big man with the highest cultivation, did not object when they heard that the middle-aged Confucian scholar wanted to take Song Qingming with him. It was obvious that although the Confucian scholar's cultivation was not high, he was the one who kept his word among the 5. After parting with the others, Song Qingming walked eastward outside the valley for a meal and saw a red tree more than 10 feet high in front of him. It was the meeting place he had just agreed with the scholar to meet tomorrow. Song Qingming found a few dead trees nearby, borrowed some branches and leaves from the tree, and built a simple hut under the tree. The next morning, Song Qingming was meditating in the hut and suddenly heard a wave of spiritual power coming from the formation outside the hut. Song Qingming went out and saw a girl in green in front of him, holding a flying sword in her hand and slashing in the midst of the formation, and occasionally releasing a few low-level spells. The woman was about 20 years old, with a green jade hairpin in her head, combed into 2 black braids and placed behind her. She was wearing a green skirt. She was the girl of the 3rd level of Qi refining, who met a group of casual practitioners in the valley yesterday. But at this time, the woman seemed to be trapped in the formation and her face looked a little panicked. Her companions were standing not far outside the formation, and seemed to be discussing how to rescue her. Seeing this, Song Qingming also smiled bitterly. He had set up this formation to prevent attacks from monsters in the mountains, but he never thought that this woman would be so careless and plunge into the formation and be trapped by it. It would be difficult for her, who was not familiar with the formation, to walk out of the formation in 2 or 3 hours. Song Qingming quickly made a few gestures and put away the formation. The fog surrounding the tree for several feet in radius instantly dissipated between heaven and earth, revealing the red tree in the formation and Song Qingming under the tree. Chapter 25 Distress. Several people not far away were also surprised to see the white mist in the magic circle suddenly dissipate, and they only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the person who came out was Song Qingming. The middle-aged Confucian scholar who had agreed with Song Qingming to wait here yesterday walked forward, bowed and said, "I didn't see you from afar when I came here just now, and I thought you had left here alone. I didn't expect you to hide in this formation. I don't understand formations, so please forgive me for offending you." When the green-clothed woman saw the fog dissipate, she realized that she had just fallen into the formation set up by Song Qingming. When she heard the middle-aged Confucian scholar being so polite to Song Qingming, and thought of how this man had embarrassed her just now, she suddenly complained, "This man set up a formation at this intersection and trapped me for no reason. I thought I fell into some forbidden trap, but now it's my fault. Sorry." Seeing that the woman was a little angry, Song Qingming smiled and didn't explain. He sincerely bowed his head and apologized for a while, and then he coaxed the woman to calm down. "My little sister has had a bad temper since she was young. Please bear with me. I see that you have set up such a sophisticated formation. Are you a formation master?" The middle-aged scholar saw that Song Qingming had some knowledge of formations, and continued to ask. "I am indeed a low-grade formation master, but I am still a beginner. I have only learned some superficial formations." "I am sorry to make you laugh," Song Qingming bowed modestly after speaking. "I think your formation level is indeed superficial. If you are late to solve it, I will have to dismantle your broken formation." The green-clothed woman seemed to be unwilling to give up, which caused everyone present to laugh. "I am Shi-chun, and this is my junior sister Yunyuang. I don't know how to address you, Song San." Then, the other few people came forward to introduce each other, and Song Qingming gradually became familiar with everyone. The weather has reached late autumn, and the floating cloud mountains are full of fallen leaves. Song Qingming followed this group of cultivators and walked eastward for a day, then turned southeast and walked for another 2 days. Along the way, they met several groups of cultivators on the way. They were getting closer and closer to Qi Refinement in the south of Funiu Mountain range. After getting Liu Xianlong's storage bag, Song Qingming changed his original idea and decided not to rush back to Qing County. He happened to follow this group of casual cultivators to Qi Refinement, so he could deal with some magic tools, elixirs, and other items along the way. Qi Refinement is the largest market in the north of Uiguo, and it is also the gathering place for many casual cultivators of Uiguo. After asking a few people, I learned that there are no less than 10,000 casual cultivators entering Funiu Mountain range from Qi Refinement every year. This kind of place with hundreds of cultivators coming in and out every day, a strange Qi refining cultivator selling some low-level magic tools and spiritual objects, it is difficult for others to find out where he is, which is perfect for him now. Along the way, Song Qingming gradually became familiar with these people. The middle-aged Confucian scholar who led the team was named Shi-chun. Although his cultivation was not high, he had rich experience in hunting monsters. He was also the backbone of these people and often organized some fellow cultivators to enter the floating cloud mountains to hunt monsters. The woman in green was named Qin Yunyuang. She and Shi-chun were senior brothers and sisters. They both became disciples of a Taoist monk by chance and embarked on the path of cultivation. However, their master died a few years after accepting Qin Yunyuang as his disciple. Qin Yunyuang's mentor in cultivation over the years was her senior brother Shi-chun. The burly man with the highest cultivation was called Zhang Tishan. He was originally a cultivator from a foundation-building family in Zhang State. He was considered a cultivator born in a large family. He broke through the late stage of Qi refining at the age of 30. He was a person with unlimited prospects and the hope of building a foundation. Unexpectedly, more than a decade ago, Zhang Tishan's family was involved in the fight between the two major sects of Zhang State, and the mountain gate was destroyed. Only less than a dozen of the hundreds of cultivators in the family survived. Zhang Tishan happened to be traveling outside at the time. After getting the news, he fled directly to Wei State and became a casual cultivator. Without the cultivation resources provided by his family, his cultivation has been stagnant for more than a decade. A few years ago, Zhang Tishan drifted to Qi Refinement and met the casual cultivator Shi-chun and his sister. The three of them were also congenial, so they always took care of each other and often went into the floating cloud mountains together to hunt monsters. The other two were casual cultivators who had been in the floating cloud mountains for many years. One was Wu Xianmu, who had the 5th level of Qi refining, and the other was Zhang Baiyun, who always had a wine gourd hanging around his waist. He was also the oldest person among the group, over 70 years old, and had the 6th level of Qi Refining. Among the few people, Shi Chun and his sister were more talkative. They kept chatting with Song Qingming all the way. Zhang Tishan seemed a little taciturn because he had experienced the change of his family. Wu Xianmu didn't talk much either, but occasionally urged everyone to speed up, as if he wanted to return to Gianfeng as soon as possible to sell the monster materials he got. Zhang Beishan, an old drunkard, always had wine with him all the way. He always talked to himself in a mysterious way, and often pretended to be unfathomable. His drunken words made everyone laugh. In the afternoon, when everyone passed by a forest, Zhang Tishan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly shouted to everyone, "Everyone be careful, there seems to be a monster following us from behind." When Song Qingming heard it, he was very surprised at first. He didn't notice anything himself. Then he thought that cultivators in the late stage of Qi Refining can generally release their spiritual consciousness. It is also reasonable for Zhang Tishan to detect the movement of monsters farther away. Sure enough, not long after, a high-level gray demon wolf led 7 or 8 low and medium-level demon wolves to surround the crowd. Seeing this, everyone quickly sacrificed their magic weapons and skillfully formed a circle. This is a wind wolf beast that can use wind blade magic. Don't be afraid. There are not many wind wolves in this group. We can stop them. Tishan will hold the high-level one first, and leave the rest of the wind wolves to us. This demon wolf is very fast. Everyone stay close together and don't be attacked by a single one. Using fire and earth magic will be more effective. Shi Chun is worthy of being a person who has been in the floating cloud mountains for many years. He recognized the origin of the demon beast in an instant and told everyone how to deal with it, so that the people who were a little panicked just now quickly had the confidence to fight. First, Zhang Tishan shouted and used a giant sword to block the leading high-level demon wolf. The man and the beast soon fought together. Then Song Qingming and Wu Xianmu took the lead. Each of them released a wall of earth, blocking the remaining low and medium-level demon wolves in front of everyone. The walls they created also greatly slowed down the speed of the group of wind wolves when they attacked. Among the remaining 8 wind wolves, only 3 were medium level, and the other 5 were low level. Wu Xianmu, Zhang Beishan, and Song Qingming each chose a medium-level wind wolf, and the remaining 5 low-level wind wolves were handed over to Shi Chun and his sister. Everyone faced the demon beasts, and the battlefield was suddenly divided into 5 groups. The most powerful of the group of demon beasts was the high-level wind wolf beast that Zhang Tishan faced. Its cultivation was almost at the peak of the Qi Refining stage. Everyone present fought alone, and no one was sure to defeat this demon beast. The high-level wind wolf beasts were more powerful than Zhang Tishan in terms of magical power, and they had already gained the upper hand. The wind blades they released from time to time also made Zhang Tishan a little flustered, but it was not easy for the demon wolf to defeat him in a short period of time. Although Zhang Tishan was a little embarrassed at this time, he was still able to hold back the high-level demon wolf. The mid-level wind wolves that Wu Xianmu and Zhang Beishan faced were also strong. Although they did not hide their skills at the beginning of the battle and each used their own special skills, these 2 demon wolves were not easy to deal with, and they could only maintain a balance on the battlefield for the time being. Only the mid-level wind wolf beast that Song Qingming faced was slightly weaker in strength. It seemed that it had not been long since he broke through the mid-level. Song Qingming's cultivation and magic power were much higher than it. As long as they played steadily, it was only a matter of time before they defeated the opponent. Shi Chun and his sister also had a slight advantage. When several wind wolves started to attack, he and his sister killed one together. After that, they surrounded them and could not do anything to them. Instead, they were beaten back by the perfect cooperation of the 2. Compared with Song Qingming, Shi Chun and his partner had a greater advantage and were more likely to break the deadlock quickly. In this life and death battle, the 2 sides were evenly matched, and it all depended on whether Zhang Tishan could stop the high-level wind wolf beast and wait for Song Qingming or Shi Chun to finish off their opponents first, thus breaking the stalemate. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.